Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 81, Spar between Jinchuriki. Wait, you two are going to fight the Kumo Jinchuriki? Katsumi asked. The three genin of Team 9 had stayed behind in the hotel room while the rest of the Konoha shinobi met with the Kumo shinobi. They stayed behind until around 10 o'clock in the evening when the rest of the group returned. While they were not filled in about every detail of the conversation, they were informed of a temporary alliance with Kumo, as well as the planned fight between the village's Jinchuriki. Bit odd to propose a spar like that, but sure. Why not? Kanji shrugged his shoulders. This is all Ikiai's idea. Bah. I know he just wanted to make an event out of this to entertain his village. No doubt wanted to charge for admission. Jiraiya grumbled. I'm glad I got to shut that shit down. He better not try to organize some mass crowd around this anyway, or I will make that little coward regret ever inheriting that daimyo title. Honestly, I'm okay with all of this. Sasuke said, shrugging his shoulders. We get a chance to see what the Kumo shinobi are capable of. Especially Killer B. I'm particularly interested in him. B seems like an interesting person. Hinata said, trying to come up with the words in her head. He's unique. Definitely unique. More like a badass. Fu spoke up with a grin. The Nanabi Jinchuriki was already making plans to meet with the Hakusabi Jinchuriki to co-write something. She recognized that he was not a poet and that she was not a rapper, but she just knew that his ability to freestyle and create words on the fly would be way too useful to her poetry. She had to at least somewhat pursue a conversation with him on the subject. We'll be able to watch, right? Hanabi asked. I'd be very interested to see Naruto-sensei and Fu-san get a chance to fight full out. Yeah, I want to see. I want to see you all kick some Kumo ass. Katsumi declared, crossing her arms. Plus it'll be a good foreshadowing to them how amazingly we are going to do in the exams. Naruto immediately turned his attention towards the brown-haired Kunoichi and frowned. Jiraiya's words about the planned invasion of Akatsuki on Kumo during the exams replayed in his mind. Bringing them would put them at risk. But I need to be there, and it's the easiest way for me to be at the exams, and they'll be so pissed at me if I pass up on their recommendation. Ugh, but I need to prioritize their safety. This is going to fucking suck whichever way I go. The Kyubi Jinchuriki sighed. Do you two have a strategy in mind for this match? Sasuke questioned. Fu shrugged her shoulders. It's just a spar. I'm gonna wing it. Seriously? The Uchiha blinked in surprise before frowning. You'll be representing Taki against these guys. You can show just how strong your village is despite the invasion. Are you sure you just want to wing it? Well, they're both Jinchuriki. I know they're gonna be tough as shit. Fu replied. There's no point to stress out about it, though. It's just a spar to see what we've got. Not life or death. A grin developed on her lips as she pounded her hands together. And believe me, both of them are going to know what it's like to come face to face with the horns of the seven-tailed horned beetle. They're definitely going to know our strength when this is all over. Naruto spoke up, a frown developing on his face. Especially Yujito. I'm going to force her to acknowledge us. Are you angry she called you out on your idealism? Sasuke asked with a chuckle. Not everyone has the same naive worldview you do, Naruto. Nothing wrong with her being a cynic. The Uzumaki rolled his eyes. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing with me. You just don't need to be an ass about it, and she definitely was, you know. Suppose so. The Uchiha shrugged his shoulders. His eyes moved to Naruto and a smirk developed on his lips. Honestly, Naruto, it's been a while since I've seen you fight. It'll be nice to see what you're capable of. Wish I could get involved in this thing. It'd be nice, yeah. Naruto nodded his head in agreement, smirking back in Konoha. It really has been a while since we fought, hasn't it? Wanna fix that when we get back to Konoha? Sure. You. Me. Training Ground 7. Sasuke cracked his knuckles. I'll be looking forward to that. Can we get invited to that as well? Katsumi asked, grinning. Cause I really would like to see you two duke it out all the way. If your sensei is okay with his genin watching him get his ass kicked, then sure. The Uchiha's smirk grew as he spoke. Alright, alright. Enough testosterone-fueled shit talk. Save that for when you're back home. Jiraiya said with a chuckle. Anyway, it's late now. Let's all get some sleep. Naruto and Fu are going to need to get good sleep for tomorrow. With a nod in agreement, the Konoha shinobi all bid good night to each other. Pissed. A knock sounded throughout Naruto's and Hinata's room. The two Konoha shinobi attempted to ignore the knocking and the whisper noises from the other side of the door, but the noises continued to grow louder and louder. After nearly a minute, the two shinobi got out of bed, yawning. Hinata-chan, who is it? Naruto grumbled. If it's one of my students, I swear to God. Hinata did not verbally reply and only activated her Byakugan with a yawn. Immediately, her body became alert as she took in the appearance of the man outside their door. It's one of the Kyumo Jinchuriki. It's the Raikage's brother. She exclaimed. Immediately, Naruto woke himself up as well. The two shinobi got out of bed and started to walk towards the door. Naruto opened the door, revealing Killer Bee, who had a large grin on his face. Yo, what's up number 9? Glad I got here on time. I was thinking you are asleep, and you wouldn't hear a peep. He stated. I was asleep. Naruto admitted with another yawn as he crossed his arms. What's up, Killer Bee, right? The Hakabi Jinchuriki shook his head. Just call me B, we aren't enemies, you see? We both got a Biju in our blood, so we have to be buds. B extended his right fist out to Naruto, holding it out for a fist bump. Naruto looked at the man in confusion for a brief second before he shrugged his shoulders, a smirk developing on his face. Well, that's true, yeah. He said with a chuckle. We're both Jinchuriki. We got to stick together. Naruto brought his fist forward, fist-bumping Killer Bee. His eyes widened, however, as a wave of feelings rushed over his body. He focused in on the Jinchuriki in front of him. He could feel a rush of sincerity coming from him. He could feel his loyalty and a desire for friendship coming from him. The Uzumaki was uncertain where these feelings were coming from, but he just felt them. They felt very real and warm. After a few seconds, Killer Bee broke their fist bump. He nodded his head, the grin on his face seemingly widening. Looks like I was right about you, you're a good dude, who? Killer Bee exclaimed, pumping his fist into the air. Huh. Hinata blinked in confusion as she stepped forward. Killer Bee then turned his attention towards her and held out his fist towards her. Hinata stared at him in confusion, tightening her head slightly. Why are you looking at me like that, you chump? Have you really never done a fist bump? Killer Bee asked, extending his fist forward even more. I'm just gonna leave my hand dangling, so don't go leaving me hanging. Hinata briefly looked over towards Naruto. The Uzumaki nodded his head, giving his girlfriend a thumbs up. With a sigh, Hinata turned her head towards Killer Bee and brought her hand forward as well, touching his fist with hers. Immediately, the same feelings rushed over, feelings of warmness, sincerity, and camaraderie. Her eyes widened at how warm and real the feelings were to her. A few seconds passed by and the two broke their fist bump. Killer Bee nodded his head, still grinning. So the same is true with you as well. You, Hyuga Hinata, seem like a pretty cool belle. He declared. What was that? She asked, looking at her fist. What were those feelings just there? It felt as if he was communicating his emotions to you, right? Naruto asked. Hinata nodded her head, which caused Naruto to smile lightly. Yeah, that's what I felt too. I don't know how, but I just felt really good. Truth be told, it's sorta hard to describe. Let's just say I sent you all good vibes. Killer Bee answered. I just wanted you both to know what I feel, and that any promises and words I make are real. Ah. Hinata's eyes widened slightly in realization. A frown developed on her face. You think we didn't trust you all, didn't you? Well, I gathered you in particular didn't like Kyumo. Or perhaps it's just the other half of the A and B duo. The Hakabi Jinchuriki frowned. I know it's probably not my responsibility, but I ought to apologize for my bro's hostility. Why, you don't need to apologize for him, Hinata said, her frown deepening. He was aggressive, yes, but that's nothing for you to apologize for. Remember, you and I just shared feelings. So no need to lie, I can hear your inner truth squealing. Killer Bee noted. He was quiet for a second as he brought his hand to his chin. I don't make excuses for my bro's behavior. But he was a different man back then, trying to act a lot like his father, the Sandaime Raikage, and do the same things he did. So you're saying he's a changed guy? Naruto questioned, crossing his arms. Hinata sighed. I don't know if I can fully ever believe that. I shared my feelings with you. You know what I feel about my brother. I wouldn't lie about it. Killer Bee said. Then again, suppose you could think I'm biased. He is my brother after all. It's just, well, if you know my feelings, then you know why it's difficult for me to just forgive him. Hinata said, her frown turning into a scowl. I don't think I can dash. I'm not trying to make you forgive him. The Kumo shinobi corrected. I'm just explaining. And hoping to get across that our village and yours means well with this. And hope we can keep working together, even after this Akatsuki thing is taken care of. That'd be nice, yeah. Naruto nodded his head. It doesn't do any of us much good if our villages stay hating each other forever. That's true. Hinata said. She was quiet for a moment as her face started to relax. A small smile developed on her lips as she nodded back at the Hakabi Jinchuriki. I know what you're trying to say and do, B. I appreciate it. And I promise my issue with Kumo is just about that incident with your brother. I don't hate your village or its people. And if Konoha wanted to work with your village, I'd support it. Killer Bee grinned back in response as he lifted his hand, giving the Hyuga a thumbs up. Hyuga Hinata, that was well said. Now, sorry for bothering you both, go to bed. Huh. Naruto blinked as the man turned around and started to walk out. That was all you wanted to talk about. We have more time to chat after tomorrow's combat. Killer Bee declared. I just wanted to make sure y'all understood and that we're all good. So with that off my chest, it's time for us to rest. With those words, Killer Bee walked off, waving goodbye to the two Konoha shinobi alone in their bedroom. They stared at the passing figure of the man for a moment before they finally closed the door and looked back at each other. That was interesting. Hinata noted. It was. Naruto nodded his head. A smile developed on his lips. He's a cool guy, though. Would love to get to know him more. I think that'd be a good idea. For both of us. Hinata admitted, smiling as well. I think I'd like to as well. Both Naruto and Hinata walked back to bed together. They were able to fall asleep rather peacefully, as if the conversation they had kept them at peace. Ugh. Teiwa yawned as she came back into Han's home. The spymaster of Konoha had spent the past few days trying to dig up information about growing anti-Konoha sentiments in IWA but was not receiving anything new. After stumbling into a rally by chance the first night, Teiwa had managed to learn next to nothing about the rise of anti-Konoha sentiment. Teiwa wandered into the kitchen. Han was sitting down at the dining table, reading a scroll. His eyes briefly looked up to Teiwa as she entered the room. He tipped his straw cap at her, but she had seemingly no reaction to it, which caused his eyebrow to raise. You seem tired. He noted. No shit. Teiwa grumbled as she took a seat at the table as well. Guess I'm being a little spoiled cause of the gold mine of info I got when I first got here, but as of right now, I've gotten nothing to report back other than that. Well, from my understanding of things, Kurotsuke, Risho, and Roto busted up Suzumibaki's rally, yes? Han asked. Teiwa nodded his head. Then that's why. She and her brothers are probably planning another rally with stronger arguments, in case my former students hijack it again. They'll want their perspectives better appreciated. Makes sense. But I'm surprised that a lot of the locals here aren't talking about it that much. Teiwa mumbled. I've tried probing a few people about their feelings for Konoha, but no one's giving me an answer on things. Well, you have to understand. Even if you come across like a traveler, they can't confirm that you are one. Perhaps you're an undercover agent of Onaki. Or maybe you're an ally to Suzumibuki and her brothers. Without knowing that, people are not going to discuss their opinions with you. The Jinchuriki noted. Ugh. Such bullshit. The Uzumaki hissed. A chuckle escaped Han's lips. You do not seem very patient for an intelligence expert. I get the job done and I'll take as long as I need to. Even if it takes me for fucking ever. She crossed her arms. Truth be told, I'm not quite certain why the people care so much about the words of the Kamaizura clan. They obsess over their words for their lineage, but is Onaki not the current that such a kitsch? Shouldn't his opinion have equal merit? Han asked. Honestly, I still have trouble understanding the logic of you humans. Sometimes, a name alone holds too much power in an argument. He sighed, shaking his head. It also is interesting me that they're gaining so much support only by vocalizing anti-Konoha sentiments. Are there not other, potentially more important positions towards IWA? I mean, you're the IWA shinobi. Teiwa said, snorting. You tell me. Honestly, I don't know. I'm out of touch with most of IWA. Han admitted. And you wonder why I thought you lived in some mountainside cottage. Teiwa mumbled under her breath. She spoke her words quietly, but Han still managed to hear them. An annoyed sigh escaped his lips. He proceeded to stand up, walking towards the fridge in his kitchen. Have you eaten, Teiwa-san? I can make you something. Perhaps brew you some tea dash. Don't take this the wrong way, but it's a hell no on the tea. Teiwa shook her head. A smile developed on her lips. But if you're offering some food, I'll take it. Thanks. You humans and your weak tongues. Han shook his head. You say that, but you know you love us. The Uzumaki stated, sticking her tongue out. Love is a strong word. Don't hate is perhaps more accurate. Han replied, chuckling. I suppose anything spicy is off the table for you. I'll prepare some sushi. Legit? Make me sushi. Teiwa blinked in response. The Jinchuriki nodded his head, which caused her smile to widen. I literally just shit-talked you and your response is to make me dinner. You know, you're a good guy, Han. Thanks. Well, I hardly ever have anyone ever. It would probably be embarrassing if I failed the one person in years I've ever had over here that's not one of my students or Rashi. He said with a chuckle. A frown crossed over Teiwa's lips. She caught the loneliness in the man's joking. Despite his words and demeanor, it came across to her that he really did want more company. He probably needs more friends. Maybe even a girlfriend. She noted. A small blush crept over Teiwa's face. You know, he was kinda hot when he wasn't wearing that full body armor and shit. Maybe. Hey Han. She asked, unusually hesitantly. How old are you? He turned to her as he placed a salmon on a cutting board, raising his eyebrow at her. 30. Why? No reason. She mumbled, crossing her arms and looking away. I'm 18. He's 30. Teiwa immediately shook her head. Nah, I'd date an older man, but not that much older. Hard pass. You know, you need some company in your life. Someone at least. She noted. In any spare time I have, I'm going to try and look for a girlfriend for you. Immediately, Han face-palmed. He ran his hand down his face, pulling down his mask and showing his deep, frustrated scowl. Kuratsuki and Roto are already pestering me about that. I don't need you doing that as well. He grumbled as he turned his attention back to the fish on his cutting board. Try and find someone all you like, but not a single person in this village would give dating me a chance, nor will you find anyone I'd be interested in. You say that, but I'll find someone. Teiwa said confidently, a grin developing on her lips. You know how Naruto is, I'm the same way. Us Uzumaki can be stubborn assholes about something we put our minds on. Believe me, I already know that. Han continued to grumble as he began cutting the fish. I'll even look outside of the village. Maybe your future girlfriend isn't from IWA and dash. Taewya-san, I am making you food. The Jinchuriki interrupted. Unless you want poison-flavored sushi, drop it. A snort escaped Taewya's lips. Challenge accepted then. In addition to the current mission of learning more about anti-Konoha sentiment in IWA and her personal mission of discovering displaced Uzumaki in the elemental nations, Uzumaki Taewya now had one more personal mission to add to her list: find Han a girlfriend, somewhere in the elemental nations. And you best be damned sure that Uzumaki Taewya will never fail a mission. Ever. Ah. Finally made it. Shikamaru sighed in relief. As the sun began to rise, Shikamaru, Doso, and Susumu arrived in Tsuki no Kuni. The three shinobi stopped moving for a brief moment, taking in the rocky terrain of the new country. Now, it's time to find those missing ninja. Susumu noted. Do we know where to start looking? Well, we know they will not be in any village near Uegakure. The last thing they want to do is come into contact with any shinobi that could capture them. Doso noted as he pulled out a map of the area. From the reports we have on the Kanjiki twins, however, suggests they do linger in an area for longer than they should. They were reported as being in Dakutsu village, yes. Doso pointed to village relatively close to the border with Sora no Kuni. Shikamaru nodded his head. Yeah, that's where I assume they'd be still. Perhaps in a village nearby there. He stated. We should hurry then. We can make it to the area by nightfall latest. Susumu noted. If they are in the area, then we get maybe fight them tonight. With those words, the Konoha shinobi continued to move forward through Tsuki no Kuni, heading towards Dakutsu village and, hopefully, their fight with the Kanjiki twins. These two better be here, so we can bring them back to IWA. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed on the road forward. Kuratsuki, we'll be there soon. Morning came in Shimogakure. As the villagers started carrying out with their day, the groups of Konoha and Kyumo shinobi walked independently of each other towards a single destination, towards the outskirts of the village. The various passers-by turned to focus on the shinobi, hypothesizing what they were doing and where they were going. They were lost in their speculation so hard that not a single person noticed the two shinobi that had just entered the village. Taking no effort to hide their identity, as instructed, Abarame Torin and Yamanaka Fu walked into the village. They focused in on the villagers, taking in the hushed whispers of the crowds. Kyumigakure is here. The Raikage is here. Just as Danzo-sama predicted. Fu noted. We should attempt the assassination, then. Torin stated. However, the Godame Hokage is here and it appears like the groups are going to converge together. Danzo-sama wants us to paint our attack as an act of Konoha. We can't attack with the Hokage in the area, as they could fight back. Fu said, bringing his hand to his chin. Let's stay back for now. Leave them be. They will separate at some point. We'll have time to plan out a legitimate assassination attempt either tonight or tomorrow morning while both leaders are here. And we'll definitely tip off the Raikage against Konoha. The two remained silent for a moment as they continued to walk through the village streets. As Danzo-sama stated, we are most likely going to die. Torin noted. Are you okay with this, Fu? Of course. Any role that we can fill to advance Danzo-sama's will shall lead to the betterment of Konoha. This is for the best. Fu stated. His eyebrow rose slightly. Are you second-guessing this, Torin? Unlike you to show hesitation. It's not hesitation. I was just curious. The Abarame replied. I am making peace with this decision. Either we succeed in assassinating one of the largest threats against Konoha and create a power vacuum in the enemy state, or we will die but advance Konoha's interests. This is the best potential use for our lives. I agree. The Yamanaka nodded his head. I made peace long ago with my own death. My apologies for going off topic. Regardless, let's get to planning. Torin said. With those words, the two root agents disappeared into the shadows, without a single Shimo resident noticing them at all. At the edge of Shimogakure was a large training ground that was covered in large snow-covered rock stalagmites that stuck out of the earth. There were a few training posts and dummies set up around the training ground and along the stalagmites, but they had no tears on them nor any signs of damage, suggesting that they had never been used before. The Konoha and Kyumo shinobi both arrived at the training ground almost simultaneously. Ikki was already at the training ground. The daimyo was sitting in a fancy, jewel-covered chair at the edge of the training ground, alone. He turned to face the groups of shinobi as they approached him and frowned. "This is seriously the place you all picked to fight at? I have an elaborate stadium for competition in the center of town." Ikki spoke. It had a cafeteria, multiple seats with comfortable cushions for all observing, seals placed on the walls that helped keep the seating areas nice and warm and protected from jutsu crossfires, and a really cramped fighting space for the shinobi involved. Jiraiya cut off the daimyo, frowning. His eyes scattered the training ground around them. This was the most open, bare area that works for the type of fight. But even this, why is this your best training area for your shinobi? And more importantly, why is it not even used? All the target equipment looks brand new. Well, the Shimo shinobi prefer a more comfortable training ground. Ikki mumbled, poking his hands together. Ikki, you and I can discuss the quality of your shinobi's training later. He interrupted, crossing his arms as he turned to face Jiraiya. Anyway, let's not delay this. Yo. Say. Ho. It's time to go. Killer Bee shouted as he quickly jumped forward. Doing a backflip midair, Killer Bee landed directly atop one of the snow-covered stalagmites in the training ground, standing atop it with one foot as he pointed his right hand at Yujito. "How's that for an entrance? Now, it's your turn, princess," he shouted. "Did you just?" A scowl developed on Yujito's face as she walked forward as slowly as she possibly could. "Quit forcing your dumb raps, I'm not a princess bee." A frown developed on the Hakusebi Jinchuriki's face. That was a compliment, ya fool. "No need to be rude, ya fool." Immediately, the observing shinobi all felt an overpowering desire to sigh. These two seemed to get along. Hinata's eyes moved between the two Jinchuriki. Did he just rhyme, fool with fool? Kanji thought to himself. Is this the type of shinobi Kyumo produces? Katsumi questioned, her eyes narrowing in on B. The bingo books have to be lying. Suzuki shook his head. There's no fucking way this idiot can be as serious of a threat as they say. Well, if you all are ready to get this going, then why wait? Naruto said with a shrug as he walked forward. He cracked his knuckles as he approached the battlefield. So, any specifics about the battle? Fight until either group surrenders or until one group is unconscious. Yujito suggested. Kyumo brought a medical ninja, so he will tend to the wounds of the losers. As if on cue, C raised his hand, drawing attention to himself. Yes, I'm a skilled medic. So please, feel free to give me something actually worth my time as a medic. Go hard. This will be an exhibition to see how the mission goes. E said sharply. So, give it your all. No need to tell me twice. My blades are itching and ready to slice. Killer Bee declared. I'm ready as well. Fu exclaimed as she clapped her hands together, grinning. With those words, Fu quickly rushed to the center of the battlefield. She passed Naruto, who sped up to match her pace. Good luck, Naruto-sensei. Hanabi shouted. Kick their ass. Katsumi exclaimed. You do great too, Fune. Kanji added. Naruto-kun, your students are good cheerleaders. Hinata chuckled to herself. Her eyes then moved towards the Uzumaki and his partner. Fu-san, Naruto, good luck. Neither he nor his bodyguards said anything to the Kyumo Jinchuriki. They were quiet as the four participants got into the center of the training ground. Naruto and Fu crept downward slightly, preparing to charge forward. Yujito got into a similar position, crouching downward. Killer Bee remained on the stalagmite. Within seconds, however, he jumped off the stalagmite and pulled out all 7 swords from the scabbards on his back. As the Hakusebi Jinchuriki was flying in the air, he managed to catch all 7 swords and hold onto them unorthodoxly. He used both elbows, his left armpit, his right leg, his stomach, his neck, and his mouth to hold on to each blade. He managed to land gracefully on his left leg, standing directly next to Yujito. Wait, that wasn't an aesthetic? That guy's going to fight with 7 swords. Katsumi's eyes widened. For real? Is that even possible? Alright, let's begin. Time for Kumo to win. Killer Bee shouted loudly as he jumped forward. Despite moving with only a single foot, the Hakubi Jinchuriki quickly closed the distance between himself and Naruto. He attempted to slice at Naruto with the sword in his right elbow, but the Uzumaki jumped back just in time. Killer Bee then flipped forward more, swinging the blade he held with his right leg. Naruto ducked in time just as Killer Bee flew above him. His sword managed to cut at Naruto's right sleeve, just barely missing skin. What the hell? So this guy is actually able to use all 7 swords then? Naruto realized. That's insane. Yujito rushed forward at Naruto, extending her hands. As she moved, her fingernails proceeded to grow, turning into long, sharp claws. Within seconds, the Nibi Jinchuriki swiped her claws at Naruto, who jumped backwards again and made a hand sign. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a poof of smoke, the area was covered with hundreds of Naruto clones that surrounded the original Enfu. All clones got into position, ready to charge forward. Alright, so you two fight quick and fight aggressively. Good to know. The original Naruto spoke, cracking his knuckles. Guess we'll have to fight just as hard as well. Yup. And I'll need to get in on the action myself. Fu added as she started to channel chakra into her fists. Within seconds, her hands were covered in chakra threads, forming cocoons around her fists. The original Naruto snapped a finger, causing a handful of his clones to make a hand sign before sinking into the earth. The remaining clones proceeded to charge forward, heading towards Yujito. Before they could reach her, however, Killer Bee fell back onto the battleground, crashing in between the clones, dispelling a few of them upon impact. 30 of Naruto's clones surrounded the Jinchuriki and quickly closed in, each of them charging at the man. Bee proceeded to dodge every attack the clones tried to make on them and return with a slice of one of his 7 swords, dispelling them on impact. The remaining clones continued to focus in on the Hakubi Jinchuriki, trying to overpower him. With the clones distracted by Bee, Yujito charged forward at the original Naruto. Before she could reach him, however, Fu jumped in between and charged at her, extending her fists. The two shinobi then struck at each other, Fu's cocoon-covered fist colliding with Yujito's claws, parrying each other. The two continued to strike, with Fu's fists getting blocked by Yujito's claws while Yujito's cuts were blocked by Fu's cocoon. Your cocoon is strong, I can say. My claws I've found are useful in piercing most armor, so I'm impressed that they're holding up on your fists like that. Yujito admitted as she swung her claws again. Thanks. Fu replied with a grin as she sidestepped away and attempted to deliver a punch to Yujito's face. The Kumo shinobi blocked with her left claw, unable to even be pushed back. Your claws are durable as well. I should have normally overwhelmed you in a fist fight. Well, what can we say, I guess. We're both Jinchuriki. An orthodox fight isn't going to cut it. Yujito said, grinning as she jumped back, putting distance between herself and Fu. Fire style, rodent hairball. Yujito proceeded to spit, forming a hairball that was completely encased in fire. The fireball took the shape of a rat as it charged forward at Fu. The Nanabi Jinchuriki sidestepped, avoiding the attack. The fire hairball made contact with the ground but did not extinguish itself. Instead, it multiplied, turning into multiple fire hairballs, all resembling mice. The mice then started to charge forward, both at Fu and Naruto. What the hell are those things? Fu asked, looking at them in disgust as she jumped away. Are those actual rats? They're hairballs. Yujito answered, crossing her arms with a smirk. Okay, that's gross. Naruto admitted with a shiver as he started to jump back as well. A frown developed on Yujito's face and her eye twitched. Alright then. Well, if it's gross, let's see how you deal with more. Within seconds, Yujito proceeded to release more and more spit, which turned into flaming balls of hairballs, all resembling mice. Within seconds, The battlefield was covered with the fire mice that all continued to pursue Naruto and Fu. Okay, I'm with Naruto-sensei. That's disgusting. Katsumi declared, frowning. I hate mice. And those are actually hairballs? What the hell? Well, she is the Nibi Jinchuriki. Two-tailed cat. Makes sense. C said, shrugging his shoulders. Making sense or not, it's a useful technique. It's rather easy for Yujito to zone an enemy with them. E declared, a grin on his face. A prime shinobi of Kumo. One of our best. It's unique, but I'm certain Naruto-kun and Fusan will handle it. Hinata spoke up. While you are all focusing on that, is anyone looking at the other Jinchuriki? Sasuke questioned. All eyes turned to see Killer B, who was currently flipping around the battlefield, dispelling clone after clone. Not a single clone so far had been able to touch him, and B was effortlessly dispelling them, none of his 7 blades ever missing its mark. I've actually never heard of this 7-sword style of Kenjutsu. It's unique alright. Looks like something most shinobi could never do. Jiraiya admitted, his eyes glued on him. But it's outstanding. B's disturbance style. E clarified. He's a pain in the ass to fight. Impossible to predict. Combines dance and acrobatics with Kenjutsu. Not a single person could replicate it, I think. But B isn't a normal shinobi, so he wouldn't have a normal fighting style. He can definitely overwhelm someone with it, especially some clones. Naruto-kun, don't let them overpower you. Hinata's eyes narrowed in on the Uzumaki. You can do it. Okay, this is starting to get really annoying. Fu hissed as she started to channel the Nanabi's chakra. Within seconds, Fu's body was covered in red chakra with her tails forming, creating wings on her back. She immediately flew into the air, getting away from all the fire mice. Oh? Are we breaking out our Biju's chakra already? Yujito questioned, grinning. I can follow suit, you know. Within seconds, Yujito began to channel the Nibi's chakra. Red chakra surrounded her body, causing her appearance to turn more feral and creating 2 tails of red chakra around her body. As the chakra began to surround her, the fire hairballs on the ground proceeded to grow larger, seemingly enhanced by her chakra. The mice on the ground proceeded to all turn their focus on Naruto. The Uzumaki found himself surrounded by the mice. They proceeded to rush forward at the blonde, who proceeded to make a hand sign. Fuinjutsu, Earth Collapse. As the balls of flaming mice hairballs charged forward at Naruto, the ground underneath them started to glow a dark brown color. The ground then opened up, creating an island around Naruto's feet while the rest of the earth caved in and causing the mice to plummet into the ground. Upon making contact with the ground, they all ignited, creating a massive firestorm. However, the hole managed to contain the fire, preventing it from spreading. Fuinjutsu? When did you make the seals? Yujito questioned. Did you prepare them ahead of our battle? Then how did you plant them without me noticing dash? The ground underneath Yujito's feet started to crack open. Her eyes widened as she stepped back just in time for the ground to cave in under her. The ground she then stepped onto started to crack as well. This time, as she stepped back, a clone of Naruto jumped out from underneath, a Rasengan formed in its hand. That's how. The original Naruto said with a smirk. You sent clones underneath while you sent a massive amount to attack B and myself. Smart. Yujito acknowledged as she crept downward. However, I hope that's not all you've had them do underground. I haven't even touched the surface of what I can do. Yujito proceeded to lunge forward, quickly closing the distance between herself and Naruto. Upon landing on the ground of the island, her claws ignited, covering themselves in flames. Whoa! Naruto gasped as he jumped back, landing from the island back onto the main ground of the training field. That's dash. Yujito cut him off as she jumped forward again and swung her claws. As Naruto attempted to jump away, her claws slashed at his shoulder, drawing blood and catching the edge of his clothes on fire. Naruto winced in pain as he exhaled a stream of air onto his shoulder, putting out the fire. What were you going to say there? Yujito questioned, grinning. Cat got your tongue. Really? Naruto snorted, looking at the Nibi Jinchuriki with an amused snort. Did you actually say that? And didn't you just call Killer Bee's raps lame? Yujito's eye twitched once again. Don't compare a solid pun to his shitty rapping, dammit. Yujito immediately charged forward at Naruto, who immediately closed his eyes and started channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. Yeah, she's moving way too fast. Probably her own speed, probably cause of the Nibi. So I'll respond with yours, if that's okay, Kurama. Naruto said as red chakra started to surround him. Make sure you show Madarabi's host your strength. It'd be an embarrassment to lose to her. Kurama informed him. Within seconds, Naruto's body was completely surrounded by red chakra with chakra tails around him. He immediately channeled chakra into his hands, creating a Rasengan just as Yujito was about to slash at him. Rasengan. Naruto slammed the orb of chakra forward as Yujito slashed at it with her flaming claws. The result of the attack creating a massive explosion around the two, bringing up dust around them as both were shoved back by the force of the attack. Damn, I need to get in that. Fu noted as she started to fly downwards towards Yujito's position. She began to rotate her body in a circular pattern as she extended her fist outward. Takigaku or Hurricane. As Fu continued on her path forward, Killer Bee jumped forward directly in between them, swinging his swords directly at the girl. Killer Bee rotated his body in a circular pattern, creating a whirlwind around him of moving blades. The two moving hurricane forces collided with each other, stalemating in the sky. Within seconds, the two forces stopped moving and Killer Bee landed back on the ground, with Fu momentarily stopped. Damn girl, you spin fast. Getting hit by that attack must be a real blast. Killer Bee noted. His eyes moved around the battlefield, noticing Naruto's, Yujito's, and Fu's chakra shrouds, and he frowned. You all started a channeling party without me, the Killer Bee? Bad call, you'll see. I'll make you flee. Red chakra began to slowly surround Killer Bee's body. In addition to the tails of chakra that formed around his body, red horns of chakra formed by his head. So, they're all channeling the Biju's power. Jiraiya noted, rubbing his chin. Interesting. These shinobi, the JJ Jinchuriki, they are fierce, huh? Ikki stuttered out, his eyes darting between the four shinobi. They aren't GG going to go feral, are they? No. Hinata said sharply, crossing her arms. They wouldn't. I know we saw Naruto-sensei channel his chakra against the Kabuto guy in Suna, but I don't think I've seen anything like this. Hanabi noted, her eyes widening. This is incredible. You're right, girl, but this is nothing. He declared, crossing his arms. They're all only in version 1. They can go harder if they want. A grin developed on his face as his eyes focused in on the Hakusabi Jinchuriki. And B can go even further than that, if he wants to. What do you mean by that? Sasuke asked. The Raikage said nothing. The group remained still as they focused on the Jinchuriki. Having finished channeling his own Biju's chakra, Killer Bee and Yujito looked at each other, both nodding their heads. Immediately, they both rushed forward at Naruto. Fu jumped on Naruto and grabbed onto his shoulder, channeling the Nanabi's chakra. Green chakra started to escape her body, forming a giant cocoon around her and Naruto's body. Killer Bee and Yujito, however, continued to charge forward, undeterred. Bee's horns started to seemingly grow in size and his body started to radiate electricity while Yujito's claws grew sharper and the fire around her claws changing color to blue flames. Lightning style, lariat. Great cat claw attack. Bee slammed the chakra horns on his head into the cocoon as Yujito slashed at the other side of the cocoon. Both attacks at the same time caused the cocoon to shake and the chakra threads holding it up to start unraveling. What the hell? Fu's eyes widened. Kakuzu and Haiden weren't able to destroy it even. How did they figure out how to do it? This is bad, yeah. Naruto bit his lip. I think they're the type that we can't let just keep attacking us. They'll overwhelm us if we stay defensive. So we need to fight hard. No defense or running away. Just go all out. The Uzumaki brought his right thumb to his mouth and bit down, drawing blood, and began to make hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Just as the cocoon finally unraveled, a poof of smoke filled the air. When the smoke disappeared, a large aquamarine toad wearing an orange sash and wielding 2 katanas could be seen. The toad stood directly behind Naruto and Fu, crossing his arms as he assessed Killer Bee and Yujito. "You summoned a toad, and raised the difficulty mode, but pretty soon, that thing will hit the road," Killer Bee declared as he jumped forward. "Gamahiro, these two aren't to be taken lightly," Naruto told the toad as he brought his fingers together. "Let's do this." The large aquamarine toad, Gamahiro, nodded his head silently as he reached for his katanas. Killer Bee rushed forward at the 2 Jinchuriki and attempted to cut at Fu, but the giant toad intercepted with one of his own swords. Undaunted, Bee jumped further into the air, directly at Gamahiro's face. He attempted to cut the toad in the face, but Gamahiro opened his mouth and exhaled a large amount of air, creating a gust of wind that quickly blew Killer Bee away. "Knocking me back like I'm some fly, but it'll take more than that to splat this guy," Killer Bee shouted as he quickly recovered on his feet and charged again. As Killer Bee charged forward at Gamahiro, the large toad jumped forward at him, slamming one of his katanas into the ground. The Kumo shinobi avoided the attack and continued to fly into the air. The toad tried to breathe out another gust of wind at Bee's flying figure, but Bee started to descend faster in the air, barely avoiding the attack. He landed on the toad's arm and was about to rush up the body, but Fu flew forward at him, her body rotating in a circular pattern. Takigaku or hurricane. Fu's body, rotating like a tornado, crashed into Bee as he was about to reach the toad's head. She knocked him off the giant toad and pulled him back to the ground. She tried to drill his body into the ground, but he managed to pull himself away from her attack just in time to avoid the attack. Yujito, noticing that Bee had the attention of the giant toad and Fu, turned her attention solely on Naruto. She closed the distance between the two and slashed at the Uzumaki. Naruto moved back in time, avoiding the claws, but Yujito proceeded to breathe out onto the claws, causing some of the blue flames on her finger to fly out from her fingers directly onto Naruto's face. "Ugh!" Naruto growled in pain. He quickly opened his mouth and breathed out a massive gust of wind that extinguished the flames. A smirk developed on Yujito's face as she charged at Naruto once again. Still a little dazed from her last attack, Naruto was unable to move away this time as Yujito quickly slashed at him, cutting into his left side. He hissed in pain, but Yujito quickly jumped back and charged from another angle, cutting at him on his right side. "Ugh!" Naruto groaned as he fell to his knees, gripping his side. Her slashes but cut into his body and burned at him, causing him to wince heavily. "Where's the bravado from earlier?" Yujito questioned with a smirk as she jumped into the air directly above Naruto's body. She angled her body downward and started to fall down, her claws aimed at cut at him again. "You can't be seriously done yet." "Not even close," Naruto replied as he clapped his hands together, adamantine sealing chains. Just as Yujito was about to reach Naruto, chains developed from Naruto's back and rocketed towards her. The chains surrounded her body, trapping her in them and preventing her from fully reaching him. They then slammed down, smashing Yujito against the ground. The Kumo shinobi coughed up blood in response. Uzumaki Naruto Elemental Barrage. The ground underneath the battlefield broken up again, revealing 4 Naruto clones that got into position. The 4 clones released a barrage of elemental jutsu, one breathing out a massive fireball, one releasing a deluge of water, the third creating a barrage of rock bullets, and the fourth channeling a wave of electricity from its hands, while the original Naruto breathed out a massive gust of wind. The 5 elemental attacks collided into Yujito's body, causing her to shout in as the combined attacks kicked up dust all around her. "Is this more what you were expecting, Yujito?" Naruto asked, smirking. "I can do a whole lot more if you want to see more." "I'd love to see more, so fight me, you bore," Killer Bee shouted. The Uzumaki turned his head just in time to see Bee racing towards him. Gamahiro jumped in between the two and swung his blade at Bee, but the Hakusabi Jinchuriki jumped into the air, avoiding the attack. He proceeded to spit out of his mouth, creating black spots of ink that landed on the ground. Within seconds, the ink started to rise and change shape, resembling clones of Killer Bee. Ink clones. Naruto's eyes narrowed in on them. As Naruto tensed up, ready to jump away from the ink clones, The clones charged at Gamehiro's body. While the giant toad swung his katanas, cutting into them and causing the ink to splash onto the ground, a few clones made contact with the giant toad's body. Within seconds, their bodies started to lose shape, forming black dye that slowly started to cover Gamehiro's body. Fuinjutsu, octopus hold. He knows Fuinjutsu too. Naruto's eyes widened. Within seconds, the black dye completely spread over Gamehiro's body. The toad struggled to pull himself away, but the ink rooted him in place. The original Killer Bee then jumped into the air directly above Gamehiro's body. He started to descend rapidly, extending his chakra horns as he aimed for the toad's head. Before Bee could make contact with him, however, the toad disappeared in a poof of smoke. A smirk developed on Bee's face as he landed back on the ground gracefully. Smart Toad knew what would happen, saw no escape after I trapped him. He would have been knocked out, so he had to leave our bout. Killer Bee declared as he turned his attention towards Naruto. Summon another toad and it will be the same, those big targets will be sent back in shame. Naruto shook his head in response, frowning. Fu immediately landed back on the ground next to Naruto's side, frowning as well. I tried to focus on this guy, but he won't stand still. I can't pin him down at all, he just keeps moving. It's almost impossible to predict his movements. Fu said. It's really annoying. I can see. Naruto noted. He was about to say something else, but he felt a tug on the chains in his back. His eyes widened as a sigh escaped his lips. Well, we have the other to worry about as well. Within seconds, the chains started to break, causing what remained on them to return back to Naruto's body. The cloud of smoke from Naruto's jutsu finally dissipated as Yujito rushed out of it towards them with blood dripping from wounds all over on her body and a scowl on her lips. That was the infamous sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, how interesting. They were a bitch to get off. She said, gritting her teeth. Durable as all the history books describe them as. Damn right they are. Look, this is getting fun and all, but let's spice up this brawl. We don't got all day. So what do you say? Killer Bee asked. What do you mean? Fu questioned. Killer Bee's response was to smirk and snap his fingers. Immediately, the chakra around his body started to turn an even darker red color and started to meld into his skin. Within seconds, he was completely covered by the chakra. Version 2 already? Yujito asked, smirking herself. The same dark red chakra surrounded her body as well, completely covering her body and making her appearance even more feral. Once again, fine by me. They're both entering version 2. Fu bit her lip as her heart started to beat faster and faster. Oh god. Version 2. Kanji repeated the phrase. Naruto told me you all saw him enter the phase when he fought Kabuto that one night. Jiraiya noted, crossing his arms. It's the next phase of Jinchuriki Chakra where they are able to access even more of their Biju's power and chakra, if they are able to control it, that is. It's the known limit of how much power a Jinchuriki is able to control of their Biju. He smirked, crossing his arms. You don't know, then. What's that supposed to mean? Hinata asked, narrowing her eyes on the Raikage. They can go further. For starters, they could be able to transform into the Biju itself. He noted. Would that not kill the Jinchuriki, though? Sasuke asked. I've read dash. Whatever you've read, you're wrong. The Raikage affirmed. You're saying B and Yujito can do it, then? Jiraiya said. They can literally transform into their Biju and control it. They won't do it for a simple spar. But they can. He admitted. And if these two can't, then they'll stand no chance against either of them. Naruto-kun. Hinata bit her lip, her eyes moving back to the Uzumaki. Well, if they're going at it like this, then we have to match them. Naruto said as he started to channel more chakra. Dark red chakra surrounded Naruto's body as well, melding into his skin and turning more and more feral. 9 tails of chakra began to develop on his body as he started to crack his muscles, preparing to strike. He turned his head to Fu and nodded his head. You ready, Fu? He asked. Aye. The Nanabe Jinchuriki breathed in for a moment as she closed her eyes. I can't control my version 2. You can't. Naruto's eyes widened in response. I thought you used it in the fight against Haiden. I can only use it sparingly, if even that. She admitted, frowning. I just haven't dash. Before she could finish her statement, Killer Bee charged forward at the two, extending out his chakra horns. Fu immediately flew into the air, clapping her hands together. Secret Jutsu, Cocoon Grip. Chakra thread started to develop on the ground, forming into a large, sticky webbing. Killer Bee jumped into the air, attempting to chase Fu into the sky, but the webbing leaped from the ground, grabbing onto his legs. The webbing pushed him back to the ground. You'll need more than that to hold me back, cause I'm Killer Bee and nothing stops my attacks. He shouted in response as he applied more force onto his feet. Killer Bee managed to jump into the air, overpowering the webbing and flew into the air towards Fu. The Nanabe Jinchuriki proceeded to fly further into the air, avoiding Bee's oncoming attack. In response, one of Killer Bee's changed shape, turning into what resembled a large, brown octopus tail that reached up into the sky and grabbed onto Fu's body. Ah! She hissed as she tried to pull herself out. What the hell is that? Naruto's eyes widened. Float like a butterfly, string like a bee, and with the grip of an octopus, that's me. Killer Bee shouted as he swung his octopus tail downward. Fu's body collided with the earth hard, causing her to cough up blood upon impact. She slowly pulled herself off the ground, but Yujito rushed to her side, her entire hands covered in blue fire as she prepared to cut into her. Fuinjutsu, Protective Winds. Naruto quickly tossed a kunai with a sealing tag on it in between Fu and Yujito. The seal started to glow light blue before it released a barrage of winds from the tag that surrounded Fu's body. The wind forced Yujito back as Naruto charged at her, channeling chakra into his hands, creating a massive orb of chakra in his hands. Cat Flame Roaring Fire. Otama Raise Non. Yujito breathed out a massive fireball out of her mouth as Naruto rushed forward. He shoved the orb of chakra into the oncoming fireball, overpowering it and causing the fire to scatter onto the training ground them. Naruto continued to charge forward at Yujito, who smirked as she made a gesture with her right hand. Just as Naruto was about to reach her and shove the Raise Non into her, the flames on the ground raced back to her, forming smaller fireballs. The fireballs all collided with Naruto's back, causing him to groan in pain and for his jutsu to lose power. His Raise Non collided with Yujito's body, but it was much smaller and only knocked her back slightly. Damn, that hurts. Naruto groaned. He jumped back as Yujito attempted to slice at him with her claws. You guys hit really hard. I'm really impressed. Thanks. And you too, I admit, are resourceful. Yujito complimented back as she continued to slice at Naruto, who continued to dodge. Now, let's see what else you got up your sleeve. I got a ton more, actually. Naruto admitted as he held out his right hand. Adamantine Sealing Chain. As Yujito sliced at Naruto, a chain rushed out of Naruto's right palm, the chain blocking her claws. He then swung his hand, swinging the chain as a whip. Yujito jumped back, avoiding the attack. I have to admit, I was not expecting that Naruto kid to use the sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. I almost thought that name was a false flag. But I suppose it's true, he's a real Uzumaki. He noted. His mother must have been the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Interestingly enough, your village tried to make her a part of your own a couple of years ago. Jiraiya noted. A scowl developed on the Raikage's face as he crossed his arms. That was my father, Jiraiya. Don't think that relates back to me or my village now. Times are different. Hinata immediately bit into her lip, resisting the urge to speak. Bullshit. Naruto-sensei has so many different elements to his fighting style. Hanabi noted, bringing her hand to her chin in thought. Clones, summons, elemental jutsu, fuinjutsu, the Kyuubi's chakra. This is just another aspect. He's definitely a varied fighter. It's actually super intimidating. Kanji admitted. It's inspiring. Katsumi corrected, a grin developing on her lips. Makes me wonder if we could ever hope to be half the skilled shinobi he is. He's definitely something, yeah. Darui said. The shinobi turned their attention to the bodyguard, who had been quiet the whole time until that moment. He's definitely not drab or anything, probably cause it's not his first time fighting someone from Kumo before, but I wonder if he's got more. B and Yujito are definitely strong enough to keep him on his toes. And his partner, while initially looking strong, doesn't appear to be at the rest of everyone's level yet. That's true. C nodded in agreement as he stared at Fu, who was still breathing heavily with the winds from Naruto's Fuinjutsu around her body starting to fade. She's not in version 2 yet. Don't think she can enter it. She'll be next to useless in the rest of this fight. And in any fight to come against Akatsuki if she can't. He declared. Naruto and Yujito remained focused on their bout, Yujito's claws in his chain locked as they kept swinging, trying to gain the upper hand over the other. Fu watched the two fight with a mixture of awe and fear on her face. She took in a deep breath as she started to slowly channel chakra. Breathe, Fu. You can do this. They're all doing it, and if you can't, then you won't stand a chance here. You can do this, she told herself. She finished her breathing and the dark red chakra around her body started to meld into her skin. 7 wings developed on her back as she took in a deep breath. You can control this power. Just breathe, Fu, she told herself. Upon finishing channeling Komei's chakra, Killer Bee jumped to her side. He attempted to slice at her with one of his swords, but the kunoichi in the face, but Fu proceeded to fly into the air, avoiding his attack. Hell yeah, you've upped your power. Let's keep this fight good, don't let it sour. B declared as he jumped into the air. Killer Bee flew through the air towards Fu and swung his swords upward at her, but Fu continued to fly upward. She positioned her feet directly above his head and started to descend rapidly, her body rotating in a circle. Takigaku drill. Just as her feet would make contact with Killer Bee's face, the man parried with the sword held by his neck. Fu continued to apply more force, however, and managed to finally overpower his block, knocking the sword out and slamming herself into his body. He groaned as he was slammed into the dirt, dropping all remaining swords. Keep at it, Fu. Just keep stable, Fu told herself as she continued to drill into Bee's body. Within seconds, however, she felt pressure getting applied to her body. And no, he's still too strong. Bee managed to overcome Fu's attack and shoved her off his body. She was sent flying down the training ground, but managed to catch herself before she veered into one of the stalagmites. No. I can't let him overpower me like this. Fu grit her teeth. I can fight on his level. I have to fight on their level. That one had some real strength, remind me to keep you at arm's length. Killer Bee chuckled to himself. His eyes focused on Fu and noticed the anger on her face, causing him to frown. She seemed more angry than he had seen her so far. Miss 7, you seem stressed. Got something you need to get off your chest? No. She spat out. Just focus on the fight, damn it. Fu proceeded to fly rapidly at Killer Bee, rotating her body in a circle as chakra horns developed by her head, Komei Hurricane. Bee held out his hands to hold back against Fu's jutsu, but the collision of her attack proved too much. Bee was forced backwards in the training ground into one of the stalagmites. Fu continued to drill into him, causing the stalagmite, causing it to shatter instantly and forcing the man to roll into the ground. Damn, this hurts. She's taking this a bit too seriously. I feel a lot more aggression in this attack than before, Killer Bee noted as he pulled himself off the ground. He took in a moment to look at Fu's general demeanor. The Taki Kunoichi was breathing heavily and carried herself differently upon entering version 2. She was now continuously flying and was looking at him with anger in her eyes, anger that seemed to be aimed at everything around her. Bee's eyes widened as he realized what was going on. You can't control version 2, can you? He questioned. I can control it. Fu growled as she started to spin again, aiming at Bee again. Just watch me. Fu rushed over to him, creating another tornado-like cyclone around her body as she flew at him. Channeling more of the Haxabee's chakra, another of Killer Bee's tails turned into an octopus tentacle and reached out, grabbing onto Fu, putting a stop to her spinning before she could make contact with him. Fu groaned as she tried to pull herself out of Killer Bee's grip. Killer Bee opened his mouth, releasing black ink aimed for Fu's body. The Nanabe Jinchuriki, however, finally overpowered the octopus tentacle and pulled herself out. She then managed to fly away in time, avoiding the ink, and proceeded to open her mouth. Secret ninjutsu, scaled sneak jutsu. Fu breathed out a massive amount of fine, white powder that surrounded Killer Bee's body. The Hexabe Jinchuriki stood still for a moment and closed his eyes, blinded by the powder's light. Fu then started to flap her wings rapidly. The wings managed to generate flames that quickly made contact with the white powder, creating a massive firestorm that surrounded Killer Bee's body. The man groaned in pain as he started to grit his teeth. "Well? How does that feel? Does it look like I am not in control?" Fu shouted. "It definitely shows now." "You aren't," Killer Bee replied mentally. "You've allowed the emotions and raw power start to consume your mind. And if you continue like this..." All 8 of tails began to change shape, resembling octopus tentacles. He quickly swung the tails hard enough through the firestorm, creating enough force through the movement that the flames dissipated instantly. "No. Let's not let it get worse. Let's just end it now. I'll take this seriously and end this in 2 hits. Killer Bee mentally declared. He then jumped into the air, directly at Fu's flying form. Tailed Beast Lariat. Killer Bee's body came into contact with Fu's before she could get away, slamming his horns into her body. She coughed up in blood in response to the attack, but before she could properly respond to it, all of Bee's octopus tail reached onto her waist and restrained her. He then pulled her body up to his face as he extended his head forward towards hers. Headbutt. Killer Bee slammed his head against Fu's, his horn colliding with hers. The force of impact created a shockwave that raced through the battlefield, causing Naruto and Yujito to turn away from their stalemated fight and focus their attention on the fight. "What the?" Naruto mumbled. "B, are you taking this fight actually serious?" Yujito's eyes widened. Fu was forced out of Killer Bee's restraint and was sent flying into the ground, hard. The resulting impact created a massive crater in the ground. Upon hitting the ground, Fu's body began to return back to its original form, the dark red chakra completely fading. The Takigaku Kunoichi was unconscious on the ground with various cuts and bruises all over her body. Killer Bee turned his attention to the girl and placed his hand on her wrist, making sure he felt a pulse. Once he knew that she was simply unconscious, he turned his attention to Yujito and Naruto and stopped channeling the Hexabe's chakra. "The spar's over," he declared. "Huh?" Naruto blinked in response. "The spar's done?" Katsumi asked. "But isn't only one of them knocked out?" B wasn't rapping when he said that. C noted, frowning. "He's got something to say. Something serious." E crossed his arms. He knew his brother and knew that he still spoke lyrically, even when he had something serious to say. For him to drop his rapping meant that he wanted to be taken seriously with what he had to say. "Spar's over. Let's hear what B has to say." The group collectively nodded their heads and followed the Raikage into the training field, heading towards B. Both Naruto and Yujito stopped channeling chakra, their appearances turning to normal. They then hurried to Killer B, giving the man a confused expression. "We still had more to the fight," Yujito noted. "As far as I'm concerned, it's over," B said sharply, pointing at Fu's body. "Miss number 7 here just tried to channel more than she could of the Nanabe's chakra. I noticed a greater sense of aggression coming from her and wanted to end it right away." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "You and I fist bumped last night, Naruto. I am very sensitive to emotions and changes in emotions in other people," the Hexabe Jinchuriki stated, pointing directly at Fu. "And through feeling the force of her attacks after entering version 2, I could feel it. She was going to take this fight more seriously than a spar warranted. If the fight went on too much longer, it could potentially get worse. So she couldn't control her version 2 form," he said. The Jinchuriki all turned their heads, acknowledging the spectators that moved closer to the group. "That's disappointing. It's also understandable. I know it's rather taxing if one does not train in it frequently. Yujito added. She needs more training. Killer Bee declared. His eyes then moved to Naruto. As do you. Huh. Naruto blinked. But I was keeping up with you and Yujito dash. Have you gone further than version 2? Killer Bee asked. Further. Naruto blinked his head. What's further? Being able to transform your body into your Biju and control it. Yujito answered. Naruto's eyes widened in response, that. Why you can do that? Yujito nodded her head, both of us can. And it's something that you should be able to do. If the Akatsuki is really coming after us and has the strength of Uchiha Madara and some jackass with the Rinnegan, you need to be able to do that as well. You must be able to control the full strength of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Killer Bee said. His eyes then moved to Fu. And she's going to need to as well, which will require some work if she can't control version 2. So, at this rate, you believe the planned mission will fail? The Raikage noted, crossing his arms. At the current level, I think so. But there's a way around that. B said. He turned his attention to Jiraiya and E. There's that gap month between the second and third stages of the Chunin exams, yeah? I want that month exclusively with these guys. And the rest of the Jinchuriki. What? ES eyes widened. And what do you intend on doing with them during that month? Invite all 9 of us together to Shimagame, the island turtle, and train all month together until all 9 of us are at the same level of control. Killer Bee declared. While Jiraiya's, Yujito's, C's, and Darui's eyes all widened, the remaining Konoha shinobi all looked at the Hakusabi Jinchuriki in confusion. Shimagame. Island turtle. Naruto repeated. What does that mean? Sasuke questioned. B, you really want to? Yujito asked. You think it's that serious, huh? If Miss 7 here can't enter version 2 without full control, she won't be much help. And I'm sure it's not just her. I bet some of the others can't either. And to be honest, we all need to be able to enter Biju mode if we all want a chance to pull off this mission. Killer Bee declared. We dash. Absolutely not. The Raikage interrupted, scowling. B. You are forgetting 2 things. 1. Shimagame is a protected place and creature by our village. It cannot be seen or shared with non-Kyumo shinobi. And 2. You cannot suggest it is a good idea to train the Jinchuriki of foreign villages like Iwa or Kiri. The fucking Ichibai Jinchuriki is the current Godame Kaze cage. You want to simply make Suna a stronger village? Kiri? Iwa? Konoha? Do you just want to strengthen all the other shinobi villages? Bro. Killer Bee shook his head for a moment as he extended his fist outward. The Raikage glared at Bee's fist, but nodded his head and fist bumped the man. The 2 brothers stood still for a moment as they both exchanged feelings. ES feelings of Kyuumigaku's strength and the need to prioritize the survival of Kyuumo, but not through means of strengthening the other nations. Killer Bee's feelings of the need to train the other Jinchuriki and ensure that they all will have the strength to rout Akatsuki. Both feelings collided against each as they remained focused on each other. Neither E nor B moved from their spot for a minute, nor did they break eye contact. 1 minute quickly turned to 2, which turned into 3. What are they arguing about? Naruto asked, his eyes focusing in on B. After 5 minutes of silence, the 2 brothers finally broke their fist bump. A smug grin developed on B's face while he scowled, crossing his arms. Bastard. You have a point. The Raikage admitted. I'm the great Killer B, I see what needs to be seen. It's a feeling in my gut, I know what's what. B declared. Glad you see it too, now. You're so stubborn like a dumb cow. Well, you're rapping again, so you clearly feel like you got what you needed to. He groaned as he turned to face Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you and the Nanabi Jinchuriki are to be invited to a training session in Shimagame during the Chunin exams while the exams are taking place. B and Yujito will be overseeing it. A training session to gain more control over their Biju. Sasuke questioned. Not more control. Complete control. Yujito corrected. That's possible. Hinata's eyes focused in on Naruto. Being able to bring forth all of the Kyuubi's power. I'll send letters to the remaining villages to inform of this. All 9 will be gathered for this. He declared. He then turned to face Jiraiya and a scowl developed on his lips. You will not take advantage of this. Kyuumo is doing your village and the others a major favor in exchange for this. If I ever get the thought that you plan on using your Biju against us, then I will personally dash. I promise. Konoha will do no such thing. Jiraiya said, holding out his hand. That, I promise. Our villages aren't enemies. Not allies, either. He reminded. But not enemies. The Hokage reminded him. The two Kage remained silent for a moment as they stared at one another. With a sigh, he finally relented and shook Jiraiya's hand. Days almost over and still no new information. Teiwa grumbled. As the sun began to set over Iwa, Teiwa decided to let out some steam and relax, heading to a large tavern in the center of Iwa. Amongst the casinos and clubs of Otashiana district, Teiwa found a bar titled Cavern Brews and walked in. The bar's walls were painted dark brown, the floor of the bar was made out of stone, and the room had limited lighting, only a few lanterns dangling from the ceiling, that all contributed to the cave aesthetic. Teiwa immediately hurried over to the front of the bar and took a seat, haggling the bartender for a bottle of sake. She immediately downed it and requested another. 10 minutes passed by as Teiwa began to continue drinking. Her mood, however, was seemingly getting worse. I normally don't have this much difficulty with Jiraiya's missions, but then again, this is not a standard mission. All the informants I have in Iwa don't know much about the Kamizuru's plans other than what I already know. But I just feel like there's more to this. I need to figure out how much of a threat they are already, damn it. Teiwa shook her head. Ugh, I need more alcohol. The door to the bar opened up. Teiwa could hear footsteps approaching the bar, but she did not turn her head to see who was approaching. Instead, she flagged down the bartender. I'd like to try one of those kamikatsu shots. She mumbled. The bartender nodded and immediately rushed over to his bottles. Excellent choice. Teiwa's eyes immediately widened at the sound of the voice. She turned her head around and found herself face to face with Kamizuru Suzumibaki. The brown-haired shinobi grinned at the Uzumaki as she took a seat down next to her. She then shouted at the bartender, make another. Put an extra shot. And put both on my tab. Heh. Teiwa returned the grin with one of her own, giving her a thumbs up. Well, I'm not down to turn down a free drink. Thanks. You're new here, right? Everyone here deserves at least one kamikatsu on my tab. Suzumibaki said with a grin. They're my clan's specialty drink, after all. She then held out her hand. I'm Suzumibaki, by the way. Kamizuru Suzumibaki. Morimoto Teiwa. Teiwa replied, shaking her hand. What do you mean, though? Your clan's specialty drink. Well, it's a honey-flavored sake. Suzumibaki answered. And technically you can make it with any honey, but the brew here uses honey from the Kamizuru clan bees. And it makes it all the more sweeter and really brings out the taste of the sake. Ah, cool. Teiwa nodded her head. Well, I'm down to try it. And probably more. Lots more. Well, only the first is on me. You're covering the rest of the shit on your own. The Kamizuru informed her. As if on cue, the bartender hurried back, bringing forth 2 shot glasses. Both women reached for their glass, tapped them against each other, and proceeded to take their shot. Immediately, Teiwa brought the shot glass down, completely emptied, and signaled to the bartender, another one. He, and now you're addicted. Suzumibaki snorted. All part of my master plan. The Kamizuru shinobi sat down her empty shot glass, signaled for another drink, and then turned her attention solely on Teiwa. So, Teiwa-san, judging by your attire, you're a bard, aren't you? How long have you been in Iwa? I just got here a little less than a week ago. Teiwa shrugged her shoulders. Been traveling Tsuka no Kuni for a couple of years, but never actually been to Iwa until now. It's beautiful, isn't it? Suzumibuki asked with a dreamy sigh. I love the mountainous feel of the village and the smell of the fresh earth. It's so great to finally be back home. Well, it seems like a nice place. The Uzumaki said with a chuckle. People here are very polite and shit. Almost too polite. I think the joke is that people from IWA have hearts of stone to match the village, but that can't be further from the truth. The people here have the biggest hearts and it shows. The Kamaizuru said with a chuckle. Hope you enjoy your time here, Teiwa. I'd like to hear you play that flute you're holding sometime while you're still here. Hopefully I don't disappoint you. Teiwa shrugged her shoulders, taking her flute off its holster and bringing it to her lips. She played a single, high-pitched note on the flute, drawing attention of everyone in the bar, before she put the flute back in its holster. And there you have it. I played my flute for you. Cheeky bitch, you know I meant to play a song. Suzumibuki rolled her eyes, but had an amused grin on her face. Go on, play a song. When I'm sober. Teiwa replied with a snort. You're not drunk already, are you? The Kamaizuru chuckled to herself. Your tolerance must really be that bad, huh? I'm not drunk, but I do feel a little tipsy. Enough to know that my playing I think might be a little garbage. The Uzumaki shrugged her shoulders. Bear in mind I've had like 8 drinks before you even walked in. I stand by what I said, your tolerance must really be that bad, huh? Suzumibuki repeated, her grin widening. The two women laughed together as the bartender brought them their second shots of kamikatsu. They both quickly drank their shots before they turned back to each other. But seriously. I'd really like to hear you play. Maybe even. Suzumibuki's voice started to fade slightly as she looked seriously at Teiwa. Hey. You promise you play good sober? I promise. Teiwa nodded her head. Promise you aren't shit? The Kamaizuru asked again. I'm not shit. Teiwa rolled her eyes. The fuck you asking me? Okay. I'm holding a rally in 3 days from now and I wanted to know if you'd want to be there as a musician. Maybe help keep the crowd entertained a bit. Suzumibuki asked. Oh. Teiwa raised her eyebrow. I'm down, but what rally? Like a political one? Yeah. Sorta. I guess. Suzumibuki shrugged her shoulders. But like, it's really just a rally about IWA. About why our village is great and what our village means to its people. A grin developed back on her face as she clapped her hands together. So. Would you want to do it? Wow. I can't believe my luck with all of this shit. First, of all people, Kamaizuru Suzumibuki comes into the same bar and starts up a conversation with me. Now I'm getting invited to one of her rallies and probably can get some insider information into what she hopes to accomplish with them. A grin developed on Teiwa's face as she nodded her head, hell yeah. Both women shook hands once again, cementing the deal. I lost control, huh? Fu noted. The Dakigaku Kunoichi woke up in her hotel bed, her wounds tended to by the Raikage's bodyguard C. She now sat at the edge of her bed, feeling physically healthy, with the Konoha shinobi all surrounding her. It's not like you lost control and did something. Hinata said, frowning. You did nothing but continue the spar and dash. No, but I know what you're talking about. I remember sorta just feeling so annoyed and tired that the others entered version 2 so effortlessly and how easily B was overwhelming me. I watched Yujito and Naruto in their stalemate and I just wanted to keep up. And I let that consume me. I barely remember anything after that. Fune. Kanji mumbled, closing his eyes as he contemplated what to say. It's not your fault dash. It is my fault. It's not like the Nanabi tried to take power or anything. I know Komei and he's not the kind of person to do that. Fu stated sharply. It's just. I let his chakra and strength cloud my mind. Basically, I just let myself act the way that the people of Taki always feared I'd acted. I lived up to their expectations. Fu. You did not. Naruto replied, crossing his arms. Especially right now. You're acknowledging what happened. It's okay. It's not. She shook her head. Nothing happened, so it's okay. The Uzumaki declared sharply. That's why we need to train. Together. With them. To get stronger and get better control. Fu did not look at Naruto in the eye. She simply shook her head and laid back down in her bed. I'm tired. Would you all let me sleep, please? She requested. After a few moments, the Konoha shinobi acquiesced to her wish. As they left the room, Fu was left alone. When she was by herself, she brought her hands to her face and started to sob. Fu. I'm sorry. Komei spoke in her head. Komei, you know that you had nothing to do that was all me. She replied back. I just wish I was stronger, and able to control your chakra. She remained in bed, quietly sobbing to herself for the rest of the night. Chapter 82, Lava, Steel, and Jinchuriki. Suzumibuki has a rally planned in the next 3 days. Kuratsuka questioned. Teiwa nodded. Immediately after her trip to the bar, she returned to Han's home and requested for him to fetch his former students. With Han and his team now together, Teiwa decided to share her information to them. She said she's doing it at sunset. Said she'll give me a location later, because she and her brothers are still working that out. Teiwa stated, pocketing her hands. They're trying to prevent you guys from being able to crash it this time. All the more reason to find it and smash it. Roto declared with a grin, bringing his hands together. Hell. Yeah. I would advise against doing so immediately. Han spoke up. Teiwa-san is trying to build a case and analyze how threatening she and her brothers are to Konoha. We should not interfere right away and give her a chance to observe them. Out of curiosity, what would Konoha's endgame be with that? Risho asked, bring his hand to his chin. Would Konoha intervene and try and assassinate them or something? I don't think so. The Uzumaki said, shaking her head. Jiraiya's smart and ruthless at times, but he's also too much of a pacifist to plan an assassination. My best bet is that he wants to know their talking points so we can counter properly. Try and double down our relationship with IWA and see if we can strike back politically against her. That's for the best. To be honest, an assassination attempt on any of the Kamaizuru grandchildren would be the worst idea your village could attempt. Han said. It would galvanize any of them that survived. And even if you managed to kill all 3, it would simply motivate the anti-Konoha sentiments of their followers and make them more outspoken. Exactly. So we'll just use the info for politics. Teiwa nodded her head. I should get a lot of information, too. I'm supposed to go to help entertain the audience with my music. That means they'll have to give me some more info about what they specifically want me to do, and I'm sure I can weasel out some good information. Should not be too difficult to get something out of her. That bitch never shuts up. Kuratsuka noted, rolling her eyes. She then focused in on Teiwa, grinning. Please, let me know what you learn as well. I need to know what she's planning and if she's got anything planned. Gramps would benefit from knowing what the hell she's got going on. Yeah, I'll let you know. The Uzumaki nodded her head. It was going to be a rather chaotic couple of days for Uzumaki Teiwa, but she was excited to make progress on her mission. She had finally struck gold and she was not going to let it go to waste in the slightest. She never came out of her room again, huh? Naruto asked. As night began to fall over Shimogakure, the Konoha shinobi all met up, once more, in the Genin's room to chat. The subject of their talk quickly turned to Fu and her desire to stay alone. I tried to come in and bring dinner, but she just shouted behind the door that she wasn't hungry. Kanji admitted, frowning. I didn't even hear any footsteps, so Fune didn't even bother trying to get up. Well, it's understandable from her point of view. That spar, as far as she can see, revealed to her the exact lack of control she had over her Biju. And at the same time, she saw the control that every other Biju here could reach. Jiraiya noted. And apparently, both B and Yujito can go even further. Sasuke noted, crossing his arms. Naruto frowned in response at the reminder. Killer B and Yujito both referenced this Biju mode prior and he was confused. He had thought that he had obtained the highest level of power and control with Kurama's chakra and was surprised that he, apparently, had the potential to channel even more. Hey, Kurama, I won't take offense. But is that really true? Naruto asked. Is there really a stage beyond version 2? Silence filled his head for a moment. Then, he heard the fox sigh in his head. There is a stage higher, yes. However, Kurama's voice started to drag again slightly, before he finally continued. Naruto. You know that I have some trust in you. You are the first human that I have trusted and respected since the Rakudo Sennin. However, just because you trust me more than other humans does not mean you fully trust me, right? Naruto finished. The Kyuubi nodded his head in response. I can feel a darkness in your heart. A darkness that you refuse to acknowledge. And as long as it is there, I do not believe I can fully trust you the way I trusted the Rakudo Sennin. A darkness. Naruto repeated. What do you mean? Kurama did reply, which caused Naruto to frown. He brought his hand to his chin, thinking to himself. Well. He did refer to it as one I refuse to acknowledge. But what? There's a darkness in my heart? What does it mean? And how do I do something about that? Naruto's eyes started to widen as he recalled Killer Bee's suggestion after the spar. That may be a part of Bee's plan for our training. Regardless, it's not our responsibility to force Fu to be happy. Jiraiya spoke up, getting Naruto's attention once again. This isn't something that can just go away. You need to give her some time. Help her when she's ready, but don't force her when she's not. It's just going to make her resist what you have to say more. That's true, Hokage-sama. Hinata nodded her head in agreement. Then let's just hope Fusan maybe feels better after some rest. With those words, the Konoha shinobi parted ways for the night, with Jiraiya and the Jonin all returning to their respective rooms. Naruto, once he got to his and Hinata's room, sighed as he laid down on the bed. Just wish there was something we could actually say, I guess. Naruto mumbled. Well, when she does want to talk. Hinata started to talk, poking her fingers as a memory came back to her. Didn't you, lose control of the Kyuubi a while ago? Back in the fight against Nasumereta. In our first mission? I did. The Uzumaki admitted, frowning. It's, probably bad of me to say this, but I didn't really care much at the time. 'Cause thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra, we were able to kill that Akatsuki bastard. And afterwards, we had Hanenai there, who sat me down to talk to me about what happened, told me what it meant, and then showed me how to control the Kyuubi's chakra better. His frown deepened as he sighed. So I don't think anything I can say about it would help her. Wait. Hinata's eyes widened for a second. But maybe something like that could still happen. Maybe she just needs to talk to another Jinchuriki. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in thought. I suppose if I summon a toad like right now, they could get to Iwa soonish and could get to Hanenai, but the most he could maybe do would be to write a letter dash. Naruto-kun. The Hyuga interrupted, tilting her head in confusion. There are 2 other Jinchuriki here in the village right now. You and Fusan just fought them. Oh. He immediately face-palmed. I was still just thinking of Hanenai. My bad. A chuckle escaped his lips as he nodded his head. Yeah. That would work. I'm sure either of them would be willing to talk to her. Hopefully one of them would have something useful for her to hear. We can ask them tomorrow. Hinata noted, smiling. The Hyuga proceeded to lay down on the bed next to Naruto. She curled up next to him, who pulled her even closer to him in a hug. She sighed, enjoying his warmth. You know, bringing up Hansan like that reminds me, Shikamaru-kun should be near Iwa right now. Hinata remembered. He left on a mission the day before us out there. Oh yeah. He did. Naruto nodded his head in recollection. A chuckle escaped his lips. So he'll finally get to see Kuratsuki after a while. Good. He's been bitching about that for a while. It's not bitching. Hinata frowned in response. He misses her. And understandably, they're super cute together. You're right. They are. Naruto nodded again, still chuckling. The Uzumaki's head looked up to the ceiling of the room as he started to think of their third former teammate. Shikamaru, hopefully whatever mission you're on is going well out there. Dakutsu village was a small village in Tsuka no Kuni, close to the border with Sora no Kuni. With a large farming land, a rarity in the usually rocky soils of Tsuka no Kuni, the village managed to sustain itself rather well. It was also a village that was not heavily populated nor particularly luxurious. It was not an attractive target for bandits or thieves, who would strive to attack villages that had more to offer. The normally peaceful village, unfortunately, had been overrun. Sitting in a cafe that was supposed to have closed much earlier in the day were two men who looked nearly identical. They had the same olive-colored skin, same crimson-colored eyes, and the same shaggy, long black hair. The two even dressed similarly, with gray ponchos over a dark brown shirt and black pants, with visible mesh armor underneath the clothes. Both men also wore an Ishigaku or forehead protector around their necks with a cross through the symbol, marking them as missing ninja. The only distinguishable features were their jewelry. One wore gaudy earrings while the other, instead of wearing earrings, had on a gaudy ring with a bright, shiny red gemstone. Both men were seen at a table, waiting for food. "You know, Metaro, this is the life," the man with the earrings said with a dreamy look on his face. "Simple village life. No stupid missions. No other shinobi. Just you and me and a sea of people who do what we ask. God, why didn't we do this sooner? Because news spreads." The man with the large ring, Metaro, said with a sigh. "We've already been in this village for a month, Etaro. We're never in one place for this long. We'll have to leave soon." Yeah, but you can't deny that this life is peaceful," Etaro grumbled, crossing his arms. "IWA hasn't bothered with us yet and sure as hell Ishigaku won't do anything. Come on, just lighten up and enjoy life." A cafeteria worker rushed out of the kitchen, holding 2 plates of omurice that had cheese and bacon sprinkled on top. She sat the plates down in front of them. "'Bout time the food got here." Etaro grinned as he lifted up his chopsticks. "Time to." His words cut off as he looked down on his plate. "The hell? Where are the mushrooms? Don't you know I like my omurice with mushrooms by now? My apology. It's late after all and I've been here all day. Mistakes happen," the server said, bowing her head as she inched back to the kitchen. "I see can sprinkle some on dash." Etaro stood up, picked up his plate, and threw it, barely missing her head. The plate shattered on the wall, causing the food to scatter over all the floor. She immediately tensed up as tears started to develop in her eyes. "If you do it like that, the mushrooms won't be cooked the same way the rest of the food is. Make it from scratch again," Etaro demanded, crossing his arms. "And hurry up this time, goddammit. I'm fucking starving." Why yes Etaro-sama," she stuttered as she rushed back into the kitchen. "Fucking civilians. Incompetent idiots." Etaro grumbled as he sat back down. "That bitch's livelihood is all about making food, right? How does she fuck it up like that?" Metaro said nothing. He instead brought his chopsticks to his food and started eating. Etaro scowled in response. "Least you could do is wait for me to get my food, fucking prick," he hissed. "I'm hungry," Metaro answered in between bites. Metaro continued to focus on his food while Etaro fumed to himself about having to wait. They remained still, waiting on the food, until they both heard the door to the cafeteria open up. Etaro immediately turned around and tossed a kunao towards the door. "Hey asshole, this is our private cafe after 10 o'clock. Don't you dumb village folk get that already?" he shouted. To his surprise, however, the kunao was deflected. He then saw a shadow rush forward to both his and his brother's chair. The second the shadow made contact with it, he felt his body unable to move. "Sorry, didn't know that." Shikamaru spoke with a chuckle as he made a hand sign. A shadow hand slowly crept up the bodies of the two brothers. "But I don't think I'll have to remember that for next time." "There's no next time. You. Who the hell do you think are?" Etaro hissed out. "A Konoha shinobi from the Nara clan," Metaro noted. He attempted to turn his head to face his brother, but was unable to do so. He opted, instead, to roll his eyes. As I said, we'd been here for too long. Edero. Konoha, of all fucking villages, sent a team to catch us. After we kill this man and any other shinobi he brought with him, we're leaving. Perhaps go to Kaze no Kuni. Hell no. I like it here. Edero shouted as he glared at Shikamaru. Fuck off, mate, all you did was justify his stance. Now I'm really going to enjoy killing you. You're not really in the position to threaten me. Shikamaru said. Shikamaru's shadow hand reached the brothers' necks and he began to tighten his grip on them. His eye narrowed on the brothers, however, noticing their moods. Edero, while clearly annoyed, did not seem remotely fazed by the hand currently strangling him, while Medero seemed to have absolutely no reaction, as if he did not care. Something's not right here. They're clearly planning something. He noted. Dosu and Susumu should be ready when this escalates, though. They're probably going to strike at me in a moment. As Shikamaru tightened his grip over their throats, one of Edero's earrings started to dangle slightly, almost on its own. Immediately, a plume of lava rushed out from under the ground by Shikamaru's feet. What the desh! The Nara jumped back out the restaurant, narrowly avoiding the attack. The reaction was enough to weaken his concentration enough. Both Edero and Medero were able to pull themselves out of Shikamaru's control. They immediately jumped out of their chairs and rushed out the restaurant, following him to the streets of the village. You think you're the first person that's tried to constrain us? We have safeguards for that. Edero taunted. Both Edero and Medero charged at Shikamaru from different sides. Shikamaru sidestepped, avoiding their fists. He then threw a kunai with an explosive tag on the ground and jumped back, detonating it instantly and hitting them head-on. A second passed by as the dust started to scatter. To Shikamaru's surprise, the two brothers stood still in the ground as if nothing happened. Edero cracked his knuckles, grinning, as Shikamaru looked at the two in surprise. Some cheap explosives aren't going to do anything to us. We're the Kanjiki brothers. The best shinobi Ishigakuras ever produced and will ever produce. Edero said with a grin. Sucks for you. It'll take more than that. There's no way. They don't even have a scratch on them. No one should be able to take an explosion like that head-on. They should at least show signs of using a defensive ninjutsu or something to shield themselves. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed in suspicion. That can't be right. Something's up. That can't be real. His eyes then widened in realization, because it's not. It must be genjutsu. Release. Shikamaru made a single hand sign. On cue, the image of the Kanjiki brothers disappeared. Shikamaru then noticed that the two brothers were standing on top of the restaurant building. He also noticed that a large ball of flaming metal was approaching him. Holy shit! The Nara jumped out of the way in time, narrowly avoiding the ball. He noticed the genjutsu faster than expected. Medero said, making a hand sign. How disappointing. Whatever, he's still going up in smoke right now anyway. Edero told his brother, grinning, as he made the same hand sign. Let's melt his face off. The giant flaming metal ball proceeded to melt. As the ball started to disappear, a sea of flames rushed out from where it once, rushing around the area entirely. The fire quickly rushed over onto nearby buildings. One stream of the flames rushed over towards Shikamaru. Paint Fuinjutsu, Deep Ocean. Susumu appeared next to Shikamaru and dipped his paintbrush into his paint can, turning the color of clear paint into a dark blue color. The paint immediately splurged out of the can, changing shape into a deluge of water. The water blocked the stream of fire from reaching Shikamaru or Susumu, extinguishing it upon impact. Susumu then made a sweeping gesture with his paintbrush. The water then started to swirl through the air, moving like a river, as it came into contact with the flames on the buildings, extinguishing them as well. Sorry about the late timing, Shikamaru Teiku. Their genjutsu affected me as well. If I had noticed it, I would have responded the moment they used their first jutsu. Susumu apologized as the water, upon extinguishing all the flames, rushed back into his paint can and changed shape back to paint. Nah, you're fine. Good timing, Susumu. Shikamaru stated with a smile. His eyes then focused in on the brothers. We're going to have work cut out for us, though. Damn right you will. Edero grit his teeth. Two of you, huh? You got a third we should know about? They do. Medero replied as he quickly made a hand gesture. Steel style, steel shield. A large, steel wall developed around the two brothers just as a shockwave of sound rushed through the air. The sound wave crashed into the steel wall, shaking it, but the wall proved sturdier. As the wall dropped, Doso jumped up from the shadows onto the building's roof and slammed his fists into the roof. Sound waves rushed out of the melody gauntlets that quickly moved through the area and intoEdero's and Medero's ears. Both men winced immediately at the loud noises and fell to their knees, clutching their ears. What the hell? Edero gritted out. The hell kind of technique is this shit? Sound. Medero managed to look up at their assailant. I'm impressed you were able to identify my presence. I made sure to mask my chakra signature and I know I made no sound in my approach up here. Doso noted, focusing on his jutsu. No one, fully, masks their presence. Medero said. He managed to stand up, despite the overwhelming pain in his ear, and charged at Doso. Medero rushed to Doso and tried to kick him off the building. Doso brought his hands together, blocking the foot with his gauntlets and creating another blast of sound that entered Medero's ears and caused more pain and bleeding. Despite that, however, the Ishigaku or shinobi managed to kick hard enough that Doso was still knocked off the building. Steel style, steel projectile. Medero held out an open palm downward at Doso. A steel orb with spikes materialized from his palm and grew in size as it rushed down to him. Doso managed to land on the ground just in time and ran right before the orb crashed into the ground. Upon impact, the orb detonated, releasing its spikes out that flew through the air. Shadow Protection Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow quickly expanded, reaching Doso and forming a large barrier around the former Oto shinobi, himself, and Susumu. The spikes connected with the shadow barrier but were unable to pierce it. As Shikamaru dropped his barrier, Medero and Edero were now on the ground, both making similar hand signs. Lava style, lave wave. Steel style, imprisonment. Edero made a sweeping gesture, creating a giant lava wave that grew in size and started to rush down the streets of the village towards the Konoha shinobi. Before they could move, however, a large steel wall developed behind them, preventing them from running back. The ends of the wall curved, however, forming a dome around their bodies with only one exit, which had a wave of lava rushing towards it. Quick teamwork on their part, using their Kekkai Genkai together. These two worked together well. Susumu complimented. Shikamaru stepped on the ground as hard as he could. He felt his foot clang against it, confirming his suspicion. Yup. That guy turned the ground itself into steel when he created the giant steel wall. We can't go under. Our only way out is forward. They're gonna melt us unless we get out of here. Please don't get too pissed at me for summoning you like this. Shikamaru said with a sigh as he bit into his thumb and made hand signs, summoning jutsu. With a poof of smoke, a large, white slug with purple spots appeared in the dome, completely encasing Shikamaru's, Doso's, and Susumu's bodies. The slug then moved forward through the exit just as the lava made contact. The slug winced slightly at the feeling of the lava, but was still able to move forward, undaunted. What the hell? Edero blinked in confusion. That's a slug? Wasn't that Tsunade's personal summon? He must be a student of hers. Medero noted, a scowl on his face. When out of the dome, Shikamaru, Doso, and Susumu re-emerged from the slug's body, landing on its back. Shikamaru smiled as he crept down, rubbing his summons back. Sando-san, really apologize about summoning you like that. He told the slug. It's fine, however, please try to avoid that again. I know us slugs are durable, but we don't like hot temperatures that much. Sando scolded. His eyes then focused on the two Ishigaku or missing ninja. I assume these two are your opponents. If you could help, that'd be appreciated. Shikamaru requested. The slug nodded his head and proceeded to spit up a barrage of acid bullets out of his mouth towards the Kanjiki brothers. Edero walked forward in front of his brother, grinning, as he held out his hand. He managed to catch the acid bullets just as they made contact with his skin. Instead of burning him, however, the acid immediately evaporated. What? Shikamaru's eyes widened. Just as water can put out fire, fire can put out all liquids if hot enough. And what's hotter than my boiling hot hands, imbued with the chakra of lava release? Edero said as he clapped his hands together. Lava style, expanding flame rings. Edero breathed out 3 massive rings of fire from his mouth that launched towards the Konoha shinobi and Sando. The slug jumped into the air, avoiding the flames. As they flew into the air, however, Doso's eyes widened as he felt an overwhelming burning sensation. Ah! He hissed as he reached for his back. His back was completely unscathed, but he could still feel the burning sensation. What the? Susumu brought his hand into a single hand sign. Release. Immediately upon releasing the genjutsu, they noticed that one of the flame rings was actually launched at a different angle. The angle actually made contact with Doso's back, causing it to catch on fire. Shikamaru's hands started to glow green with chakra as he placed them on Doso's back, extinguishing his flames. He grit his teeth from the pain as he began to treat the burns. While Edero was performing his jutsu, his brother was casting another genjutsu. Susumu noted, bringing his hand to his chin. Fascinating. I'm impressed they can cast it in a way to avoid detection like that. These two are particularly aggressive. Give them an inch and they'll keep attacking in unison until they kill you. Doso noted, gritting his teeth from the pain. Nothing is going to change if the pace stays like this. We need to go on the offensive ourselves. That's true. The bingo book notes that they have warlike properties if they're allowed to control a battlefield. That's why I tried to jump them earlier in the cafeteria. Shikamaru shook his head. Whatever. We can take back control. Once he finished healing Doso's burns, the Nara brought his hands together, closing his eyes for a brief moment as he began to envision the battle in his head. He stayed still for a second before he made a gesture with his hand, directing Susumu forward. The Uzumaki painter jumped off Sando and landed back on the road of the village, dipping his paintbrush into his paint, which turned brown in color. He then quickly painted circles onto the ground, paint fuinjutsu, circular earth tremors. The ground started to shake rapidly, akin to an earthquake. Patches of the ground started to collapse onto itself. Edero and Metero were shaken slightly, but proceeded to jump into the air before the ground under their feet could collapse. Is that all you could do? Edero taunted. Pathetic. Lava style, expanding flame rings. Steel style, steel projectile. Both brothers released their jutsu simultaneously on top of each other. As Edero's lava rings began to develop, Metero's giant, spiky steel orb developed around the flames, causing the orb itself to change into a flaming, spiky sphere that rushed through the air towards Sando, Shikamaru, and Doso. Susumu immediately dipped his paintbrush back into the paint, turning the color blue. Paint fuinjutsu, deep ocean. The tremors ceased and the paint in Susumu's paintkin turned into a massive deluge of water. The water quickly rushed out and surrounded the flaming, metal sphere, extinguishing its flames and trapping it inside a massive ball of water. As Susumu concentrated on the orb, Metero jumped down next to him, his left arm changing shape into a sharp, steel blade. The painter tried to move away in time, but Metero managed to dig the blade into his stomach, causing him to shout in pain. Metero's eyes moved to the giant ball of water that had covered his and Edero's attack. It was still standing, despite the strike he managed to land on Susumu. You still maintained your jutsu. That's rather impressive. He then dug his blade arm into Susumu further, causing him to cough up blood. The water orb finally started to fade, turning back into paint that rushed back into Susumu's paint can. However, the spiky, flaming sphere that had been trapped inside of it was now no longer on flames. It fell straight to the ground, extinguished, unmoving, and covered in rust. How interesting. Your jutsu managed to cancel out our attack on both elements. Fascinating. Metero chuckled to himself. That will never happen again, though. Metero's right arm started to change shape into another metal blade. He was about to slice at Susumu's throat, but the Uzumaki, despite the pain, lifted his left leg and kicked Metero back, pushing him back and forcing his left arm blade out of his stomach. This caused Susumu to cough up more blood, but allowed the Uzumaki to jump back and dip his paintbrush back into his paint can, turning the paint light green. P-Paint Fuinjutsu, Healing Canvas. The paint rushed over to Susumu's stomach wound and, upon impact, transformed into pure, healing chakra. The Uzumaki's eyes winced as he slowly began to heal his wound. The hell? Before Metaro could even react to the sudden kick, Doso jumped off Sando and flew directly over his head. He then attempted to kick Metaro in the face, but the man blocked Doso's foot with one of his blade arms. The steel collided with the Melody anklet. Sound clashing impact. Immediately upon, the Melody anklet released the built-up sound as an explosion, knocking Metaro into the ground. The man coughed up blood as his body was forced into the ground. Doso then jumped on top of him, pinning him to the ground with his knee, as he punched the ground on both sides of him. Noise overload. Sound waves from both of Doso's Melody gauntlets rushed out and crashed into Metaro's ears. The man started to scream loudly in pain as blood started to drip from his ear. Lava style, expanding flame rings. Etaro launched out a massive orb of flaming lava rings, flying directly towards Shikamaru and Sando. The Nara's eyes narrowed slightly. No, I don't buy for a second you're attacking me. Not when your brother is pinned down like that. Shikamaru shook his head as he made a singular hand sign. Release. As Shikamaru predicted, Etaro had indeed cast a genjutsu. The illusion faded and revealed that, instead of attacking Shikamaru, Etaro's attack was aimed for Doso. Just as Doso noticed the attack was coming for him, he lifted his hands up from the ground to start getting away, ending his jutsu. No longer in pain, Metaro quickly reversed their position, grabbing onto Doso's body and preventing him from leaving the oncoming onslaught of fire. On cue, Shikamaru patted Sando's head as he jumped off. The slug, understanding its summoner's wish, nodded his head and proceeded to subdivide into hundreds of smaller slugs. The slugs rushed over in front of Doso's body, forming a protective wall in front of the flames. Etaro's lava-style jutsu collided with the slugs and was unable to make it past them. What the hell? Etaro cursed, shaking his head. Fucking annoying summon. It's not even fun to fight, it's just defensive as hell. I'm not fun to fight? Guess I'm doing my job. Shikamaru said with a chuckle as he landed on the ground next to Etaro. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Lava Style, Lava Plume Jutsu. Just as Shikamaru's shadow rushed forward and connected with Etaro's body, the ground underneath Shikamaru's feet opened up, creating a geyser of lava. Before the lava made contact with Shikamaru's body, however, multiple Sando slugs rushed over to the Nara's defense, encasing his body in him just as the lava rushed upwards. You're fucking kidding me? Etaro grit his teeth, seeing all of the slugs that surrounded Shikamaru's body. I had you, damn it. Despite Sando completely covering him and preventing him from taking any mortal burns, Shikamaru was starting to breathe rather heavily from both pain and heat. He could also feel the slugs over his body starting to droop. Need to end this now. Shadow Neck Binding. The shadow that had covered Etaro's body started to race up his body until it reached his neck. It started to grab onto his throat, causing the man to wince. He tried to resist again, his earring dangling and creating another, hotter plume of lava under Shikamaru's feet, but the same trick he attempted was not working. The slugs around Shikamaru were keeping him protected. Unable to get out of his grasp, Shikamaru's strangling finally did its trick. Etaro was pulled unconscious, unable to keep fighting. His lava subsided just as his body hit the ground. Immediately when the lava faded, the slugs that had encased Shikamaru and the ones that had guarded Doso slowly started to disappear in poofs of smoke, returning to their homeland. Forgive me, Shikamaru-sama, but I need to rest. Sando said as the final slugs started to disappear. No, go ahead and rest. Thank you, Sando-san. Shikamaru bowed his head, smiling. Fight's basically over, anyway. Humph. Metaro shook his head, scowling as he noticed his brother's unconscious form. This fight is far from over, you know, Nara-san. Still having Doso trapped with his grip, Metaro closed his eyes as steel spikes began to develop on his body. The spikes were then shoved into Doso's back, who hissed in pain as blood began to pour out. Pain Fuinjutsu, stalagmite. Susumu, now mostly healed from his last injury, painted a sharp line on the ground. Simultaneously, the ground under Metaro's body started to open. A large stalagmite rushed out of the ground, knocking into Metaro's steel body, rising in a way that it made no contact with Dosu's body. The rising earth forced the man to drop Dosu and launch him into the sky. That was Earth-style, stalagmite. How did he use the jutsu like that? Metaro questioned. As the Ishigaku shinobi was still in the air, Susumu dipped his paintbrush into his can, turning the paint purple. Paint Fuinjutsu, toxic paint fumes. A poisonous, purple cloud of paint began to emit from Susumu's paint can that flew through the sky towards Metaro's position. The man inhaled the fumes and fell to the ground, moving straight through the cloud. Despite landing on his feet, Metaro immediately started to choke loudly. What the hell? Metaro hissed. The Ishigaku missing ninja continued to choke as he tried to keep himself conscious. However, he was still suffering from the wounds he had already received from Dosu. It did not take long for the poisonous fumes to overwhelm and knock him to the ground, unconscious as well. It's over. Finally. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his head. Thank God. Ugh. Dosu moaned, still bleeding, and feeling pain in his back as he walked over to Metaro's body. He gently placed his head on his heart, making sure the man was still alive. You were able to spare him, Susumu-san. I didn't use enough poison to kill him. We were trying to bring these ruffians to IWA, right? Susumu questioned. That's right. That was the mission. Shikamaru said with a sigh. Susumu, get those chakra sealing tags ready that you prepared. Dosu and I will get the rope. We're dragging these two to IWA. On cue with his words, a sound of roaring applause could be heard. The Konoha shinobi blinked in response as they looked around them. The damage that the Kanjiki brothers had caused in the battle had drawn the attention of the residents of Dakutsu village. The villagers, who had been cautiously hiding in the background, trying to stay safe from attacks, were now out in the open, cheering loudly at the defeat of Etaro and Metaro. They're defeated. We've been saved. They're finally leaving this village. Thank you, Konoha shinobi. Our village can finally return to peace. Well. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his head as more and more cheering sounded through the area. This is, a lot of attention. As the sun began to rise over Shimogakure, Yamanaka Kanji rushed over to Fu's door and knocked on it. Hey, Fune. Kanji called out. The hotel's got breakfast ready for us. Come on out. He could not hear a response from the other end. Kanji was silent for a moment before he sighed again, knocking on the door louder. Yo, I know you're awake. You and I have sleep problems, remember? He said, chuckling slightly. Come on, there's breakfast. So come on and break your fast. I'll get something a little later. Fu finally spoke up. Thanks, though. Kanji stood still at her door, almost waiting for her to change her mind and get up. He stood there for another 10 minutes before he finally sighed and turned around, walking back towards the hallway. As the Yamanaka started to walk down the hall with a dejected sigh, he was met by his two teammates, standing by the stairs. Katsumi and Hanabi were both looking at him with confused expressions on their faces. What was taking you so long, Kanji? I thought we'd all agree to go get breakfast together. Katsumi asked, frowning. Sorry. Just had to see if Fune would come down as well. Kanji sighed in response. Hokage-sama just to wait for her to come out on her own. Hanabi reminded him. I know you want her to come join us, Kanji-san, but just give her time. I know. He admitted, sighing. It's just, ugh. I don't know. I still worry about her a bit being all cooped up. He brought his hands together. I'm just worried I'm going to come back and he's just going to be gone again. She. Katsumi corrected, her frown deepening. And what do you mean gone again? Fuck. Kanji bit his lip in response. That's embarrassing. I need to remind myself Fune isn't Fu-nii. Two different people. Two very different personalities. That's so stupid of me. He then shook his head, frowning. What even am I doing? I don't even know her that well. We literally just met and started getting along. You need to get your shit together, Kanji. What are you talking about? Katsumi asked. You're not making much sense. Do you know another Fu? Can we talk about this some other time? Kanji asked, walking past his teammates down the stairs. Come on, let's just go get food already. Hanabi and Katsumi shared a confused, concerned look on their faces as they turned back to their teammate's figure going down the stairs. With a sigh, the two followed behind, hurrying down the stairs as well. After breakfast was ended at the hotel, Naruto left the building and began looking around Shimogakure, looking for either Killer Bee or Yujito. He checked everywhere he could think to check, from stores to restaurants to parks, and he could not find either shinobi. The hell? Where are they? He asked himself. He knew that Jiraiya and E were apparently having another meeting in the same conference room with each other to discuss the Chunin exams, but none of the bodyguards nor the Jinchuriki were invited. B and Yujito could not possibly be there. So, where were they? After searching for what felt like hours, Naruto finally sighed and was about to take a break. He walked through the snow-filled streets when he started to hear cheering when he passed by one of the buildings. Naruto immediately stopped and turned his head. The building was a 3-story building made from onyx-colored stones that had red and green lights flashing from different floors. Directly in front of the building was a statue of Ikki, looking much younger and more buff than he actually was, surrounded by 3 masked Shimogakure shinobi. The building itself was marked with a sign that read, Shimogakure Shinobi Academy. Okay, why can I hear so much noise coming from their shinobi academy like that? Naruto mumbled to himself. They got something going on. As Naruto walked closer to the academy, he noticed that whatever noise was going on was coming from outside. He quickly walked around the building towards the back of it. Standing in the back, surrounded by waves of Shimogakure Academy students, were Killer Bee and Yujito. Yujito was currently breathing fire out of her mouth while Killer Bee was holding out his palm, which was filled with lightning chakra. And this is how you use an element style. And you can learn it too, though it may take a while. B declared as he proceeded to shoot the lightning chakra concentrated in his hand upward, creating a massive bolt of lightning that struck a cloud and dissipated it. The crowd of students started cheering. So quick question, y'all, anyone know their affinity, at all? Immediately, the academy students silenced. All of them looked downward, some of them shook their hands. No shame in not knowing. Yujito said, smiling gently at the students. We actually have some spare chakra papers if you all would like to learn. A Shimo Academy instructor spoke up, walking forward towards them. Are you sure it's okay to start with those? It might be a bit dangerous for them. What's wrong with knowledge? Nothing, even you must acknowledge. Killer Bee noted, frowning. Come on, kiddos, and let us know, who wants to learn cool jutsu, yo. Immediately, the academy students all rushed forward, shouting out choruses of me. So they're helping out at the academy here. Naruto noted. They always help out when they're here. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned around. Standing off to the corner, just like him, was the Raikage's bodyguard, Darui. The Kumo shinobi walked over to him, hands in his pocket. They help out a bit, huh? Naruto questioned. How often? Again, every time they're here. He stated, looking at the group. They're both concerned about Shimo's future shinobi, since as you've definitely noticed, Ikki doesn't really value his shinobi's development all that much. So whenever they're by, they usually like to do something special for the academy students. Last time, they went over the basic academy jutsu. This time, they wanted to help the kids figure out their elemental affinities. Ah, that's so cool. The Uzumaki noted, smiling. He then gave the bodyguard a confused look. Did you not want to help them, though? Teaching's a dull task, in my opinion. Darui replied, still looking away. The Uzumaki began to take notice of Darui's eye contact. The man never once looked him in the eye in the entire time they were talking. A confused look developed on his face. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Naruto asked. Shoot. Darui stated. Do you, have an issue with Konoha Shinobi? He asked. No. He said. It's just, you've been very quiet around all of us and right now, you're actively avoiding eye contact with me. Naruto noted. Darui, on cue, turned to look the Uzumaki in the eye and shrugged his shoulders. I got a lot on mind right now. No, I don't got an issue with you or the Konoha Shinobi. Just conflicted feelings about a few things. Nothing to concern yourself with. What do you mean? The Uzumaki asked. Again, no need to concern yourself with them. Just the drab thoughts of a dull man. Darui said with a shrug of his shoulders. Naruto titled his head at the man in confusion, but said nothing. The two men stood in the corner, watching B and Yujito teach the academy students. Actually, Naruto's eyes widened as a thought occurred to him. I could wait for them to finish to talk to them, or I could just help them out with the students and then get one of them. With a grin on his face, Naruto began walking forward, towards the Shimogakure Academy students. Ugh, what the hell happened? Kanjiki Edoro groaned. As the former Ishigakure shinobi began to open his eyes, he tried to move his body. He found himself unable to move, however. What? He mumbled to himself as he tried to move his body. The hell is going on? Within seconds, his consciousness caught up to reality. Both he and his brother were tied up, unable to move their arms and legs. He moved his eyes around, noticing that the three Konoha shinobi that they had just fought in Dokutsu village were walking in front of them. He also then noticed that, despite being unable to move, his body was moving. He looked down and his eyes widened in disgust. Both he and Metaro were currently sitting down on top a long, dark green-colored slug. The fuck is this? He hissed. Shikamaru turned his head back, smirking at Edoro. Oh. You're awake. Good. Your brother's been quietly waiting for you to get up. What the dash? Edoro, you fucking idiot. Metaro growled, releasing a wave of killing intent aimed at his brother. This is literally why I kept saying over and over again that we needed to move and change location. But no, you got comfortable and had to play overlord over some simple villagers. Now we've been captured. This is not my fault. Don't even blame me. Edoro hissed back. What would you have rather done? Go keep raiding caravans and villages and shit? We'd still be drawing attention to ourselves. Fuck you, bro. You're just as responsible as me. You two can argue with each other all you want about whose fault it is. Shikamaru noted, shrugging his shoulder. When you're both in prison and in interrogation, you'll have all the time in the world. So you're legit taking us back to Ishigakure? Edoro noted, scowling. Man, fuck you all, Konoha and Ishi aren't even allies, so what the hell dash? No, we're taking you to IWA. Susumu spoke up, correcting the missing ninja. Edoro's scowl somehow deepened. The fuck does IWA want with us? We specifically picked villages in Tsuki no Kuni far away from their damn village and stayed away from their politics. And it's not like they're good friends with Ishi, so what gives? They're wanting to know how two random Ishigakure missing ninja have Kekii Genkai from their village. Dosu answered. Your lava release and your brother's steel release, which is a clear derivative of their iron release. We were born with our Kekii Genkai. That's how bloodline limits work. Metaro answered, rolling his eyes. There's no more complex answer they'll get from us. They're obviously going to ask more questions than just that. Namely about your parents, their backgrounds, how you were trained in your abilities, etc. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. Plus, they'll still want answers for the havoc you've been causing in Tsuki no Kuni. Trust me, they'll have a lot of things to talk about before they even think of shipping you off back to your home village, where you'll be lucky if you both aren't executed on the spot. You fucking little. Edoro grit his teeth. He attempted to channel chakra to melt the rope around his body, but was unable to do so. His eyes widened in horror for a brief moment before they settled into any glare. Hey, what the fuck did you do to my chakra? That was my doing. Susumu admitted, chuckling slightly. Forgive me, but you ruffians proved to be rather resourceful. So I designed seals that we placed on your backs. As long as they're there, we have your whole chakra system on lock. We also confiscated those earrings and rings of yours. Dosu added. We noticed that you imbued both those with traces of your chakra to perform attacks for you whenever you are trapped. So we managed to take all of your jewelry from you too. Assholes. Metaro commented dryly. Hey, if you wanted your jewelry and access to your chakra, you should have thought about not being an ass to random villages. But you didn't, so now you lost both. Shikamaru noted with a shrug. The two brothers were silent for a moment. The Konoha shinobi turned their attention back to their travels. After a few minutes of quiet travel, both Etaro and Metaro turned to glare at each other. We should have dash. If you say we should have left one more fucking time, Metaro, I will fucking kill you. Etaro snarled. Try and kill me? Metaro challenged. These two. Shikamaru shook his head, sighing. Whatever. We caught them. Now, on our way back to IWA. A smile developed on the Nara's lips as he started to think of their destination. Hope everything is going well still, Kuratsuki. Thank you very much, you've been a good crowd. If you thought we did a good job, make some noise and get real loud. Killer Bee exclaimed. The academy students, once again, burst into cheers as they clapped and made proclamations to themselves about how strong they were going to be. With the academy day over, the students were dismissed. The kids all bowed, thanking Killer Bee, Yujito, and Naruto as they went on their way. The academy instructors also thanked the three Jinchuriki, but were less warm with their gratitude, not that any of the three appeared to care. Ah, what a good time. It's sometimes good to go help the rookies how to climb. Bee noted, chuckling. He turned his head to face Naruto. Gotta say, it was surprising seeing you here, but for your good work, I say have a beer. Heh. Thanks. I may take you up on that. Naruto chuckled to himself. Yeah, that was nice. Naruto, admittedly, had not really interacted with groups of academy students since he graduated. While he did interact with Konohamaru sparingly and now had picked up his own genin team, he really had not had any solid interaction with the younger generation like that before. It was unique, but uplifting. It was nice to be able to show a group some of your minor tricks and completely wow them. We make a habit of stopping by here in the Land of Frost. Gotta make sure this generation ain't lost. B stated. Shimo's always been a particularly weak shinobi village, but the last batch of crops seemed particularly weak. So B and I like to think we're doing something good for her. Yujito said, crossing her arms. It's life or death, after all. They can't be weak simply because their village doesn't give much of a shit. No, that's super important. And good on you guys for trying to do something about it. Naruto noted, frowning. Wish that Ikiai guy would do something about it himself. My bro has put the pressure on him to raise his standards, but the Frost Daimyo is slow with picking up the lesson and has meandered. But the progress is being started. Shimo will reach greatness uncharted. B declared. Well, that's good. Naruto nodded with his head. The three Jinchuriki fell into silence as they slowly walked to the front of the entrance. The blonde started to rub the back of his head sheepishly. I did decide to help just to help them out. But I did end up coming out here trying to find you guys, actually. I wanted to ask if one of you could do a favor for me. Naruto said. A favor? Yujito's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you want? Easy, Yujito, no need to get feisty. Number 9's a good kid, no need to be icy. B said, shaking his head. Feisty? From just asking what he wants. You're so fucking. Yujito's voice started to trail slightly as she rolled her eyes before focusing back on Naruto. What? Well. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I wanted to know if either of you would be able to talk to Fu for a moment. The Nanabi Jinchuriki? Yujito questioned. What about? She's, feeling embarrassed. About losing control of her Biju in our training session. Naruto admitted. And it's really started to affect her overall mood. She's avoiding other people completely. It's because she thinks she, for a moment, became the stereotype. She let herself out become feral for a moment, and in her mind, that justifies a lot of vile things she probably has heard about herself because she is a Jinchuriki. Yujito noted, crossing her arms with a neutral look on her face. Is that correct? I think so, yeah. Naruto noted. I think she needs space, yeah, but I also don't think it's doing herself any good just staying locked in a hotel room and avoiding eating. Yeah, that ain't helping. She's probably inwardly yelping. B said, frowning. He turned to look at Yujito. On this topic, you probably got more to say. What say you, want to stop by today? Yeah, I'll go see her. Yujito nodded her head as she started to walk off towards the Shimogakure Hotel. Just let me talk to her, though. I can probably get through to her. That was the plan, ma'am. Speak true, number 2. The Hakusabi Jinchuriki declared, pointing dramatically at Yujito. The Nibi Jinchuriki sighed dramatically in response, but continued walking, as if she did not hear his words. You're a good guy, number 9, and thanks for letting us know. Now sit back and watch Miss 2 save the show. Killer B said with a grin. But for now, we wait. How about that beer I mentioned, or is sake more to your taste? I actually don't drink much. Naruto admitted sheepishly. I dash. Killer B immediately grabbed onto Naruto's shoulders and, without a word, started to drag him over to the nearest pub he could find. A loud knock sounded throughout Fu's room. The Taki shinobi did not even glance at the door as she simply shook her head. I'm here. Just let me be alone for a little bit longer. She called out. The knocking continued. Fu finally glanced over to the door, an annoyed look on her face. I said I wanted to be alone for a little bit longer. Let me be. She shouted. Immediately, a clicking noise escaped from the door, as if it had been unlocked. Fu immediately jumped out of bed and reached for a kunao. Wait, you can't do that. Fu could hear Kanji's voice on the other side of the door. She doesn't want to be around other people right now. What she wants does not matter. Fu put the kunao down, recognizing Yujito's voice. The Kyumo Jinchuriki walked into the room, ignoring Kanji's protests, and sauntered over to her. You look like shit. Yujito noted, frowning in a disapproving manner. Your hair is all messed up. And are those the clothes from our spar yesterday? You're still wearing them. Shut up. I was going to wash up and change when I came out. You know, like I said I was going to do later. Fu hissed in response. The hell do you want, Yujito? To put it bluntly as possible, the Konoha shinobi are getting worried about you, but want to respect your boundaries. I, however, know that what you have going on is something that you need to talk to someone about and do not care about your boundaries. So, here I am. Yujito declared as she walked closer to Fu's bed. I think this is the part where someone would say, I hope you don't mind, but I frankly don't give a shit. Is that supposed to make me want you in here? Cause you know I need to talk to someone. Fu rolled her eyes. Get out dash. Her words stopped as she noticed Yujito reach into her pocket and pull out a small bag. She reached into the bag and pulled out a carrot stick. Fu's eyes focused in on the carrots, a look of confusion on her face. What? She asked, blinking. Eat one. Yujito requested, inching the carrot forward. Why? Fu asked, blinking once again. You need to eat something and they're good for your health. Yujito said, rolling her eyes as she inched the carrot stick forward. Come on, eat it. Fu crossed her arms, frowning. No dash. Did I give you an option on that? Yujito spoke over her. Or do you need a demonstration? A carrot is a slightly harder vegetable than most. You take the carrot stick and dash. Ugh, I know how to eat a carrot, damn it. Fu rolled her eyes as she snatched the carrot stick and took a bite. Happy, Mom. Yujito's eye twitched once again. I am, but would be happier if you never called me that again. Sure thing, Mom. Fu replied, grinning at the blonde-haired kunoichi. Cheeky little shit. Yujito grit her teeth for a moment before she calmed down. She took a seat on the bed next to Fu and held out her bag. We'll talk more in a second. For now, let's finish eating. Fu frowned in response but did not verbally decline this time. The two Jinchuriki sat quietly on Fu's bed as they ate the carrot sticks that Yujito brought with her. A minute passed by before the two had finished off all the vegetables. How's your stomach feel? Yujito asked. All that did was make me want actual food. Fu declared sharply, crossing her arms. Then when we're done, go get actual food. Yujito said, rolling her eyes. There's a nice izakaya here that serves outstanding shrimp tempura and some of the finest sake you'll find in Shimo no Kuni. B and I make a point to always go there when we come to the village. Maybe. Fu shrugged her shoulders as she laid back down on her bed, getting comfortable once again. So, what exactly did you want to talk about? Is it about me going feral? You didn't go feral. Yujito said, crossing her arms sharply. Losing control of the Biju's chakra for a moment does not qualify, going feral, I legit don't remember anything after going version 2. Fu countered, turning her head away from Yujito. All I remember was feeling pissed off. All I wanted was to smash B's head. Yeah, but he's Killer B. I want to smash his head right now. Yujito replied with a chuckle. The challenge is to try and have a serious conversation with him where you don't want to smash his head in. That got a snort of laughter from Fu. A smile developed on Yujito's face in response as she started to lay down on the bed as well, getting comfortable herself. Although, I'll admit I understand what your concern is. It does not feel pleasant when something like this happens. She admitted. But it does not define you as a Jinchuriki. I mean, doesn't it though? Fu asked, finally turning her head around to face Yujito again. Because I blanked out and would have tried to kill him if I could. Isn't that what the villagers always were afraid of? Doesn't that justify literally everything they've ever said about me? No. Unless you are still planning on killing B and some of the other shinobi here. Yujito stated. Her eyebrow rose slightly. Are you planning on killing him? No. Fu shook her head, frowning. 'Cause if you were, I'd help. Yujito's smile widened. Oh my god. Fu snorted in laughter again. He's not that bad, stop saying stuff like that. I'm starting to think you actually want to kill him. I'm kidding. The Kumo shinobi rolled her eyes once again in response. Despite his behavior, he's a good man. Wait, was that a pun? Fu blinked in response. A chuckle escaped Yujito's lips. I'm not interested in rapping or poetry or anything that you and B were talking about last time. However, I do enjoy some fine wordplay from time to time. Heh. Ha ha ha. Fu's snort of laughter turned into loud, uproarious laughter. It took her nearly a minute to finally calm down. That's probably the stiffest way I've ever heard someone say yes before. She said, still chuckling. Are you always this hyper-serious? Do you actually go out and do things for fun? Are you like actually a real person? Yujito's eye twitched. She turned away from Fu, cursing under her breath for a moment. Fucking ungrateful shits. Have no appreciation for someone who actually thinks about their words. Her rant only seemed to start up Fu again in another laughing fit, which only made Yujito's mood worse. The two Jinchuriki stayed still for a moment as Fu proceeded to get over her laughter. Yujito finally turned to look back at her. A small, sad smile developed on her lips. I have to admit, though. I know your actions don't define you as a Jinchuriki or a person, because I know they don't define me. And I also have lost control before. She admitted. Her smile turned into a frown as she crossed her arms. On a mission, 17 years ago. What happened? Fu questioned. I was a newly minted Chunin and was sent on a mission to kill a group of bandits in Kaminari no Kuni that had a shinobi as their leader. Fairly standard, low-level B-ranked mission. Went on the mission with just one other Chunin, who was also fresh to the role. Reports were that the shinobi leader was Chunin level in strength. Yujito explained, her frown deepening. Those reports were incorrect. Turns out that the man was Jonin level in strength. And while me and my comrade put up a decent fight, he was overwhelming us, even when I was using the Nibi's chakra. So, in an act of desperation, I started channeling more chakra than I was used to. She took in a deep breath, sighing. That was the day I entered version 2 for the first time of my life. What happened? Fu asked again. Well, I killed the shinobi. I evened up the difference between us rather quickly with the Nibi's power. Yujito answered. Then, well, my ally made a sudden gesture. And in my state of mind at the moment, I thought that literally anyone around me was a threat, working with the bandits. So I attacked her. What? Fu's eyes widened in horror. You fought your fellow Kumo shinobi. More than fought, I injured her bad enough that she was on leave from active duty for a year, recovering from all the wounds I gave her. The Nibi Jinchuriki admitted, sighing heavily. That was when I started to gain my consciousness once again. When I beat her down to the point that she was barely alive. That's when my mind stopped seeing her as a threat. That's when I realized what the fuck I had done. Yujito. Fu looked at the elder Jinchuriki with a frown of her own. What happened after that? Did she hate you after? Interesting question. I'm not quite certain of the answer. Yujito admitted, bringing her hand to her chin. Because I discussed this with her while she was in the hospital. She admitted that version 2 was the only reason we survived our mission, so she couldn't hate me. I kicked her shit, but I also had ended up saving her life, I suppose. But, she admitted that she was nervous around me. And I know she has avoided going on missions with me ever since. She crossed her arms again. Not that I blame her. I messed up then. Badly. Did you get in trouble? The Nanabi Jinchuriki questioned. Oh, Raikage-sama let into me hard. He was deservedly pissed off at me for months. But I didn't get punished with prison time or bad missions, if that's what you were thinking. Yujito said. I did, however, get forced into mandatory sessions to train my control my Biju's chakra and improve my relationship with the Nibi. A smile, once again, developed on her lips as she nodded her head. And, as you saw in our spar yesterday, I accomplished both things and have full control of the Nibi's chakra, all the way to the point where I can summon the Biju if I wanted to. Oh. Fu's eyes widened in response again. Wow. But enough about me. Yujito shook her head. My point with bringing this up is that I don't let that one moment define me. It was horrible and a sign of weakness, but I moved on and developed my control of the Nibi's chakra to the highest level possible and can maintain full control and mental cognition. And Kumo, as a whole, recognizes my work both as a Jinchuriki and as a shinobi. That's all that matters. She then narrowed her eyes onto the Taki shinobi. Unless, of course, you want to disagree with that assertion. Do you think I'm some feral shinobi now? No. Fu shook her head. Absolutely not. Good. 'Cause I don't think I am. And likewise, that means you aren't either. Yujito said, smiling. Seriously, Fu. Losing control isn't the worst thing ever. It just means you have to work on your control from now. You're a talented kunoichi. To be honest, you already seem at a better level than I was when I was at your age. And technically speaking, since you have a Biju with more tails, if you train hard enough, you're supposed to be a stronger shinobi than me. Fu mumbled, looking downwardly. I am not sure I can reach your level. Or B's. Or even Naruto's. I don't think it's possible. You're saying that 'cause you're down on yourself. Yujito interrupted. The fact that you can say myself, B, and Naruto are on a level means it's possible. You know it is too. The Nanabi Jinchuriki looked back up at her. No excuses. Stop beating yourself up and feeling sorry for yourself. Let it go and move on. It's the only way you'll actually improve the situation and grow stronger. The Kumo shinobi stated sharply. You are fine. Got it. Fu was silent for a moment as she stared quietly at her fellow Jinchuriki. Yujito continued to eye the Taki shinobi, making sure she understood her words. Got it. I get it. She finally said, a smile developing on her lips as she nodded her head. I'll get to your level and move on from this. Promise. Good. Yujito returned her smile with a rather gentle one of her own. Her eyes were still narrowed on the girl, however. With that in mind, go wash yourself and get changed. There's still some day left, so you shouldn't waste it in here. And go see some of the Konoha shinobi, they're worried about you. Yes, Mom. Fu nodded her head, getting off the bed. Stop calling me that, ugh. Yujito's eye twitched as she got off the bed herself. Whatever. And go say hi to that one blonde genin. Kanji, I believe his name was. He's been especially concerned about you. Yeah, 'cause I've been kinda an ass to him. Fu noted, shaking her head. Yeah. I need to apologize to him. And everyone. Then what are you waiting for? Go make yourself presentable and do that. Yujito ordered. Fu nodded her head. She was about to rush over to the bathroom to go take a shower, but she stopped herself. She quickly turned back around to face Yujito and pulled the blonde woman into a tight hug. Yujito immediately tensed in response. I did need that. Thank you. Fu told her. Think nothing of it. Yujito said as she started to relax, returning the hug. Us Jinchuriki have to stick together. So are you going to finally tell me why we're in fucking Tsuki no Kuni? Hayden demanded. I want to stop by IWA for a moment. Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses. I have a few things I wish to acquire from there. More grave robbing? Didn't we literally just leave Kusagaku doing the same bullshit there? The Jashinist rolled his eyes. You and Kakuzu have the dumbest hobbies. Kabuto simply chuckled in response. The two had been traveling freely since Kabuto had finished stitching up Hayden's body. They had no objective until the planned Kumigakure invasion, so they were left to their devices. This gave Kabuto plenty of free time to work on his own personal projects, much to Hayden's annoyance. At least I don't stop you from your religious rituals. Hell, I encourage them. Kabuto defended himself. I actually enjoy watching them. They're interesting to me. Humph. A smirk developed on Hayden's face as he crossed his arms. You're a heretic, yeah, but at least you seem interested in Jashin-sama's works. I appreciate that. Kabuto was about to respond, but he stopped himself as he sensed a new presence arrive in the area, a presence with a remarkably high chakra level. He tensed up, preparing for battle. Someone here? Hayden questioned, his hand reaching for his scythe as a grin developed on his lips. I'd be down to cut a bitch. That won't be necessary, Hayden. A voice sounded throughout the area. Both Hayden's and Kabuto's eyes widened as they turned around. Standing directly behind them was another man wearing the Akatsuki robes, a man with orange, spiky hair, various piercings on his face, and Rinnegan eyes. Standing right behind them was the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. Pain? The hell are you doing here? Hayden questioned, crossing his arms. Usually if you got something you need to do, you either send your little errand bitches Konan or Zetsu. I wish to speak with Kabuto. Pain replied, his eyes focusing on the newest Akatsuki member. Would you care if I had a moment with him? Kabuto's eyebrow rose in suspicion. First Toby wants to talk to him, now you? And you literally came all the way out here to talk to him. Hayden pocketed his hands as he started to walk off. Fine. Whatever. I'll be back. There's a village nearby and I'll find someone there to sacrifice to Jashin-sama. With those words, Hayden stormed off. Kabuto frowned as he watched his partner walk away before he turned his attention to the leader of the Akatsuki. Well, I must say, it is a surprise to hear you came out all of this way to talk to me. He said, chuckling lightly. I'm not still under suspicion, am I? I assumed Toby probably spoke with you about what he and I talked about. He did. We do not suspect you of leaking information. Toby is currently investigating another member for me. Pain dismissed. I simply wished to get to know you. I heard your case and felt you would make a valuable member to Akatsuki, but you are the first member I did not personally vet prior to accepting you in the organization. So I simply wanted to learn more about you. Ah. I understand. Kabuto nodded his head in understanding. He took off his glasses for a moment and pulled out a piece of cloth to clean them. Well, what would you like to know about me? You and Sasori both mentioned that you were interested in my end goals, my desire to create peace for the world. Pain noted. I would like to hear about what interests you in my goals. I mean, in the moment right now, my main goal is to continue where Orochimaru-sama left off and understand all jutsu. I wish to live forever and acquire all of the knowledge the world has to offer and discover the truth of who I am. Kabuto answered. He finished cleaning his glasses and put them back on, pushing them against his eyes. And in such a world, I would like to be left alone. World peace sounds ideal for me. Left alone. Pain repeated those words, closing his eyes. While I appreciate your honest answer, I still have no respect for your former master. Orochimaru is a traitor to Akatsuki. Hearing your words does not bring me any comfort with you. I apologize for that. Kabuto said, frowning. But I hope you know that I am not Orochimaru-sama. Simply continuing his will does not mean I will turn traitor myself, and I hope you believe me. Pain nodded his head in understanding. For now, I do believe that. Although now I am curious, do you follow his will out of loyalty for him? Or for your own desires? Kabuto closed his eyes for a moment, reflecting on Pain's question. A frown developed on his lips as he brought his hand to his chin, reflecting on his own memories and thoughts. It can't be out of loyalty. If it was, I would have used the curse mark Orochimaru-sama marked on either Mitarashi Anko or Uchiha Sasuke to bring him back. No, it can't be. But Kabuto's frown deepened, as more memories came back to him, more mixed-up memories from his past. If I were to be honest, Pain-sama, I do not know. He admitted. This is something I actually struggle with every day of my life. About your motives? Pain questioned. About my identity? Kabuto clarified. I am someone who spent my entire life being a spy on every village, trained in Konoha's root program early on, and then continued as a spy for Orochimaru. I've taken on so many false identities in every major shinobi village and had so much lies embedded into my head, I have to remind myself every day in the mirror that Yakushi Kabuto is my actual name. And even then, I don't even know if that's true. My memory of my early childhood is even foggier. So you cannot tell if your own goals are your own or simply Orochimaru's. Pai noted. They're mine and at the same time are not. That's the summary of everything about my life, though. Kabuto continued. When you live in an orphanage, act as a spy for every shinobi village, and have unintentionally killed the only person who ever cared about you, you start questioning every action you've ever made. Pain was silent for a moment. He finally reopened his eyes, staring at Kabuto intently. After a minute of their nonverbal exchange, Pain nodded his head in understanding. I can see it in your eyes more clearly. You are someone who understands pain. He noted. I am glad we had this talk. And I believe that the world that I seek is one that would be ideal for you. The world I am striving for will be one with no need for spies or multiple identities. The world will be united as one, in pain, fear, despair, and peace, and will give you the chance to live your life of research and reflection. I do believe that. Kabuto nodded his head, smiling at the Akatsuki leader. And so long as that end goal is the goal of Akatsuki, then I will always stay loyal to it and you. I am pleased to hear that. Pain replied as he turned away. I apologize for taking up your time. You and Hayden are free to your devices once again. Be aware, however, that we will have a joint meeting in a week to discuss final preparations for the Kumigakure invasion. With those words, Pain disappeared. Kabuto stood alone on the path. He brought his hand to his chin, rubbing it. He seems sincere. It reminds me of Orochimaru-sama's promise to help create Otagakure, village that treasured identity. Kabuto noted. I support his goals wholeheartedly. A frown developed on his lips as he shook his head. But Pain, are you goals the end game of Akatsuki? Or is it Tobi's? A sigh escaped his lips. I need to investigate that. When I get done in IWA, I am going to find all the information I can about Toby. I need to know who the leader is and if I should bother staying loyal to Akatsuki or continue with my own plans. A loud scream could be heard in the distance. Kabuto turned his head in time to see smoke in the distance. A chuckle escaped his lips. Hyden must be having a real good time in that nearby village. Still laughing to himself, Kabuto began to walk over in the direction of the smoke, prepared to watch Hyden continue with one of his rituals. As he continued to walk, Pain's words repeated in his mind. A world with no need for spies and multiple identities. A world where I could simply focus on my research and reflection. It sounds too good to be true. He realized. Despite those doubts, he allowed a smile to develop on his lips, a small one. But if there's even a small chance for that reality, then I suppose I can fight for it. The thought pushed Kabuto forward as he continued towards Hyden. The moon was hanging directly over Shimogakure. Near the edge of the village, underneath the frost, was a small outpost that was left behind from a previous war, a former Konoha hideout, hidden in enemy territory during the Second Shinobi World War when Konoha had made advances against Kumo. While Shimo Shinobi knew of its existence, no one guarded it, as there was a belief that no one alive outside of the village knew of its existence. Yamanaka Fu and Abarame Torun, however, knew of it through their master. The two shinobi quickly set up base there and stood around a small table. So, we've discovered that the Kumigakure shinobi here accompanying the Raikage include the village's Jinchuriki, his right-hand bodyguard Darui, and a notable medical ninja of Kumo. Torun noted. Chances of our survivability have gone down even more. True. Fu nodded his head. It's good, then, that we do not need to survive to accomplish the mission. Well, as an aside, with C here, any chance of a sneak attack have gone out the window. That man is also an accomplished sensor. There's always an off chance he's sensed our presence in this village by now. Torun acknowledged. Again, that's not a bad thing. If the Raikage believes that Konoha sent more shinobi to the village than the Hokage will admit to, he may suspect something. Fu said. But you're right. If we even want to make an admirable attempt, we need to cut off C, separate him and kill him. At the very least, that will start the Raikage's paranoia. It might get him to leave early. We can strike then. Torun said. We can give that man a good fight for his life. And while it matters not if we die, it would be excellent for Konoha if we accomplished killing off the most anti-Konoha leader in the current political world just before this Akatsuki organization attacks their village. It could destroy Kumigakure to the point where they become the next Uzushiagakure. That would be poetic irony. Fu admitted, chuckling to himself. The two root agents were quiet for a moment, having wrapped up their plans. They proceeded to lie down in their makeshift beds, preparing to get some rest. Fu. Torun spoke up, getting the auburn-haired shinobi to turn his head towards him. When we were scouting out the shinobi here, you did get a catch of what Konoha shinobi were here, yes? I did. He nodded his head. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, the Nanabi Jinchuriki from Taki, and Uzumaki Naruto, along with his genin team. So you noticed, then, that your little brother is here? Torun noted. Yes. Fu nodded his head. Truth be told, it took me by surprise to see him here. I did not realize he passed his genin test already. I understand that feeling. Torun admitted, crossing his arms. It's been so long since I saw Shino, he's actually a Jonin now, from what I've last heard. That's good for him. The Yamanaka nodded his head. The two root agents were silent once again for a brief moment. Fu closed his eyes, attempting to get some sleep, but was interrupted by Torun's voice. Fu. He said. Would you take advantage of a chance to get to know your brother? We can't do that and you know we can't. The Yamanaka hissed in response. Danzo-sama was very strict about our recruitment. We can't reveal ourselves to our former family and friends, lest we undo all of his hard work and bring to light Root's continued existence to the general public. That wasn't my question. I already know that. Torun replied, scowling. I asked if, you could, would you take the chance to get to know him? If you could. Fu was silent for a moment. He opened his eyes as B brought his hand to his chin in thought. I don't know. It's been long enough that I doubt he remembers me. If he does remember me, I am no longer the brother he remembers me to be. And I bet he's a different person than how I remember him. He's surely not the innocent little kid I recall. And if he still is, he surely won't be for long. Fu acknowledged. But, again, it doesn't matter. No interaction like that would do either of us good. I suppose so. Torin shrugged his shoulders. Besides, it appears he has moved on, if my death ever affected him. Fu noted. He seems close with his teammates. He also seems particularly close with the Nanabe Jinchuriki. Torin recognized a bitterness in his partner's voice, a bitterness that he could not ever recall hearing before. He thought about drawing attention to it, but shook his head, biting his tongue. It would do no good. Forgive the inquiries. Let's get some rest. He said simply. With those words, the root agents fell into a final silence as they both rested for what was going to be the fight of their lives. Chapter 83, The Root of the Problem. In the middle of a training ground deep within a cave in Uegakur, a training ground covered with visible crystal-like structures sticking ground, Kuratsuka stood at one end, panting heavily. On the other end was Onaki, who was crouched downward, ready to charge. Within seconds, the grandfather and granddaughter charged at one another, raising their fists. Earth style, stone fist jutsu. Lava style, scorching armored fist. Rock began to materialize around Onaki's arm, completely encasing it and forming what resembled a boulder. Kuratsuka's body, meanwhile, was surrounded with lava. The two, with their new bodily enhancements, charged at one another and attempted to punch at each other. Onaki's rock-covered arm collided with his granddaughter's lava-covered fist, creating a massive shockwave. The Tsuchikage and his granddaughter remained in a stalemate as they tried to overpower the other. The lava around Kuratsuka's fist started to transfer over to Onaki's, but the rock surrounding his arm prevented any lingering damage. The two remained in their stalemate. As the two were stuck, they both started making hand signs with their free hands. Earth style, mobile core. Lava style, ash stone sealing jutsu. Kuratsuka breathed out a massive cloud of ash around her mouth that made contact with Onaki's body. The cloud solidified into a solid, binding Onaki into place. Just as her jutsu officially trapped Onaki's body, the ground underneath her feet raced upward, knocking her into the air. Earth style, stone golem. Using no hand signs, Onaki opened his mouth, releasing a giant, humanoid-looking creature of stone from his mouth that rushed into the air. Kuratsuka, noting the creature was about to strike at her, tried to counter-attack with her lava-covered fist. Her fist collided with its fist, causing both the creature to crack and fall apart and causing Kuratsuka to get sent flying up further into the air. She made contact with the ceiling of the cave, coughing up blood, before she was sent falling back to the ground. She caught herself on the way ground, but she winced upon impact and fell to one knee. With her concentration destroyed, Onaki made a gesture with his arms, completely dispelling the ash that had surrounded his body. He stared at his granddaughter for a second before he shook his head. It's late, Kuratsuka. We're done for the night. He told her. No. I can continue fighting. Kuratsuka refused, pulling herself back off the ground. You're barely standing. Onaki said, crossing his arms. You young kids think you're hot shit, but you need to understand your limits. You have them, get over it. We need to take a break, Kuratsuka. Kuratsuka got into a fighting stance once again, locking eyes with her grandfather. His eyes narrowed on her. The two remained still for nearly a minute until Kuratsuka finally dropped her stance, recognizing that the Tsuchikage was not going to fight her. You've made tremendous progress anyway. Onaki admitted, letting a small smile develop on his lips. Your lava release is getting stronger after all your training with Rashi. You were able to match me in a stalemate and you managed to trap me with your ash jutsu. You would never have been able to do so before. It's progress, yeah, but it's not enough. I have to get stronger. Kuratsuka noted, frowning. I need to get stronger to keep up our good name. You already have a good name and reputation, Kuratsuka, separate from mine. No need to pressure yourself. Onaki said, his smile dropping to a frown. This is about the Kamaizuru shinobi, isn't it? There. Ugh. Kurotsuka grit her teeth for a moment. Gramps, you have to know that they're turning favor away from you. We have to be strong, in case they try something. You know precisely what they will do if they try something. I'm the one who is going to have to be strong. Onaki replied. And if you think I'm going to lose to Ishikawa-sama's brats dash. I don't think you will. Kurotsuka admitted. But still. I just need to be strong, okay? I need to make sure people realize that IWA is strong already and that they shouldn't just throw it all away because these Kamaizuru assholes are back in the village and promoting out-of-date philosophy. Kurotsuka. Onaki sighed. You're letting yourself get too stressed out about them. It's unbecoming of you and any proud IWA shinobi. The Jonin tensed at his words, but said nothing. Onaki shook his head as he walked closer towards her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and the two stared back at each other. You're an IWA shinobi. You cannot be scared of anything. You cannot be concerned of anything. As long as you have the will of stone, you can do anything. Onaki said, smiling. We are the people of Earth. We are strong and sturdy like the mountains. And with this strength, IWA will never be moved until we move ourselves. So do not let your anxieties cloud reality, our village will remain strong, regardless of whatever anyone else says. You're right. Kurotsuka nodded her head, a smile crossed her lips. I guess I'm just being paranoid about things with Suzumibaki. You're right. It's not paranoia. It's just you have to faith that we are strong enough to overcome it. Onaki told her. And we will. Kurotsuka said. A mischievous smirk developed as she eyed her grandfather's hat. You can't pass the title yet, anyway. Not until I get the chance to fight you and take it. Dream on, brat. The Tsuchikage snorted in response. I've got another 10 years before I even think of passing this on. Until then, get in line. I'm already in line. She replied. The grandfather and granddaughter continued to squabble as they walked out of the training ground, heading home after a long night of continuous sparring. Who the hell? Is that Ikii? See yawned as he pulled himself out of bed at the sound of knocking. The Kumigakure shinobi got dressed and walked over to the door and opened it. As he had predicted, the Shimo daimyo Ikii was on the other side. The elderly man had a timid smile on his face as he waved at him. "See-san, it is a pleasure to see you. I am sorry to wake you up this early." Ikii apologized. "I was wondering if I could borrow you for a moment." See yawned in response, But if you're still tired, I could ask Darui-san or B-san or Yujito-san instead if you'd rather sleep. Ikii stated quickly, frowning. I just wanted to ask one of you for a brief escort, that's all. To the nearby village of Yukihana. No, it's fine. I can do it for you, Ikii-sama. C noted as he walked out the door with the man. Thank you. Ikii bowed his head. He was about to say something else, but he noticed C was walking down the hallway towards another door. Where are you going? Just going to report to Raikage-sama about your request. C said as he walked towards the door. Well, why didn't you let him sleep? Ikii said quickly. Why, your leader is very tired. You should just let him rest and tell him when you get back. It'll only take you 2 hours at most. C stopped himself from knocking on the door. He looked at the daimyo with narrowed eyes for a moment before he finally shrugged his shoulders and turned around towards him. Suppose you're right. Raikage-sama has been stressed, recently. C admitted. He has. Ikii noted, frowning. He needs to rest more. I've known him for years and he's looking like he's aged too much. C nodded his head in understanding. The two shinobi then proceeded to walk out of the hotel and move through Shimogakure. After a few minutes of travel, the two reached the entrance to the village and headed out into the snowfields around. So, if you do not mind me asking, why did you not ask one of your village's shinobi for the escort? C asked. I hate to admit it, but I know you Kumo shinobi are of a C caliber higher than my villages. Ikiai admitted, looking downward. Raikage-sama has mentioned that to you before. C noted, frowning. Perhaps you should take his suggestions for training your village more seriously. I need to think more about it. Ikiai said, poking his fingers together. That is what you always say. C shook his head, sighing. My apologies. The daimyo said. A smile then developed on his lips. But that's why I'm grateful for when you Kumo shinobi. You are always so strong and capable. Especially someone like you, C-san, who is an incredible sensor. Well, thanks for the compliment. C smiled in response. Before the two shinobi could take another step, Ikiai stopped in his place. His eyes widened and he began to quickly look around the snowfields around them. C's eyes narrowed slightly on the man. Ikiai-sama, are you alright? You look confused. The Kumo shinobi questioned. WH where are we? He asked. I don't remember leaving my home. Why are we here? What? C's eyes widened. Before the Kumo shinobi could do anything, a black and white painted puppet with stitching going down its center poked its head out from under the snow directly underneath Ikiai and C holding a kama in its hand. The puppet swung the weapon upward directly at C's body. Ack! C hissed in response as the kama struck his skin, drawing blood. Alright, I sense enemy shinobi presence. Finally. It's coming a few meters away. Is it a puppeteer? Mind transfer puppet curse jutsu. Just as C was preparing to fight, his eyes widened as an overwhelming sensation entered his mind. He felt an internal suction force on his body for a moment that was overwhelming to him. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to fight back against it. A second passed, and the force faded away. C opened his eyes to look around and see what happened. What? C internally shouted as he tried to look at his body. He then noticed that his appendages were now made of fabric and stitching, no longer flesh and blood. His body had transformed into the puppet that had just struck at him. What the hell? While C's mind was now stuck in the puppet's body, his physical body began to move on its accord. The body looked around briefly around the area before its eyes narrowed on Ikiai. C-san, are you okay? Ikiai questioned. What was that? A small wound. C responded, smiling. Strangely, though, I don't sense any threats in the area. I don't think anyone is nearby. That's a relief. Ikiai sighed in relief. That must have been some trap left behind from a battle or something. Suppose so. C shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, why don't you head back to Shimo? It's a little cold. It is. The Frost Daimyo shivered for a moment before nodding his head and starting to walk back into the village. I will see you back, then. C waved goodbye as the elderly Daimyo walked away. With no one else in the clearing, a smirk developed on his lips as he picked up the puppet. What the hell is going on? What jutsu is this? Is this a genjutsu? C wondered as he struggled to pull his conscious out of the puppet's body. Why can't I break it then? Why can't I do anything? I'd stop struggling if I were you. Nothing is going to work. The puppet looked up at C, who had an indifferent look on his face. I'd try and relax if I were you. It'll make your final moments more peaceful. Upon finishing his statement, Torin appeared in the snowy clearing, carrying Fu's unconscious body. The Abarame walked over to C and nodded his head in approval as he reached for his sword. I see it worked, Fu. Torin noted. Was it difficult luring him out this far? No. All I had to do was just transfer my mind with the daimyo for a moment. This village has horribly lax security, even with foreign leaders in the village. C replied with a slight chuckle. Anyway, let's get this over with. Torin nodded his head as he pulled out his sword and positioned at C's chest. What kind of jutsu is this? Mind related. C's eyes widened in horror. Is this the Yamanaka clan's technique? Did Konoha set this up? But why? Before C's consciousness could finish that thought, his body made a single hand sign just as Torin's sword began to inch its way through his body. Curse seal release. C's consciousness immediately drifted from the puppet's body once again. The force was overwhelming for a brief second until his mind returned to his physical body. The instant his mind returned, however, his heart was impaled by Torin's sword. The Kyumigakuer shinobi coughed up blood as his eyes started to close. Within a second, Torin pulled the sword out and C fell to the ground, dead, coating the snow with blood. After C's body hit the ground, Fu's body proceeded to wake up. The Yamanaka stretched slightly before it walked over to C's corpse, taking the puppet out of his hands and pocketing it. Do you think we should hide the body or do we just let the Raikage find out about it? Torin questioned. No need to hide it. We want to stir up some paranoia between him and Konoha. Fu replied, shrugging his shoulders. Let's move on. We got a fight to prepare for. With those words, the two root agents disappeared, leaving C's corpse alone in the snowfield. 3 hours passed by. Jiraiya laid sleeping peacefully in his private bedroom, a perverse grin on his face as he snored peacefully in bed. Yes. Ika Health sold so well, baby. You love a successful writer, don't you? Wait till you see what I got planned next. Jiraiya's grin seemed to widen, his dream getting even more intense. Well, I could use someone to plan with, if you know what I mean. The door to Jiraiya's hotel room was knocked down, falling to the ground. Jiraiya immediately jumped out of bed, completely awake and looking serious, hands making hand signs, as his eyes focused on the door. Within seconds, he stormed into the room, carrying a body on his back. What the hell are you doing? Jiraiya hissed. No, Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing? The Raikage shouted as he laid the body on his shoulders down. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror as he noticed the body he set down in his room, the body of C, who was covered in blood in the chest, clearly dead. The two cage-locked eyes, Jiraiya seeming confused and horrified while his eyes were filled with rage. What happened? Where was he? Jiraiya questioned. Body was found directly outside of the village. Don't play games with me, Jiraiya. I know you are responsible for this. He shouted. What's going on? Is that the Raikage yelling? Yo bro, why so loud? What's got you so wowed? After the Raikage's shouting, the Konoha shinobi, Kyumo shinobi, and Fu all walked over to Jiraiya's room to see what was happening. Upon entering, all the shinobi got a glimpse of C's blood-covered body. Looks of horror developed on everyone's faces. C's dead. Yujito questioned, a shiver running down her body. This is disgusting. Darui commented, closing his eyes as he shook his head, giving a silent prayer for his ally. WHWHWH. Katsumi mumbled, trying to process her thoughts. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. He growled as he pointed at Jiraiya, his fist starting to radiate electricity. Konoha fucking killed him. You cannot be serious. Jiraiya hissed in response. I would not have come all this way out to Shimo on your terms just to kill one of your shinobi. What kind of idiot do you think I am? And you yourself said the body was just lying outside the village, why the hell would I leave it out there like that? I don't know your motives or why. I just know what happened. The Raikage grit his teeth. And I know it's you considering those brats you brought with you. He turned his head to face the genin of Team 9. More electricity began to radiate from his body as he started to leak killing intent freely from his body. Katsumi's, Hanabi's, and Kanji's eyes all widened as they started to shake at the amount of killing intent. Hanabi fell to her knees at the level, feeling her stomach churn rapidly. Naruto and Hinata quickly stepped in between them and the Raikage. Both Jonin glared at the Yondaime Raikage. What does C's death have to do with my genin? Naruto said, crossing his arms. Ikei! He shouted. On cue, the Shimo daimyo, who had been quietly waiting in the hallway, rushed in. A panicked look was on his face as he bowed his head at the Raikage. I was the last person to see C-san alive. Ikei admitted. I saw him outside the village. I couldn't remember why IW was out there, but then the Raikage helped me remember. C left a note. Earlier this morning, Ikiai here came by to ask C to escort him to one of the neighboring villages to Shimogakure. Ikiai was apparently acting weird, not wanting C to bother me, simply saying that the escort would only take a few hours. So he wrote a note in secret and planted it in my door, telling me what his errand was about. He noted, gritting his teeth. His eyes then focused in on Kanji. Only this was no errand, this was a setup. You Konoha shinobi used that Yamanaka you have with you to take over Ikiai's body and lead C into a trap where you all promptly killed him. WHWH what? Kanji mumbled, feeling his own stomach churning as well. I didn't do anything dash. Kanji-san has been with us all night. Hanabi quickly said, shaking her head. None of us left our room at all. As if your word means anything. The Raikage snarled. What does that mean? Katsumi asked. She tried to glare at the man, but as his eyes focused on her, her own stomach dropped and her anger was replaced with fear once again. He was with us. Raikage-san, stop aiming killing intent at my genin. Naruto said, crossing his arms. He turned to face Naruto, his eyes narrowed even further. Who do you think you are talking to dash? The Raikage stopped talking for a moment as B walked over, grabbing onto his brother's shoulder. He turned his head towards him, the two brothers glaring at one another. Bro. I know you're angry, we're all fucking angry about C's death, but this does nothing. Let them speak. B said. The Raikage snarled in response, but nodded his head, acquiescing to his brother's suggestion. The electricity around his body started to fade and the killing intent stopped leaking from his body. He took a deep breath before turning his attention to Jiraiya. I already told you my suspicions. This is based on C's note, his dead body, and Ikiai's testimony. If you want to verify anything, do it now. He said simply. Have your Yamanaka check Ikiai's mind for any information. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed on the Raikage but said nothing. With a sigh, he looked over to Naruto's genin and nodded his head. Kanji, it would help clear things up. Would you be able to check Ikiai's mind? The Yamanaka glanced over to the Hokage. He swallowed hard, overcoming the sick feelings in his stomach, and nodded his head. He then walked over in front of the Ikiai and held out his hands. Mind transfer jutsu. Hanabi moved forward after Kanji finished his jutsu, catching his body before it could hit the floor. Ikiai's eyes widened as Kanji's consciousness entered his mind. The room grew silent as all eyes focused on the Shimo daimyo, waiting for Kanji's answers. Ikiai, since he was not a shinobi nor was he resisting, was an open book to Kanji and his memories were easily accessible to him. Kanji spent a while, checking his most recent memories. He saw images of Ikiai eating an elaborate dinner, perversely chatting with a few of the younger women that work for him and going to bed in his ornate bedroom. His memories stopped for a moment until he was woken up late in night. Kanji watched Ikiai pull himself nervously out of bed at the sound of noise. He looked around his room until he came face to face with an orange-haired man wearing the Konoha forehead protector. What? Kanji nearly gasped. Who? Who is that? Upon contact with this man, the memories skip, as if Ikiai was asleep. When the memories resurface, Ikiai was now standing in an open snowfield out of the village, and was talking to C, who told him to return to the village. With no more memories left to check, Kanji cancelled his jutsu, returning his consciousness to his own body. He woke up and Hanabi helped him back on his feet. Ikiai, meanwhile, regained consciousness and took a deep sigh of relief with the jutsu completed. For a moment there, I thought that the boy was going to kill me. Ikiai admitted. No one paid attention to the daimyo's words, however. Both Kage stared directly at the Yamanaka, who was looking downward with a troubled look. Ikiai's testimony is valid. Kanji admitted. A man appeared in his bedroom at night time. After that, his memory skips until he is in a snowfield with C. A man. He snarled. What did this man look like? Kanji stopped himself as his mind focused in on what the man looked like: orange hair, muscular build, light-toned skin tone that matched his own skin tone, amber-colored eyes, and the Konoha forehead protector. My mind must be playing tricks on me. I've been thinking about Funii lately cause of Fune. No. That can't be right. I saw what I saw. Those were Ikiai's memories. That is what he saw. That's the man he saw. Kanji told himself. His frown deepened at that mental declaration. But that man, he looks just like how I imagine Fu Nii would like if he was still alive. And he was from Konoha too, but does that mean? What did this man look like? He shouted, interrupting Kanji's thoughts. The Yamanaka's eyes widened and he quickly nodded his head, sorry. He looked like he was in his early 20s. Had orange hair and amber-colored eyes. Same skin tone as me. He was muscular and wore a dark black jacket with red straps over a red short kimono, black pants, and black gloves. Kanji bit his lip for a moment before shaking his head. He also wore the Konoha forehead protector. What? Naruto's eyes widened. That attire. Jiraiya's eyes widened for a moment at the brief description of the man's clothing. His eyes then narrowed again as killing intent started to leak. Danzo, I swear to God. Jiraiya, you heard it yourself. This was a Konoha shinobi. He snarled. Ikiai couldn't immediately recall what this man looked like, which is why I assumed it may have been this boy, but the man that attacked was a Konoha shinobi. What do you have to say about this dash? This shinobi must be a Yamanaka. And I don't have any Yamanaka shinobi loyal to me that fits that description. Jiraiya said, scowling. However, I believe I know who may. Jiraiya-sama, what is that supposed to mean? Yujito questioned. Root. Jiraiya said. Didn't the Sandaime disband that organization? Darui asked. Officially, yes. But there's always been suspicion that Danzo might be working on things still. That man does not cooperate kindly or peacefully. Jiraiya said, scowling. Root. Fu repeated the word, blinking in confusion. What is it? Root, also known as the Foundation, was a branch of Konoha Zumbu that was under the direct command of Shimura Danzo. Sasuke answered, crossing his arms. From what I've heard, they were different from the regular Umbu Corps as they would take on tasks that were concerned dirty work, such as assassinations, without consulting with the Hokage. Most of their missions involved interfering with the politics of other foreign villages in ways best fit for Konoha. Darui added. A black mark of your village, or so I was told. Your village took way too long to disband it for something that was always seen as a black mark. And you're going to claim that this man that attacked C was a member of Root. He stated, crossing his arms. Bullshit, Jiraiya. Nothing about this argument looks good for you. Either you're lying and this was a direct attack on a Kumo shinobi, or your village failed to get rid of Root and this meeting somehow leaked out to them, meaning you failed to keep this a secret and C died as a result of your incompetence. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed on the man. I did not tell anyone anything and justified my absence. You can't possibly blame any of this on myself or Konoha. If Root is still around and killed C, then I can too blame Konoha. He snarled. And what do you think is going to happen next? I doubt killing him was Root's end goal. Their dash. Bro. Killer B spoke up again, crossing his arms. You need to take a breather. You need to take this seriously, B. The Raikage shouted. One of our shinobi just died and you don't know what else that means. I know what it means. I am taking this serious. B's eyes narrowed. And I am saying that it does us no good if you're freaking out about this and not thinking rationally. The two brothers were silent for a moment as they stared at each other intently. After a minute of eye contact, both looked away from each other. He then turned around and walked out of the room. I need some fresh air. He declared sharply. No one follow me, unless they want to lose their head. With those words, the Raikage stormed out. Electricity began to leak out of his body once again as he took steps down the hallway. Darui and Yujito both had troubled looks on their faces while Killer B simply shook his head, frowning. My bro needs a moment. He'll calm down in a couple of hours. But shit, it's been years since I've seen him this angry. The Hakabi Jinchuriki mumbled. His eyes then focused on C's body. Jiraiya, you're going to have to be straight with us, though. Was Root disbanded? Officially yes. Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. However, as I said early, that's only official. I've had suspicions the organization still exists. But if you were to ask Danzo about this, he will deny it and you'll have no proof of it. Well, if this orange-haired Yamanaka really exists, then that's proof. A Konoha shinobi that's neither a missing ninja nor in your active duty roster. That's proof of Root, yes. Yujito said, scowling. Orange-haired Yamanaka. Kanji repeated the phrase, recalling what he had heard with Ikiai's memory. It can't be, can it? No. It can't be. Fu Nii is dead. He disappeared years ago. His eyes then widened as his mind started to piece thoughts together. Disappeared. We didn't even have a body to bury. Could it be? No, but that makes even less sense. 'Cause if he was alive, why is he in this Root program? Why would he be doing this? But that man looked just like how I'd imagine he would like if he was still alive. Ugh. The Yamanaka groaned to himself, bringing his hands to his face. What's going on? Now the question is, what do we do about it? Sasuke asked. We are assuming that these Root shinobi here, yes? The Raikage had a point. What's their end goal? I don't pretend to know. Danzo is not a stupid man, but I can't envision what he would try. Jiraiya shook his head. But we should be on the lookout for them. If anything, I'd like this Root agent and any others here captured so we can interrogate them. I can help with that. Hinata spoke up. As can I. Hanabi added. Let's scan the whole village. We'll divide into units. Hinata and Sasuke looked together. Jiraiya suggested. Hanabi, Kanji, Katsumi, your help is appreciated, especially with your Byakugan Hanabi, but I need you all to stick with Naruto. Fu, would you be willing to accompany them? Yeah, I'd be more than willing to help. Fu said, nodding her head. We'll be on the lookout as well. Yujito added. Yujito and I will hunt down Root and give this organization the boot. Be declared. With those words, the two Jinchuriki disappeared, using the Shunshin to leave the room. I'll join the search for these Root guys as well. Darui spoke up. He then turned his head to face Ikiai. But first things first, I'll take you back to your place, Ikiai-sama, so you can catch up on your sleep. Why yes, please. Ikiai nodded his head in agreement as he followed the Kumo shinobi out the door. All right, we have our objective. Let's go. Jiraiya said sharply. Understood. Both Sasuke and Hinata said. With those words, Sasuke, Hinata, and Jiraiya all used the Shunshin and disappeared from the hotel room. Naruto, his Genin team, and Fu were now left alone. With the rest of the shinobi gone from the room, Katsumi and Hanabi both sighed in relief. Okay, I thought that the Raikage was going to kill us for a second. Katsumi admitted with a shiver. That was absolutely terrifying. He's scary. Hanabi noted. I would hate to see him in a fight. I know. Katsumi nodded her head, a frown developing on her head. He wouldn't dare do anything. Not while we were here. Naruto said sharply, crossing his arms. He's an asshole with an anger problem, but he's not stupid. But his anger problem isn't going to get any better so long as these Root guys are apparently out there. So let's go help out while we can. What the hell even is Root? Katsumi mumbled. I still don't get it, even after it was explained. How can there be Konoha shinobi in our village that aren't loyal or known to the Hokage? That was my first time hearing about them too. Naruto admitted, frowning. I don't know what the hell that thing was about. They said it was disbanded and all, but it may still be working. But still, why was such a thing even created? Shinobi have different moral codes. I'm assuming this Danzo guy has a different code of ethics from the Hokage and they made some agreement. Fu noted. Kanji-san. Hanabi spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to the Yamanaka. The boy still had his hands in his face and looked as if he was both deep in thought and deeply upset. Are you okay? He blinked, shaking his head for a second. He looked around the room, focusing on Hanabi. Did you say my name? Yeah. She did. Katsumi turned to face him, scowling. Dude, what's up? Some serious shit is going on, you can't afford to space out right now. I know. He sighed, biting his lip. It's just. Kanji. Are you okay? Fu asked, frowning. No. Not okay. He took in a deep breath before he brought his hands together, looking at his team and Fu with a serious look on his face. I got something I need to talk to you about. All eyes in the room narrowed in on Kanji. Everyone nodded in response. What about? Naruto asked. I know I've mentioned this before to Naruto-sensei and Fune, but I think I'm coming to a bad realization about something. I need to talk to you all about my brother, Yamanaka Fu. Kanji stated. Upon killing C, Toruin and Fu returned to their outpost in the corner of Shimo. The two root agents waited, Fu concentrating on the chakra presences around the village while Toruin started tinkering with a jar marked with the seal's poison and isolation. 2 hours had passed after C's death. Fu stood up, finally having information. It seems as if the Raikage is separated from the rest of the shinobi. Yamanaka Fu noted. I noticed that he was together with the Konoha shinobi, so I assume there must have been a confrontation. Good. Toruin said. This may be an opportune time to strike. His Kumo shinobi are not with him, correct? No. If I were to guess, the Raikage may have stormed out in anger. Fu guessed. Regardless, he is alone. With a nod in understanding, Toruin touched his hand on the jar and pulled out a small scroll. Immediately, the item disappeared in a poof of smoke, getting sealed back into the scroll. I'm ready. The Abarame stated. I am as well. Fu said as he pulled out 2 seals from his jacket's pocket. He placed one on his neck and held out the other to Toruin. Active these, by the way. Suppress our chakra and presence for as long as possible. Toruin nodded his head as he placed the seal on his neck. This is probably our last moments alive. It has been a pleasure working with you, Fu. Toruin said. It has been the same. I doubt I would have survived through our training without you. Thank you for everything, Toruin. Fu admitted, letting a small smile develop on his lips. The smile faded as quickly as it came as the two shinobi shook hands. For Danzo-san's will. Toruin stated. For the good of Konoha. Fu said. With those words, the 2 root agents disappeared from the outpost, leaving it abandoned once again. Ugh, I still haven't seen them. Hinata said, frowning. She and Sasuke were currently rushing on the edge of the village, trying to find any sign of the root shinobi. Hinata had her Byakugan activated and was scanning the area, but was having a difficult time finding the rogue shinobi. What's your field of vision again? You said 25 kilometers, right? Sasuke asked. Maybe we should focus our search outside of the village? Possibly. Hinata said, frowning. But what concerns me is that there are ways to hide from my eyes. I know one shinobi in Kirigakure who is a good enough seal master that she created a seal that made her chakra invisible to my Byakugan. It would not surprise me if a group like this could have similar seals. I suppose that makes sense. Which makes it even more difficult to find this Yamanaka root agent. And anyone else he is with. The Uchiha said, sighing. The 2 Konoha shinobi continued to move through Shimo, looking for any signs of root. As they continued to move, memories started to return to Hinata. Sasuke-kun, you said you had heard about root before this, yes? She questioned. He nodded his head. I've known about them for a while, actually. Itaki had mentioned something about them once. Your brother. Hinata's eyes widened for a moment. Sasuke nodded his head once again, scowling slightly. Back before he killed our clan, Itaki was a member of Umbu. And apparently, Danzo attempted to recruit him to root once. I overheard him talking to father about it once. Itaki was ranting about Root's motives and willingness to act against the Hokage's orders, which in hindsight is laughable. He shook his head, his scowl dropping, before he continued. Still, he was right about them. I learned a little about Root in my own research. They're an organization filled with scandal and bad blood. I see. Hinata brought her right hand to her chin in thought. I actually just remembered hearing about them once. Back during the Kirigakure Civil War, I fought a man named Unmo who mentioned both Root and this Danzo person by name. And he used them as reasons to hate Konoha. Not surprising. Root is apparently the tool of Konoha that meddles in foreign villages and their politics. Suzuki stated. There is rumor that Root actually sent out forces to Omegakure to side with Hanzo and kill the resistance there in the Omegakure Civil War, simply because Hanzo was a predictable leader whereas the resistance was an unknown to Konoha. The Hyuga frowned in response. Stories of Sanshou no Hanzo and his cruelty against anyone he perceived to be a threat to AIM and his reign of AIM were numerous and vivid. For any Konoha shinobi, even ones belonging to a splinter cell group, to align with such a man was horrifying in her mind. This man needs to be found. Hinata said sharply. Suzuki nodded in agreement as the two continued with their search. This is just fucking great. He mentally snarled. The Yondaime Raikage stormed through the streets of the village in an attempt to calm himself down. His efforts did not appear to be working, however, as the man continued to conduct electricity around his body and radiate killing intent. Shimogakure citizens who were unfortunate enough to walk down the street at the same time as him immediately turned corner and ran. He did not seem to notice, however, and continued to move forward, plowing through the snow-covered streets. Jiraiya is not an idiot. He's right. And that Yamanaka brat, if he was simply trying to cover for himself, would have lied about the man he saw. He would not have admitted that the man wore a Konoha forehead protector unless it took him by surprise too. This can't be something Konoha planned. But then that means that this clearly involves Root. He grit his teeth as his stomping grew louder. I gave Jiraiya explicit instructions to keep this meeting to himself. Thanks to his incompetence, C is dead. But what even the hell is Danzo's endgame with this? The Raikage's stomping grew louder. This is where Konoha shows its weakness. I would have personally executed Danzo the moment his organization went against my wishes. I would damn well not have simply ignored his actions, even long after it was disbanded. I need that man's head personally delivered to my office, and if I have to do it myself because Jiraiya is too much of a coward to do it himself, so be it. The Yondaime Raikage continued to move through Shimogakure with no destination in mind. He walked into the training ground where the Jinchuriki sparred 2 days prior. Upon arriving, and now completely alone, he stopped walking and started taking deep breaths in. Calm down, he told himself. B is right. Anger is fine, but needless amounts of anger will cloud my judgment. My old man told me the same thing. Just, calm down, breathe. He fell to the ground and started doing push-ups at a slow, relaxed pace. Every time he went down to the ground, he took in a deep breath and exhaled as he came up. Just breathe, calm down. He told himself. Calm down dash. Jar of poison jutsu. 6-layer self-regenerating barrier. His eyes widened as he pulled himself at the feeling of chakra presences. A large, wide dome surrounded the training ground. As the dome was being created, 5 more layers of the dome were formed around it. Upon the ends of the dome contacting the ground, the color disappeared, turning it clear and see-through. As the see-through barrier was forming around the battleground, another barrier, one colored purple and black, was created in the middle of the 6-layer dome. The sound of buzzing insects could be heard from the colored barrier, even after the dome had finally finished. With both barrier jutsus created, Torin and Fu appeared in the center of the battleground. Fu had his hands clapped, as if he was channeling chakra, while Torin was holding his sword in his hands. I remember you telling me about your brother's death. Naruto said, frowning. But now you're thinking he's not only alive, but he's this Root guy that attacked. I don't know what to think. Kanji admitted, sighing. I just know what I saw from Ikiai's memories. And the man that he met up with was clearly a Yamanaka with orange hair. I don't know any current person in the clan that has the color of hair he had, except my brother. He then shook his head. And we did his funeral without his body. We only labeled him dead after he was reported missing for long enough. His body was never seen, so maybe it's him. Maybe he never disappeared. Maybe he joined Root. But why would he join Root? Katsumi asked. Did he seem like the type to join some group like that? Well, does that even matter? Fu said. This Root group is disbanded officially, right? But it's still operational? That means a lot of things related to it, like recruitment, don't happen normally. Maybe they just happen if its leader takes an interest in them. Maybe they kidnap their members. That sounds a little extreme. Hanabi noted. Would something like that be possible? I mean, it actually makes sense. Kanji said, his eyes widening. Cause my brother was a rising star in the Yamanaka clan, so he definitely would have the interest of some guy. His eyes then narrowed, his hands tightening into fists. And it would be perfect, too. Cause he's not closely related to the clan head at all, only tied to him by clan name alone. He'd be the type of kid that people outside of our immediate family would forget about, if he never got the chance to make a name for himself as a shinobi beforehand. Holy shit! Katsumi gasped. Her eyes focused on her teammate and she shook her head. I'm so sorry. Don't be. This could be all just a theory. Kanji said, quickly. Hopefully it is. I would love for Fu and I to be alive, but not like this. Regardless of who this Root agent is, we have to find him and take him in for interrogation. Naruto said, starting to walk towards the door. Anyone who just kills a Kumo shinobi indiscriminately is no ally of ours. We have to find him before he can do any more damage. Of course. Hanabi spoke up as she activated her Byakugan. The group left the hotel altogether and prepared to look around the village for any signs of the Shimo shinobi. As they were about to begin their search, however, Hanabi's eyes noticed something in the corner of her vision. Her eyes widened. I think I found dash. Hanabi stopped talking as her eyes widened even further. Wait, what? What do you see, Hanabi? Naruto asked. I thought I found something. She said. I saw a sudden chakra presence appear over in the training ground where you and our Fu-san fought B-san and Yujito-san. And almost immediately after it appeared, it disappeared. It disappeared? Did it move? Katsumi asked. No. Disappeared as in it literally just disappeared from its spot. Hanabi reaffirmed. Well, that sounds like where we should go check out first. Naruto stated sharply as he started to rush off. Come on everyone. With a nod of their heads, his genin and Fu followed behind closely, heading back towards the training ground. So, you match the description I was given. You're the man that killed C. He noted, glaring intently on Yamanaka Fu. His eyes then moved slightly, focusing on the arena around them. And I saw that trick you just pulled. You are able to erect the self-repairing barrier yourself. Fu did not reply, he remained in his stance, keeping his hands clapped together. I have to admit, that's pretty damn good. The self-repairing barrier is one of those techniques that usually you need a group of shinobi to perform. To make one on your own is impressive. Then again, I was counting the number of layers you created. Only 6. Do you think only 6 layers will be able to lock me in? The Raikage questioned, crossing his arms. Then again, that doesn't really matter at all. You're probably focusing a ton of chakra into keeping that barrier intact. Meaning you'll be next to useless in this fight. You're leaving your comrade here to fight me on his own. A smirk developed on his face. Quite cocky, aren't you two? Either you two wrongly think you can take me on one-on-one, or you both simply have a death wish. Everything we do for the good of Konoha. Torin noted as he charged forward. Lightning-style armor. As Torin rushed at the Yondaime Raikage surrounded his body with a layer of lightning chakra. His hairs started to stick up as more and more electricity surrounded him. He gripped his fists tightly as Torin finally reached him, swinging his sword. Torin attempted to slice through the Raikage's chest, but he parried the blade with his fist, knocking the sword cleanly out of Torin's hands. Lateral bolt of pain. Using his left hand, he delivered a backwards chop on Torin, hitting the man directly in the shoulder. Torin was sent flying backwards, landing hard on the ground. He bit his lip, having felt one of his bones shatter. That surely can't be it. You must be able to do more than that. He taunted as he charged forward again at Torun. As the Aberame pulled himself off the ground, his jacket began to rip apart on its own. His exposed, cream-colored skin then started to change color, turning purple. He continued to charge at Torun as he was pulling himself off the ground and delivered a punch to his face, forcing the Aberame back into the ground and causing him to cough up blood. He brought his fist back, prepared to deliver another punch into the downed body of Torun. Before his fist could connect, however, he felt a sharp pain from his left hand. What the hell? He hissed as he looked at it. His eyes then widened, noticing that the purple coloration on Torun's skin had now spread to his fist. The fuck dash. The Raikage was hit with another bolt of pain in his fist. The pain then began to spread, moving up his arm, just as the coloration started to move. Wincing in pain, he jumped back for a moment and began to channel more lightning into the armor around his body. As more layers of electricity began to pile on his skin, the purple coloration started to fade slightly. Within a few seconds, the purple coloration was gone and the pain subsided. That was poison. The Raikage noted, breathing heavily for a moment. His eyes narrowed in on Torun. You're an Aberame, right? I didn't realize it at first. Those are the Rinkaichu, the poisonous nano-insects. They are. Torun said plainly. Damn it. Not enough of those insects got on me to poison me too badly, but that'll change if we keep this fight close-ranged. This means it'll need to be a long-range fight. The Raikage noted, scowling. That punk knew I was a close-ranged specialist and baited me with that basic Kenjutsu work of his, making me believe that I could overwhelm close-ranged. Not a bad trick. He's actually a decent pick for someone to try and assassinate me, neutralizing my close-ranged fighting. But while I am a close-ranged specialist, I have tons more shit up my sleeve. Water style, water trumpet. Lightning style, thunderclap arrow. He released a deluge of water from his mouth forward. Simultaneously, he channeled lightning around his right hand, forming a large bolt of lightning that resembled an arrow. He then tossed the bolt of lightning into the deluge of water, causing the electricity to channel itself through the oncoming water barrage. Torun and Fu jumped into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. The water kicked up snow and dust from the ground, causing it to scatter throughout the battlefield. Torun held out his right hand as he began to channel chakra into a poisonous ball in his hands. Fu, meanwhile, made hand signs. Poison Cloud Jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The ball of poison in Torun's hand released itself, forming into a cloud of poison that started to grow in size. Fu, positioned behind his partner, breathed out a gust of wind that pushed the cloud forward faster toward the Raikage. Seeing the oncoming cloud, the Raikage spat out another deluge of water and charged it with more lightning bolts, aiming it directly at the center of the cloud. The resulting combination of elements scattered the poison, forcing it to dissipate in the air. Quick work on his part. Your poison is durable, it should not have dissipated that fast. Fu noted. As expected of the Raikage. But in the end, it doesn't matter. We simply need to stall him, while my insects multiply. Torun noted. So long as this fight lasts long enough, we will win. So, we all noticed the same thing, it seems. Yujito noted. On cue, the groups of Konoha and Kumo shinobi arrived at the training ground where the Jinchuriki had fought the previous day. Upon arrival, however, they saw nothing was different. The training ground looked the same, in the exact same condition as it was in after the spar. It's concerning. A sudden spike in chakra presences here that suddenly vanished. Hinata said, frowning. I also could have sworn I saw the Yondaime Raikage here earlier too. Something happened here. But nothing did. It looks as if nothing happened, at least. Katsumi said, frowning. No, something did. And I have a feeling I know what. Jiraiya shook his head. Barrier ninjutsu, most likely. Most likely the self-repairing barrier. Self-repairing barrier. Fu repeated the jutsu name, tilting her head. What's that? A rather high-ranking jutsu. It forms an invisible multi-layered dome around a targeted object, trapping everything inside of it. From the outside perspective, One can't see what's going on in it. It also shields chakra presences inside of it. It also works the same from the inside, they have no idea what's going on out of it. Darui explained. The barrier is multi-layered and heals itself with the user's chakra. Its durability is based on the chakra of the user, or the number of users. The more people involved, the more layers can be created, making it more durable. We have no way of knowing how many layers. Assuming that the root agent was by himself, it may only be one. I would assume that would mean it would be a 6-layered dome. Jiraiya said. If it's only 6, we can maybe dash. Say no more, let's bust down this door. B declared dramatically as his Biju's chakra surrounded his body. Tails formed and his skin started turning a dark red color as he entered version 2 instantaneously. Wait he. Bijutama. B opened his mouth and a large black orb developed in his mouth. The orb grew in size and started to rotate rapidly in a sphere just as he launched it from his mouth forward into the training ground. Instead of continuously moving into the training ground, however, it made contact with an invisible dome-like object. The object proceeded to pierce it, causing shards to crack onto the ground. Well, you were right, Jiraiya-sama. Darui noted, pocketing his hands. That's the self-repairing barrier. B's jutsu continued forward, smashing through 2 more layers of the jutsu. Upon clearing 3 layers of the dome, however, the jutsu started to fade as it made contact with a purple-colored barrier with seals labeled all over it. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror. That second barrier jutsu, that's... The barrier then quickly disappeared, as the 3 previously destroyed layers of the barrier reformed itself, completely hiding the purple layer. Well, so I see why it's called self-repairing. Fu mumbled. All layers need to get destroyed at once in order to effectively destroy it. Yujito noted. Which makes it difficult if you do not know how many layers there are. So I'll need to do a stronger attack next time. B noted as he opened his mouth once again. Alright, let's. Hold on. Don't attack just yet. Jiraiya said. We're going to need to handle this very delicately. You all surely noticed the purple barrier that was in the middle of the domes, yes? What about it? Darui asked. That wasn't part of the initial barrier jutsu. That's a second one, isn't it? Sasuke questioned. It's not just a barrier jutsu. That's a kinjutsu of the Aburame clan, the jar of poison, that only a handful of Aburame clan shinobi across history have been able to accomplish. That jutsu is designed with a barrier, but it's not for protection of the caster, it's to protect the amount of Rinkaicha beetles inside of it. Jiraiya explained. Rinkaicha. Fu's eyes widened in understanding. I know those. Those are an extremely rare breed of poisonous beetles. Their venom is incredibly lethal and even mild contact with the beetle alone can cause extreme pain and dizziness. Ingesting the venom in any way is known to lead to almost instantaneous death. Inside that barrier, those beetles are multiplying. The purple barrier itself is composed of remains of infected corpses, which is the ideal breeding ground for them and the reason why the technique is considered a kinjutsu. And if you destroy the barrier, we just unleash the beetles on the outside. The Hokage said, shaking his head. But if we simply just let it be, then they'll multiply enough that they can just swarm and destroy literally anything and everyone. They'd be able to kill Isama. Yujito gasped at the realization before her eyes narrowed. So? I'm ignorant on this jutsu, how do we counter it? Well, the jutsu can be cancelled if the caster is destroyed. The Rinkaicha, even in that barrier, are feeding off their host's chakra, so if that person dies, it'll be destroyed. Alternatively, we can destroy it from the outside. Jiraiya pulled out a sealing tag as his eyes turned to Naruto. Naruto, take out a sealing tag. You and I are going to destroy it with Fuinjutsu. Gotcha. Naruto nodded his head as he pulled out a tag and a pen. What's the seals? To not waste time, you and I are working on 2 separate seals. I'm going to use one to destroy the barrier around the beetles, you'll be working on one I know for a fact will destroy all of those beetles. Listen to my instructions on the seals. The Hokage said. The first radical is Lightning Style, Thunder Bomb. He slammed his hands together, his vambraces clanging against one another. The lightning surrounding his body magnified even further. Multiple discharges of voltage scattered from his body at all angles, completely covering the battlefield with electricity. The voltages then started flying towards Torin and Fu, who were still in the air. Wind style, Shield of the Wind Count. Fu proceeded to wave his arms in a circular gesture, creating a protective barrier of winds between him, Torin, and the oncoming lightning. Lightning was momentarily blocked by the wind and even appeared to start changing directions. Another voltage struck at the wind shield, however, allowing the lightning to pierce the wind and strike at both Fu and Torin. Both root shinobi were blasted backwards, the lightning piercing their shoulders, causing them both to bleed and scream in pain as electricity traveled their body. Cute. Did you think wind-style jutsu was going to counter my lightning just because of an advantage in elemental affinity? He taunted as he banged his vambraces together once more. I'm the Yondaime Raikage. You better come at me with the force of a literal tornado if you want to stop my lightning. The Raikage's attention was focused on both root shinobi. Torin and Fu, as they fell after his attack, were now separated. The man's attention was focused on Fu. I might as well kill him first. I can't approach the Aberame head-on, so I'll go in for a quick kill on the other one and in the process cancel out the self-repairing barrier. He told himself. The Raikage rushed forward at a speed fast enough that he nearly transported himself to Fu's body. Floating directly above the Yamanaka's body, he lifted his leg. Fu managed to turn around in time and make a hand sign. Guillotine drop. Mind trauma blast. He landed a downward kick on Fu's body just as the Yamanaka managed to touch his leg. Fu was sent flying down into the ground hard, coughing up even more blood in response. The Raikage had planned on falling down on top of Fu's body and finishing the job, but as he was about to strike again, his body froze for a moment. His mind started to feel as if it was spinning in circles. The perceptions around him began to change, changing the whole area around him. Within seconds, he no longer perceived being in Shimogakure. He was now back in Kumogakure, dressed in black and white, standing in a cemetery. He was standing an open grave with a coffin. The coffin was still open, revealing Killer Bee inside, covered in blood and without his sunglasses, showing eyes that would never open again. What the hell? B. No B. This can't be happening. ES breathing started to increase as heartbeat increased rapidly. This isn't a genjutsu, what the hell? His eyes widened in realization. No, this is ninjutsu. This is that damn Yamanaka. Focus E. The Raikage shook his head, channeling chakra into his head. Within another second, his mind returned to reality, he was now back in Shimogakure. Floating directly in front of him was a stitched-up puppet, holding a comma. The hell is this? E snarled. The puppet swung its comma at E, but the man sidestepped away, avoiding the attack. He then delivered a lightning-infused punch into the puppet with all his might, completely destroying all of its stitching. Ah! Fu shouted in pain. He turned to his side to see that Fu had been laying on the ground and was now pulling himself up, gripping his head as if he had been punched. Damn it! If my jutsu had you held down for one more second, we would have killed you then. Dirty trick. I know about your mind-related jutsu, Yamanaka, but I don't think I've seen one actively exploit the fears and past of their enemy in battle. The Raikage noted. If you weren't my enemy, I'd be impressed and offer you a spot in Kumo. But you killed C, so all you just did was piss me off. Fu did not reply to the Raikage. He focused solely on his breathing as Torin jumped next to him. Are you still able to fight? Torin questioned. Keeping the barrier up is taxing enough. Having him destroy my mind puppet while my consciousness was inside of it is overwhelming. Fu admitted, biting his lip. But I can still fight. How much longer till your jutsu is complete? 1 more minute, I believe. Torin said. Just stand strong. Nothing changes if we die for the plans. Just hopefully we can pull this off. Fu nodded his head as both root shinobi prepared to keep fighting. All right. Finished? Jiraiya said as both he and Naruto finished their seals. So it's time to smash, right? Let's get it done, I wanna fight. B stated. Yes. The Hokage nodded his head. That jutsu you did seemed like an effective, confirmed way to destroy the self-repairing barrier. He then turned to face Yujito. You can perform the same jutsu, I assume. I can. Yujito nodded her head. She began to channel chakra, causing her body to develop chakra trails and become encased in dark red chakra as she entered version 2. B's version is stronger than mine, I'll admit, but I can do it just fine. Then you'll attack first. Jiraiya said. Yujito-san, please aim that jutsu at the dome. As you do it, Naruto and I will toss Kunao with our seals attached. B. As soon as Naruto and I use our Fuinjutsu, launch yours. I know, not let's get done so we can help bro. B exclaimed. The four shinobi all got into position. Yujito opened her mouth as she channeled chakra into it, by Jutama. Creating the same, large, black-colored sphere of chakra, Yujito launched it forward into the training ground. The sphere collided with the first layer of the self-repairing barrier, shattering it. The jutsu then continued forward, smashing through a second and a third layer. The jutsu subsided afterwards, just in time to reveal the Abarame Kinjutsu. Both Jiraiya and Naruto tossed their Kunao instantly, which made contact with the purple barrier. Fuinjutsu, Shield Shatter. Fuinjutsu, Melting Catastrophe. The two seals started to glow in color upon activation, turning a white and red color respectively. Initially, the black lettering on the purple barrier started to fade. The rest of the barrier then fell, revealing the purple Rinkaicha beetles, flying in a circular pattern, ready to swarm, overwhelm, and poison anything in its path. Naruto's seal activated at this moment, creating a massive fire that caught onto one of the Rinkaicha. The fire then quickly spread until all the beetles were encased in the flames. In 1 second, all the Rinkaicha had turned to ash, completely neutralized as a threat. With the insects gone, B proceeded to open his mouth, by Jutama. B unleashed another massive black-colored sphere of chakra forward. The sphere continued to fly forward into another layer of the self-repairing barrier, then a 5th layer, and finally a 6th layer. Upon the 6th layer's shattering, the barrier completely disappeared. E was now visible in the training ground, fighting off Fu and Torun. Bro. B called out. What? Both Fu and Torun stared at the now destroyed barrier in horror. Where are my Rinkaicha? Even if the jutsu had not finished and they did not multiply to the necessary size, some should still be there. Torun shook his head. They destroyed it. Fuck. I knew I stopped focusing a lot of chakra into the barrier, but still, and the Hokage is here? Why? Yamanaka Fu grit his teeth. Why is he willingly here to help out the Raikage? Heh. Looks like that barrier you all put up was meaningless. He said, smirking at his brother for a moment, before he turned his attention back to the root agents. Not like it matters, though. I was about to kill you both single-handedly and you two know that already. Both Torun and Fu said nothing in response. In the end, they knew that the assassination of the Raikage was now officially over. While the odds were stacked against them, but possible, in a 2 versus 1 fight with him alone, adding the remaining Kumo and Konoha shinobi, including the Hokage and 4 Jinchuriki, made the situation unwinnable. There was no way they could possibly survive this encounter. Both, however, did not forget the overall intent of the mission. With that in mind, the 2 root shinobi turned to face the Hokage and bowed in his direction. Go Dame-sama, we were having difficulty with the mission you assigned us. Thank goodness you have arrived. Torun said. We are sorry we couldn't do the job on our own. Yamanaka Fu stated, letting a small smile develop on his lips. With your help, we'll be able to kill the Raikage surely. ES eyes immediately went to Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head, gritting his teeth. I ordered none of this, and frankly, I don't know either of you. Jiraiya said sharply. Don't play games with me. Any orders you are following are Danzo's. We follow Konoha, Hokage-sama. We follow your orders. Torun reaffirmed, please, no need to keep up pretense. Help us fight. This is all for the good of Konoha. Just as you instructed. Fu nodded his head. Fu, you can't be serious. Kanji shouted. Yamanaka Fu turned his head to face Kanji for a moment. The man stared at him with an indifferent, emotionless face. His reaction was purely unconscious at hearing his name. This caused Kanji's eyes to widen in horror. He responded, "It is him." Kanji mumbled, bringing his hands together. "You? Why Yuri mi? You know his name?" He noted, his eyes narrowing on Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, I thought you said that route disbanded and that, if it still existed, you would have no knowledge of any current shinobi involved in it. How does one of your genin know one of its members?" "I don't know. I don't know that man." Jiraiya continued to affirm. "Bro. The Hokage's telling the truth. I can feel it." B stated sharply. "We can discuss this later. For now, though, let's finish this." He then turned his head back to face Jiraiya. "You still want these guys alive so you can interrogate them, yeah?" "Yes." Jiraiya nodded his head. Torin's and Yamanaka Fu's eyes widened momentarily. "Bah." He rolled his eyes. "Fine. Whatever. We can spare them. For now." Both root agents attempted to disappear, but both Killer B and E jumped forward at them. B grabbed onto Torin and E grabbed Fu. Both brothers then slammed both shinobi head first into the ground. On top of the fight that they just had with the Raikage, this proved too much for them. Both Torin and Fu were knocked unconscious instantly. "Well, how about that? That was fast," B said with a chuckle. His laughter stopped instantly as he felt a stinging pain on his arm and he started to cough. He noticed the purple-colored insects crawling on his body. "The hell? That ain't swell. Channel your chakra into lightning, B. That'll kill them. They're not too durable when their host is incapacitated," he stated. B nodded his head and did as suggested, channeling lightning chakra on his arm. Instantly, the Rinkaicha beetles started to die, falling off his body and eliminating the purple coloration. The Raikage turned his attention to Jiraiya, scowling. "I don't care if you want these men interrogated, I want their heads when it's done. So you better get some information from them. They're your shinobi, after all." He spat out. "And don't even say they're root. I don't care. Root's loyal to Konoha, as far as I'm concerned, they're yours." Jiraiya grit his teeth in response, but nodded his head in response. "And I mean it, Jiraiya. Get good information. I need proof that you and your village aren't incompetent after letting news of our meeting spread like this. Because if I don't see it now, then I'll consider you a worthless addition to the Kyumigakuer plans. In which, you can consider our partnership for the exam, and the training on Shimigami between the Jinchuriki to be cancelled." "What?" Yujito's eyes widened as she turned to her Raikage. "Isama, you can't be serious. That's for our benefit. We need dash. We need to not help out Konoha if Konoha is not competent enough to keep information to itself." The Raikage snarled. With those words, the Yondaime Raikage stormed away, leaving the rest of the shinobi that had come to help him there alone. "Damn, I haven't seen E this mad in a long time," B noted. "He'll get over it. He'll see that we still need the training. But he needs to calm down first. Danzo. I was finally making progress with Kyumigakuer in some capacity and making strides against the Raikage. And you've either made it exponentially harder or have ruined it." Jiraiya noted, still gritting his teeth. "This is it. I will personally make sure you pay for this when we get back to Konoha." Fu'nii. Kanji's thoughts and focus was still on the unconscious Yamanaka, the man who responded to his name, the one he had assumed was dead all these years. "This can't be real, can it?" One person in the group, however, stayed focused on the Raikage's fleeting figure. Her eyes narrowed on the man in rage. Jiraiya-sama had nothing to do with what's going on and he acknowledged it, but he doesn't care. Hokage-sama will still get blamed. Because that's what the Raikage likes to do. When he gets mad, he just directs. He's so spoiled. Hinata crossed her arms, resisting the urge to scowl. And now he may stop the training session for the Jinchuriki? When it benefits all villages. Because of this. How dare he? Chapter 84, Emotions Ablaze. Ugh. Torin groaned in pain. When the Aburame woke up, he found himself tied with multiple chains, one around his waist, one around his chest, and 2 sets binding both his feet and his hands. The only part of his body he was able to move was his head. When he tried to assess his situation fully, he was able to discern that he was outside, tied to a large, wooden post. He also could feel that, underneath his clothes, he had sealing tags attached to his body, sealing tags that were sealing off his access to his chakra. "You're awake." Finally. Jiraiya walked into the area, stomping on the snow hard. He was followed by Hinata and Fu, the Nanabi Jinchuriki. The 3 shinobi stared at the man, who was looking at them with an emotionless face. "It's to be expected that you woke up so fast, even with the beating the Raikage gave into you. Were trained in Danzo's regime. I know the shit he did when Root was still publicly known." Jiraiya noted, his eyes glaring into the man. "Hope you don't mind the cold, by the way. Shimo doesn't have an official building for TNI, so we improvised with the outside." Torin said nothing, he only continued to stare at them with his emotional glance. "By the way, do not worry about your Rinkaicha," Fu added. "The chakra seals Jiraiya put on your body only sealed off access to your chakra and prevent you from letting them out of your body, but they're still able to be inside you and host with no risk of death. They'll be fine." Torin turned his head to the Jinchuriki. He nodded his head, "I appreciate that." She shook her head, "Your insects, while your tools for your jutsu, did nothing wrong, they just work with their host. There's no reason for them to needlessly suffer." Jiraiya walked up towards Torin's face and brought his face directly in front of him, scowling. "What's your name?" he questioned. "I have no identity," Torin replied. "You do too," Hinata said, frowning. "We know your partner is named Yamanaka Fu. We know you are an Aburame already," Fu added. "I have no identity," Torin repeated. Jiraiya immediately punched Torin in the face. The Aburame groaned in pain slightly in response, but he was able to turn his head back to face Jiraiya with the same emotionless glance. "I have no identity," he stated again. "We know enough about you. An Aburame that works for Root," Jiraiya said, eyes glaring. "What were you doing here?" Torin said nothing. Jiraiya's scowl deepened. "What were you doing here? We know Danzo sent you. We know you and Yamanaka Fu killed C. We know you tried to kill the Raikage. Why?" Jiraiya questioned. Torin said nothing once more. "Were you trying to create a war with Kumo?" the Hokage asked. "Or was something else the reason? What benefit does Danzo get from this?" "I have no reasons," Torin said. "Can you say anything other than that?" Fu asked, frowning. "I have no reason to," Torin replied. "Well, you're a smartass." The Jinchuriki crossed her arms. "If you have no reasons for anything, are you implying you have no ties to Danzo?" Jiraiya questioned. "So, you'd have no care at all if I personally executed when I return to Konoha?" "I have no reason to care," Torin replied. "Danzo, if I have to give you credit, it's for how you're effective, brainwashing. Or whatever technique you use to get this level of intense emotionlessness." Jiraiya sighed. This is going to be a long session. It was going to be a long day, but he was not going to stop trying. He needed information and he would force it one way or the other out of the Aburame in front of him. This man has a really strong determination. He's not even breaking at all. Hinata noted, frowning slightly. "I wish Anko-sensei was here. This is her specialty." She shook her head for a moment. "Hopefully Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are having better luck with his partner." Yamanaka Fu was tied to another wooden post in a snow field 5 kilometers away from Torin. Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of the man, waiting for him to wake up. Standing behind them, with his eyes somehow more focused on the Root agent, was Kanji. Naruto had initially requested his genin students wait in their hotel room, a request that Katsumi and Hanabi consented to, but Kanji insisted to be there to interrogate Fu. And while Naruto could have overridden his request, he knew that his student had the right to question his brother. With that in mind, he allowed the boy to come. The trio remained quiet for roughly 30 minutes until Fu started to wake up. The root agent's eyes widened as he became aware of his environment and his condition. "Rise and shine," Naruto said. "Took your time waking up." Fu did not reply. His eyes continued to move around the area. His eyes eventually settled in on Kanji. Hey, bro." Kanji mumbled. He tried to meet his brother's gaze, but he was unable to do so. Fu blinked for a moment before turning away, saying nothing in response. "Let's get to the point. You know exactly what's happening," Sasuke said bluntly as he rushed at Fu. He pulled out a kunao and held it against his threat. "Yamanaka Fu, member of Root, what was your objective? We know exactly what's going to happen, so drop that kunao." Fu spoke up, using Sasuke's words. "You're not going to kill me. We have your partner here. We can just get info from him. Believe me, you're expendable," Sasuke warned, pressing the blade of the kunao against Fu's skin. "Much more than you believe." The edge of the blade went in slightly, drawing blood. Fu's eyes twitched slightly in pain, but the Yamanaka continued to look unfazed. "I have nothing to say," Fu said. "And why?" Naruto asked, frowning. "I am ignorant," the Yamanaka replied. "Bullshit," Sasuke said. He pulled the kunao away from Fu's neck and proceeded to stab him in the shoulder. Fu's eyes shot open and he let out a loud shout in pain. "What was your damn objective?" "I have nothing to say," Fu retorted. "Fu Nii, why did you join Root?" Kanji asked, drawing attention to him. The genin bit his lip as he did his best to meet his brother's eyes. "Why? Mom and Dad and I thought you were dead. Our whole clan thought you were dead." Fu said nothing, he continued to stare at his brother. We had a funeral for you for fuck's sake," Kanji exclaimed, tears forming in his eyes. "If you were a part of this organization and alive, why did you have to die to do it? Why didn't you just let us know you were alive?" Fu continued to stare at his brother. I lost my big brother that day. I lost my best friend. And why did you lose anything? You were separated from your family. Did you not care?" Kanji asked, his tears now free falling from his face. "Was this Root so much more important than us? Why did you just disappear?" Fu blinked in response, still not saying anything. A scowl developed on Kanji's face. "Say something. Damn it, Fu. I am your brother. You owe me an answer. At least for this question." When Fu continued to stare at him, with no response, Kanji proceeded to make hand signs. He then held out his hands in front of him. "Mind transfer dash." "Kanji, don't waste your chakra," Fu spoke up. The blonde Yamanaka immediately dropped his stance. The sound of his brother's voice took him by surprise and he simply gaped at him. "My mind is strong enough and resilient that you will get nothing from trying to use the mind transfer jutsu on me. I will simply reject your presence the second you enter. There's nothing you can glean from entering my mind," Fu said bluntly. That's it." Kanji spoke slowly. He grew quiet for a few seconds until his eyes narrowed on Fu, turning into a glare. More tears began to fall from his eyes. "Why you can't answer questions about our family, questions that have nothing to do with any objective you may have had, but you can say that? You can brag about your own abilities to me instead." Kanji screamed. "Nothing has changed. Why Yuri not the brother I knew, he's still dead. I don't know you. I don't want to know you." Fu closed his eyes in response to Kanji's words. The younger Yamanaka glared holes into him as he continued to silently cry. "Kanji." Naruto frowned in response, staring at his student. He had never seen this amount of pain or anger from him before. He could not recall the last time he ever saw someone like this. It was a painful feeling for him to watch. The Uzumaki shook his head, resisting his own urge to cry. "I am so sorry. He's been betrayed." On a level that he has never felt before. By family. By his best friend. Sasuke looked at the younger Yamanaka intently. I wonder. Would that be my reaction if I learned Itaka killed our clan if I was older? If I spent all of this time thinking he died only to find out he was alive and killed them now? After roughly a minute of silence, Kanji simply turned away. He started to walk away from the snowfield slowly, but after a moment, his walking turned into running. Damn it! Naruto shook his head as he made a hand sign, creating a singular shadow clone. Sasuke, my clone will stay here to help you for a moment. I need to check on him. Understood. The Uchiha nodded. Do what you need to do. Naruto ran off, following Kanji. Sasuke and the clone turned around for one moment, watching Naruto's fleeting figure. With no one paying attention to him, Yamanaka Fu opened his eyes. Teardrops fell from both of his eyes as he shook his head. Kanji. I'm sorry. I can't say anything. Sasuke turned around in time and his eyes focused on Fu. He turned around just in time to see the last of Fu's tears fall from his face. A scowl then developed on Sasuke's face as he took his kunai and dug into Fu's other shoulder. Fu screamed, louder than earlier. Don't cry. You have no right to. Sasuke hissed in response. Men like you who betray the trust of your brothers have no right to cry about their feelings. I know. Fu replied. His response took Sasuke by surprise for a brief moment. The moment was fleeting, however, as his eyes narrowed on the Yamanaka. So, you do know some things. So, let me know what you do know. The Uchiha hissed. I'll ask you one more time. What was your objective? Kanji ran with no direction seemingly in mind. He simply had to get away from the field, get away from his brother. He ran into the village streets of Shimogakure, running past villagers, accidentally shoving a couple that had been walking hand in hand. Sorry. Kanji squeaked out, only barely looking back to acknowledge his mistake. Kanji. Naruto called out. Kanji's eyes widened at the sound of Naruto's voice. He continued to run faster down the village streets. Naruto noticed the increased speed of his student and shook his head. Kanji, come back. Naruto shouted. The Yamanaka ignored his Jonin-sensei's words and continued to run. Naruto stepped up his own pace, trying to reach him. Naruto managed to catch up to him in an alleyway in the streets, next to a jewelry store decorated with bright, green lights around the doorway. As Kanji walked by the street, he managed to trip, falling headfirst into the snow in front of the door. He picked himself up quickly, but Naruto now had officially caught up. Naruto-sensei, please, just let me be alone for a moment. Please. He requested. Kanji-san. Hanabi's voice called out. God damn it, them two. The Yamanaka brought his hands to his face. On cue with his words, Hanabi and Katsumi turned around the corner, coming face to face with their two blonde team members. Hanabi and I were just walking down the streets to kill the time and we heard your voice. Katsumi said. She had a concerned look on her face as she studied her teammate. What happened? PP please. Let me be alone. Kanji pleaded, stepping back into the doorway of the jewelry store. I just need some time, to try and forget. Kanji. Naruto frowned, taking one step forward. Please, let me dash. Let you what? Talk to me? Try to make me feel better knowing that my brother, whose death greatly impacted my view of the world, is not only still alive but seemingly gives no fucks about his family. Kanji shouted. How? How the fuck can you make me feel better right now, Naruto-sensei? I don't know. Naruto shouted back. But I need to try at least. He closed the distance between himself. Kanji attempted to step backwards, but the door of the shop blocked him. Naruto, therefore, managed to pull him into a hug. Kanji initially resisted, but after a second of trying, he relented and let his sensei hug him as he sobbed openly into his shoulders. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about me, or our family. He left us to join a radical group that goes against the Hokage. He stated. I can't take this. I can't take this. I just want my brother back. And not that man. Naruto said nothing as he continued to hug his student, who was unable to say anything any longer and just cried. Both Hanabi and Katsumi began to tear up as they rushed over to the two blondes, turning it into a group hug. Kanji. I can't even imagine this. I really am sorry. Katsumi mumbled, rubbing her hand on his back. The Yamanaka said nothing in response, he simply nodded his head in acknowledgement. I don't think there's anything that can be said or done to just make you feel better, Naruto said bluntly. Because it's bullshit. Nothing about this is right for you. I know. Kanji said. I just want it to end. That sounds like me. When I learned I was a Jinchuriki. Naruto admitted. Kanji, along with his other students, turned to face the Uzumaki. I didn't really show it much back then. But the realization of it all, and the realization of why the villagers didn't like me, it was a lot to take in. At first. Especially when it came to the villagers. The groups of people that I thought I could one day impress and force to acknowledge me, when I first learned about the Kyuubi, I thought that meant there was nothing I could do. They'd always remember the attack on my birthday and they'd never recognize me. Naruto-sensei, the village sees you as one of the top shinobi. The village loves you. Kanji replied, frowning. They do now. Not back then. Not when I learned about the Kyuubi. And back then, I had no way of knowing things would get better. I assumed it wouldn't, and, well, it hurt, and that hurt didn't go away for a long time. A small smile developed on his lips. But it could have been worse, had it not been for Hinata-chan and Shikamaru. My two friends, who learned about me being a Jinchuriki at the same time, they accepted me. They understood what I was feeling. And they stood by my side. Kanji pursed his lips. All I am trying to say, Kanji, is that I know. There's nothing we can say or do to make you feel better. Especially right now. But don't feel like you're alone. Or that you're better off alone, trying to feel better on your own. Because you have me with you and I'll always be there to listen. Naruto's smile widened as he gestured to the other genin in the hug. And it's not just me, you know. Naruto-sensei is right. Hanabi stated. We are a team Kanji. Kanji-kun. And a team always sticks together. Damn right. Katsumi said sharply. We'll always be at your side, when you need. Just like you are with us. Kanji sobbed more and more to himself. I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything. Naruto said, smiling. Don't feel pressure or anything. You're fine, Kanji. The group remained silent for a moment longer. Kanji's sobbing finally started to stop and he seemed to return the embrace of the hug more and more. After 3 minutes, the group finally dropped the hug. The members of Team 9 walked out of the doorway into the streets, giving Kanji the space. I really don't know what to say. But I think I needed to hear, all of you then. The Yamanaka said, rubbing at his eyes. A small smile developed on his lips, one that was not necessarily happy, but sincere nonetheless. Thank you. No need to thank us, Kanji. It's all the truth. Katsumi said. 'Cause you're a cool guy. Even though your puns suck. Heh. A small, slightly forced chuckle escaped the Yamanaka's lips. My puns are the best thing about this team. Why, you know you love them. I draw a line somewhere in our friendship, Kanji. That's the line. Katsumi replied, crossing her arms. Boring. He replied. Team 9 laughed together, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed between the team once again. Anyway. I'm probably going to have to head back to the interrogation. Can't leave Sasuke alone for too long, even if he does have one of my clones. Naruto said. His eyes then focused on Kanji. You don't have to come back if you don't want to. No. I feel like I should. I need to be there. When you all finally get his answers. Kanji said, sighing. His eyes then moved to the side for a moment. Naruto-sensei? Would it be alright if Katsumi and Hanabi came with us? We can come. Katsumi blinked. I would like them to. Kanji said, frowning. Just for the support, I guess. That's fine. I'm okay with it now. If Sasuke isn't, we can tell him to fuck off. Naruto said, chuckling slightly. That's not nice to say about him. Hanabi said, frowning. Sasuke-san is nothing but polite to us. He's polite, yeah, but he's still an ass. You'll understand when he becomes more comfortable with you. That's when he lets people see his jerkish behavior. Naruto explained. After one final joke about Sasuke's temperament, Team 9 walked back to the interrogation post in order to face Yamanaka-fu one more time. Alright, this is the place. Teiwa told herself. Konoha's spy master had walked through the streets of Uegakure until she reached a large clan estate. The building on the estate were traditional, painted white with red tile roofs on the top. The buildings also featured silver pillars on the outside, seemingly giving the buildings their foundation. In front of the building was a silver-colored arch that had two swords engraved into its design, with a sign printed on it that read, Kurogane Clan Estate. Teiwa walked under the arch and into the compound. She walked 5 feet before she heard someone call out her name. Teiwa, you made it. She turned her head in time to see Suzumibaki approaching her along with her 2 brothers, Kurabake and Hibachi. Thanks for coming by. Nah, it's no problem. We gotta practice after all for tomorrow. Teiwa replied with a chuckle. She then looked over at the 2 men behind Suzumibaki. These are your brothers, right? We are. Hibachi nodded. He held out his hand, smiling. Kamaizuru Hibachi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Teiwa took his hand, shaking it, which caused him to chuckle. My, you got a good grip for a woman. And that's supposed to mean what now? Suzumibaki questioned, turning to face the blonde Kamaizuru with a scowl. That was a compliment. Hibachi broke the handshake to turn his attention to his sister, frowning. It meant nothing. Kamaizuru Kurabaki. Kurabaki interrupted his brother, greeting Teiwa. Unlike the blonde, he did hold out his hand. You are the musician Suzumibaki hired, yes? I hope you aren't shit. Resisting the urge to scowl, Teiwa put on a sweet smile as she pulled out her flute and brought it to her lips. She took a few seconds to make sure her flute was tuned before she started playing a popular song in the Elemental Nations, Haruka Kanata. Holy shit! Suzumibaki's eyes widened with each note Teiwa was playing. Incredible! Hibachi clapped his hands together, grinning. Teiwa played the first verse of the song and its chorus before she stopped playing. She swung her flute in her hands dramatically before putting it in its holster. She then looked Kurabaki in the eye with the same sweet smile from before. Shit, wasn't it? She questioned. Funny. Kurabaki shook his head, chuckling. I liked it. And you? We'll get along just fine. If you are up to it, I actually can sing pretty well. Hibachi offered, adjusting his glasses. Let's discuss song choice and maybe find a few that can overlap. It'll be nice if we can play a few songs that the crowd will enjoy. Yeah, sure. I'm down. Teiwa nodded her head, grinning. Aw man, this is going to be amazing. Suzumibaki stated. You're going to wow the crowd, which will be great. It'll be super important in order to keep them interested in the rally. Damn right I will. Teiwa nodded her head. She then gave the Iwa Kunoichi a curious look. So we're practicing here for a reason, right? The rally's gonna be here. Yup. She nodded her head. I thought about doing it at our clan's compound at first, but holding it here is better because it shows the unity in our ideals. It's not just the Kamaizuru that believe in our vision of Iwa, it is also the Kurogane clan. So, the Kurogane clan supports the Kamaizuru then. Teiwa realized. I'll have to talk with Risho about this. Is that the musician you employed, Suzumibaki? Teiwa and the Kamaizuru shinobi turned around to see a shinobi walking up to them. He was a young man who appeared to be in his late 20s with ivory-colored skin. He had long black hair that was tied into a bun with 2 silver needles holding it in place and had dark blue eyes. He wore brown-colored armor with silver chest plates and silver coloration on his thigh that looked rather heavy, but it did not appear to hold his movements back slightly. He also had 2 scabbards attached to his waist and had the Iwagaku or forehead protector tied around his forehead. It is. Suzumibaki nodded her head. She then gestured towards the man. Teiwa, meet the man who is permitting us to use the compound, Kurogane Kyuzeri. Hey. Teiwa waved her hand at the man. It's a pleasure. I hope you'll keep the people entertained. Kyuzeri said, not even looking at the Uzumaki. His focus was still on Suzumibaki. It is scheduled tomorrow. Do you have your speech ready? I do. It'll start with a lot of focus on IWA pride in our strengths and our history. Eventually, I'll direct attention to the Sandaime. She said, grinning. I think it's possible. I think if we can get this rally done well, word of mouth will spread. Maybe one more after that, then I'll have the support to challenge the Tsuchikage. Excellent. And I will wish you luck. Kyuzeri said, grinning. Remember that the Kurogane clan supports your claim and have helped spread your praise. And it's appreciated. Suzumibaki said. Her grin fell slightly as she shook her head. If only Onaki's slut for Konoha granddaughter and your black sheep cousin weren't doing all they could to undermine us. Kyuzeri's grin completely fell and a scowl replaced it. Risho has certainly had no impact. I do not care if he is a jonin now, that useless brat is a pariah to the Kurogane clan and the whole village knows it. His word matters not when compared to ours. You have a point. Hibachi spoke up, adjusting his glasses. Kyuzeri turned his head to Teiwa, his scowl still present. You're permitted to stay here for as long as you are rehearsing with the Kamaizuru clan here, but when your practice is over, I request that you leave the premise immediately. Sure thing, fucking asshole. Teiwa mumbled under her breath. Kyuzeri's scowl seemingly deepened. Teiwa could not tell if he managed to hear her not, his scowl seemed to be his resting face. With that in mind, let's get to practice. Suzumibaki declared as she started to walk through the compound's courtyard. Follow me, Teiwa. I'll take you to the space. The Uzumaki nodded her head as she and Suzumibaki's brothers followed her through the compound. The 3 Kamaizuru shinobi began to ask Teiwa questions about her opinion on song selection and she answered them casually, but her mind was currently preoccupied on everything she had heard. I definitely got to report this back. I need to get all of the info I can on this Kyuzeri asshole. I'm starting to worry that things might escalate here sooner than Jiraiya and I were thinking it would. Teiwa noted. You're back. Sasuke noted as Naruto returned to Fu's interrogation post, which prompted his clone to dissipate. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed on the genin with him. I thought maybe you'd bring Kanji back with you. Didn't realize you'd bring your whole damn team. It's not a problem, right? Hanabi asked him. No, it's fine. I don't care. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Naruto's eyes were focused on Fu. He noticed that the Yamanaka was breathing rather heavily. He then noticed the number of wounds on his body. His clone's memories came back to him. Sasuke continued to stab the Yamanaka every time he refused to talk and, as Naruto could both remember and now see, he had refused to do so. Yamanaka Fu, how are you feeling? The Jinchuriki asked. Because it seems you've lost a lot of blood. Go fuck yourself. Fu hissed in response. Nah, don't wanna. Naruto shook his head. Look, we'll stop the moment you begin to share answers with us. I have nothing to say. He answered. You have plenty. You just aren't talking. Naruto corrected, crossing his arms. Which by the way, you do realize what your actions are causing, right? How much damage you've done to Konoha and Kumo's relationship right now. This could seriously backfire in Konoha's face if war broke out between the 2 villages, especially right now when Akatsuki is still around. His eyes narrowed. Do you seriously want Konoha to get into another war and potentially lose tons of lives because of your actions? What could possibly be worth it? I have nothing to say. The Yamanaka repeated. Naruto's eyes briefly focused on Kanji. He noticed that his student was glaring holes into his brother. He also noticed a quiet, strong determination radiating from his student. Kanji is strong. He's going to be fine. With that in mind, I should switch to a topic that we could maybe get Fu to start talking about. Naruto mentally noted as he turned his full attention back to Fu. After all, he never stated he had nothing to say to Kanji's questions. He simply just didn't speak. Why'd you abandon your family to join Root? The Jinchuriki questioned. Fu's eye twitched slightly at the question. He simply stared at Naruto, not answering his question. It's just as Kanji said. You could have told them you were alive, at least. Why didn't you? Naruto pressed. What is Kanji to you? Katsumi spoke up. You are his brother, right? Don't you love Kanji-kun? Hanabi questioned. You can at least answer that. Fu closed his eyes, biting his lip in response. I can answer that. He doesn't love me. At least, not anymore. Kanji replied, scowling. The question I want to know is why not? Fu's eyes reopened at the question. He looked at Kanji and, for the first time, his emotionless expression was broken, a look of confusion was on his face. Just, give me the peace of mind. What caused you to go to Root and leave us? Kanji questioned. I can't answer. Fu replied. Kanji's scowl deepened, of course you can't dash. No. Fu interrupted his brother. I physically can't answer. The Root agent opened his mouth, revealing a black-line seal on his tongue. The group's eyes widened at the sight of the seal. What the hell kinda seal is that? Naruto asked. This seal prevents me from acting or saying anything that incriminates Danzo-sama's. If I do, the seal will activate, turning me mute and paralyzing me. Fu answered. And, you saying the reason you abandoned your family and joined Root, incriminates Danzo? Katsumi questioned. The orange-haired Yamanaka silently nodded his head. Fu. Kanji's scowl had now officially dropped and was now staring at his brother in confusion and horror. What the hell happened? Naruto turned to face Sasuke, go get Jiraiya. He can probably do something about that seal. The Uchiha nodded his head and vanished, heading over to get the Hokage. Kanji, I will permit you to check my mind. Fu spoke up. All members of Team 9 stared at the Root agent in surprise, looking at him as if the man had turned into someone else. You'll let me. Kanji started to speak. I can allow your presence in my mind. I won't offer any resistance. It's not me saying anything, so this does not go against my seal's limitations. So, I won't stop you. Fu clarified. Kanji nodded his head, silently making the hand motions for his clan's famous technique, Mind Transfer Jutsu. Hanabi rushed to Kanji's body to catch it before it hit the ground. His consciousness entered Fu's mind, who, as he had promised, made no resistance to Kanji's presence, giving Kanji free access to all of his memories. Hey Fu. A 12-year-old Yamanaka Fu turned around to see a Konoha Umbu agent approaching him. A confused look developed on his face. And you are? Why do you know me? You've become quite the name in the academy, you know? A real prodigy. I'm from a branch in the Umbu that keeps tabs on promising youths like yourself. The man answered. Oh. Neat. Fu shrugged his shoulders. A grin then developed on his face. What branch? I actually want to join Umbu one day, so that makes me really excited to hear that. Oh. The Umbu chuckled in response. What if I told you I could make that dream come true today? Huh. Fu blinked. Like, have me join Umbu now? Yes. But I'm still a genin. I'd just hold you all back. My division has a special training program for talented kids like yourself. You'll fit in and get all the training you need. Let me think about it. But if you're offering to train me, then sure. Fu's grin grew. Excellent to hear. I'll take you to meet Danzo-sama. The man stated as he walked over to approach Fu. Huh? Like right now? Fu asked. I can't go right now, cause dash. Before Fu could say anything, the Umbu rushed over to him, grabbing him by his waist. Let's not waste time. Danzo-sama is waiting. The Yamanaka had no time to react at all. The Umbu, using the Shunshin, disappeared, carrying him with him. Yamanaka Fu. Abarame Torun. You two are assigned as each other's partner. I trust you both will help each other grow and develop into fine shinobi that will make Konoha proud. Danzo told both men. This room you're in will be your private quarters for the duration of your training. Training begins tomorrow at 4 a.m. sharp. Wake up 30 minutes prior for breakfast. Any questions? Yes. Fu spoke up. When does training end? When I believe that you both are ready to serve Konoha in any way possible. Danzo answered. Okay. Fu mumbled. Have our families been notified, though? About this? I don't want them to think I'm like gone forever or anything. Your family has already had a funeral for you. Danzo replied. Fu's eyes widened. WH what? You are joining Root. You are the unseen foundation that keeps Konoha afloat, doing the missions that the Hokage is too concerned about to send shinobi on. With that in mind, we cannot allow you all to enter the civilian lifestyle so casually. Danzo answered. You live here. You train here. You stay here until missions are assigned. But. Fu's eyes started to tear up. Fuck this. I wanna go home dash. Danzo's eyes narrowed on him. You are not allowed to. You are a part of Root now. That's bullshit. The Yamanaka hissed in response. That's dash. Fu was stopped by a hand on his chest. He turned to his left in order to see his partner, Torun, holding on to him. I'd advise against speaking like that to him. Torun stated. Your partner is correct, Yamanaka Fu. I do not tolerate such an emotional response like that. Danzo said. Emotions are a useless tool, holding back shinobi from doing what must be done. I will work on that with you both. I will repeat myself, training starts at 4 a.m. I expect you both to be ready. With those words, Danzo disappeared, leaving Fu and Torun alone in their room. But. Tears developed in Fu's eyes. You had no idea what you were signing up for, did you? Torun questioned. I didn't agree to this. The Yamanaka mumbled in response. I didn't agree to any of this. Kanji continued to check memory after memory of Fu's. At this point, the memories began to blend together. They turned into continuous training sessions, physically and emotionally, where Danzo pushed all Root trainees to the highest level he could. He watched Fu grow stronger and his mind become simpler and simpler, becoming more accepting to Danzo's ideologies. At some point, he seemed to finally just accept it as fact. He started to notice memory after memory of missions, mostly assassinations of shinobi who had known anti-Konoha views. He watched the viewpoints get justified by Danzo's ideology. For the good of Konoha, the Root, the unseen foundation of the village, will act and do what needs to be done. Kanji saw up to this current mission, watching Fu and Torun get ordered to assassinate the Raikage, knowing that they would most likely fail, in order to trigger hostility between the two villages, force the Raikage to refuse Konoha partnership, and ultimately trigger a downfall for the village during an invasion during the Chunin exams. What the hell? Kanji's mind was overwhelmed. The longer he stayed in Fu's brain, the sicker he was becoming. Fu and what the hell did this man do to you? Minutes passed as Kanji continued to probe Yamanaka Fu's mind. Suzuki returned to the group, followed by Jiraiya, Hinata, and Takigaku no Fu. I was told this man has a seal on his tongue. After being told that, I noticed that a Barame guy had one as well. Jiraiya noted. But this guy seems more likely to talk. Yeah. At the very least, he's semi-cooperating. Naruto said. He's allowing Kanji to check his mind. Seriously. Suzuki's eyes widened slightly. Damn. How long has he been in his mind? The Nanabe Jinchuriki asked, looking at the blonde Yamanaka's body. Since when Sasuke-san left? Hanabi answered. Roughly, 5 minutes. Well, assuming the seal is the same one on Toruns, I can probably unseal it and make him able to talk. But I'm not going to attempt anything until Kanji's consciousness is out of his body. Jiraiya said. The group was quiet as they continued to stare at the root agent's body, waiting. Another 5 minutes passed. Finally, Kanji's consciousness left his brother's mind. The blonde Yamanaka woke up and immediately started choking. Yamanaka Fu opened his eyes, as if nothing had even happened to him. Oh. More shinobi are here. He noted. It seemed as if he had more to say, but he was stopped as Kanji bolted out of Hanabi's arms towards his brother. He then hugged him, his arms going around the wooden post, and started to cry loudly into his shoulder. Fu Nii. I don't know what to say. Kanji said between sobs. I'm so sorry. You schemed through all of my memories, so you know everything. His brother said, closing his own eyes once again. He finally allowed himself to cry as well. I did not intend to abandon you, or mom and dad. I'm sorry. And no. You don't have to apologize. Kanji shook his head. That's just so messed up. How could he do that to you, or anyone? Root is established in the shadows, now. Unless you somehow become aware of its existence, you can't join Root naturally. You have to be recruited. Yamanaka Fu explained. That doesn't justify it. Kanji stated. That man took you away from us. That's not right. Kanji. The two Yamanaka turned their attention back to the group around them. The Konoha shinobi were all looking at them with looks of confusion on their faces. My brother was forced into Root. Please. Don't hate him for what he did. Kanji requested, looking down. His hands instinctively tightened into fists as he shook his head. This is Danzo's fight. He ordered this. He ordered the assassination attempt, knowing he and Torin would fail, in order to ruin the partnership between Konoha and Kyumo. And what do we gain from this? Jiraiya questioned rhetorically. Kanji, however, knew the answer. Danzo knows about this invasion during the Chunin exams. He wants to make sure Kyumegakuer is left alone with no allies during it so that the village will fall. What? Naruto shouted. Danzo wants the Akatsuki to capture Yujito-san and B-san. Hinata questioned. They're Kyumo Jinchuriki. He probably doesn't care. This is him looking down the road, so to speak. Jiraiya realized, scowling. That fucking megalomaniac. The Hokage turned around and started to walk away from Fu's post. I'm going to meet with now and get it over with. And I think I have an idea on what could pacify him. As the Hokage started to leave, Hinata, Sasuke, and Takigakuer no Fu followed behind. It's too late to change the Raikage's mind. Yamanaka Fu noted as Team 9 was about to leave. He is an emotional man. This is why the plan was designed this way. He will not listen to reason when he is like this. We will make it work. We'll get it through to him. We're not going to let your Danzo guy pull this off the way he planned. Naruto stated sharply. This is acting against Konoha's interests and you know it. Fu replied, frowning. Kyumo is not an ally of ours. We would benefit heavily from the village falling to Akatsuki. No village deserves to burn down simply because they aren't our allies. And Yujito and B definitely do not deserve to be captured by Akatsuki. Naruto reaffirmed. You agree with us, don't you Fu Nii? Kanji questioned. No. He shook his head. I am concerned about what you are doing. I think you're ruining our chance to take down Kyumegakuer. Then why did you let me check your memories then? Kanji questioned. Fu's eyes widened in response. Because you know what memories I was looking at. You could have stopped me the moment I finished learning how you got put in Root. You let me see everything. You let me, knowing that I would tell the Hokage. Fu did not have a reply. We'll be back. We have to go catch up with the Hokage. Naruto said, his eyes focused on the orange-haired Yamanaka. "But we will be back to talk with you more, Fu." With those words, Naruto, Hanabi, and Katsumi left the area, following after the Hokage. Kanji turned to follow them but stopped himself. He turned back around to look at his brother one more time, a smile on his lips as more tears came down his face. God, I'm getting emotional whiplash right now. He mumbled to himself, his smile growing somehow wider. "I'm just glad you're alive and still you, Fu and I. We will back, okay? Okay." Fu nodded his head. With a smile on his face, Kanji followed behind his team. Yamanaka Fu was now left alone. The man closed his eyes as he began to reflect. What have I done? I just let my emotions take over me. Danzo-sama, I may have screwed over the plans. Please forgive me. Fu shook his head. Despite his regret, however, he could not deny the feeling of happiness in his heart, the happiness of seeing and talking with his brother and letting his brother know the truth. Regardless of any training he had, Yamanaka Fu had been an emotional child and that was still a part of his being, no matter how he tried to repress it. He agreed with Jiraiya immediately. The Kumo and Konoha shinobi all met together, once again, in Ikki's conference room. The Shimo daimyo this time, however, was nowhere in sight, only the shinobi were present. You better have some good damn info for me. The Raikage declared sharply. What did you get from them? As we had expected, they were working for Danzo. Jiraiya started. We had already accepted that fact. ES eyes narrowed on him. Give me something substantial. Danzo did order the assassination on you but planned on it failing. He wanted to destroy any budding relationship between our villages and create hostility leading into the Chunin exams. He essentially wanted to force a situation where no village would assist you in the oncoming invasion by Akatsuki. The Hokage continued. He wasn't planning on the Raikage's assassination working. He was planning the entire destruction of Kumo. Yujito realized, a scowl on her face. Monster. And there's a chance that Akatsuki would have won. If they got the Rinnegan and Madara, we'd have a hard time, son. B added. Sosei's death and the attempt on my life were all set up for the downfall of my village. He breathed in, doing his best to stay calm. He was doing a poor job, however, as electricity began to emit from his body. Jiraiya, explain to me one thing, why the fuck has your village not executed Shimura Danzo by now? The moment Hiruzen disbanded Root, he should have burned his body to ash. With each passing day, I see Sarutobi-sensei's judgment call on Danzo to be a mistake. Jiraiya admitted, frowning. I, personally, could not call for an execution without any proof of treason from him. This testimony is proof. I will have Danzo executed. A small smile developed on his lips. And I will personally deliver his corpse to you during the Chunin exams as proof. I appreciate that. I'd love to kill him myself, but I know that bastard is slimy and may somehow get away if we dragged his ass to face his trial in Kumo. I'll settle with just beating his corpse into the ground. He declared, crossing his arms. I also want one of the Root agents. I think you have a right to execute one of them when you get back to Konoha, but I want to do an execution myself. I don't care which, simply allow me to kill one of them. Yamanaka Fu was the one who shared information with us. We will give you the other agent, Abarame Toruin, to execute. Jiraiya stated. He scowled, seemingly wanting to have executed Fu instead, but he nodded his head in concession, I'll accept that. If I may be so bold to ask, are villages gonna work again or are things still whack? B asked. Yes. Our villages will work together for the time being during the exams. He answered. So long as you deliver Danzo's corpse to me by exam time, I believe I can trust your village to be willing to help ours. I can promise you I will gladly follow through with that. Jiraiya said sharply. That rules. And I assume training on Shimigami is still cool. B asked. No. He shook his head. Huh. Naruto blinked in response. What? Yujito spoke up, banging the round table. Raikage-sama, please. We need to get all the Jinchuriki up to our level in order to fight the Akatsuki. And that's where I now disagree on. Because while I do trust Konoha for the time being, I now know that they're incompetent. The Raikage answered. Jiraiya immediately glared at the man, but he did not even turn to look at him. I have confirmation with this situation with Danzo and Root. I can't trust what the village will do with Jinchuriki that are capable of accessing Biju mode. Konoha would not do any harm to your village. Naruto said, frowning. Literally, it's just help with us learning something to fight Akatsuki. My answer stands. He reaffirmed. Train on your own terms. If you're strong enough, you'll survive. If not, you'll die fighting them. All that matters is that Akatsuki does not win. That's all that matters. But it would be beneficial if all the Jinchuriki could enter Biju mode for the sake of fighting this man. Yujito declared. Raikage-sama, please reconsider. We are going to be fighting someone with the Rinnegan. This man could very well be another Rakuto Sennin. We need all shinobi involved to be as strong as possible. It should not be Kumo's responsibility to pick up the slack of the other villages. He stated. That's. Hinata took in a deep breath, resisting the urge to scream. She was quiet for a moment, calming herself, before she focused her eyes on the Raikage with the most neutral expression she could muster. Isan, you were okay with this 2 days ago. She said. I was already uncertain about this. And as I just said, this incident with Danzo confirmed my problems with it. He replied. Are you sure that's why? Or were you just looking for an excuse to turn it down? Hinata pressed. Right now, it seems like you're simply willing to risk the lives of the 9 Jinchuriki because of a personal issue you have with Konoha. Damn. B whistled to himself. That wasn't smart to say, but damn, that roast was art, hey hey. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed on Hinata for a moment. Hinata dash. Know your place, Hyuga Hinata. The Raikage interrupted the Hokage, his eyes glaring into the Hyuga. I do. And I am trying to ensure that your village does not fall to the Akatsuki and that all the Jinchuriki survive. That is the other end goal of this, right? We don't want them to get captured and we do not want them to die, right? Hinata questioned. Because you are aware it's not just Naruto-kun, Fusan, and the other non-Kumo Jinchuriki at risk, right? Yujito-san and B-san are also in danger. Don't talk down to me. He hissed, standing up from his chair. If any Jinchuriki ended up dying, it would not be B and Yujito. They're the only ones who don't need fancy training to learn Biju mode, they already know how to enter Biju mode. Hinata did not seem fazed at all by his words. She simply crossed her arms and looked at him with her neutral expression. You're just making assumptions, though. You don't want to take the extra time to ensure a higher chance of survivability because of some selfish, toxic pride you have. What? The Raikage roared. Hinata's head tilted slightly. Did I stutter or something? What's confusing about what I said? Hinata. Naruto looked at Hinata standing her ground in front of the Raikage. He watched his once shy girlfriend staying strong, not being affected in the slightest by the Raikage's words or his killing intent. She did not need his or anyone backing her up, she was able to take care of herself. A smile developed on his lips. You're really badass, Hinata. Toxic pride, how dare you talk down to me? He shouted. I am the Yondaime Raikage. Then act like it. Hinata replied. Put the interest of your village and your Jinchuriki ahead of your own pride. ES body began to radiate more electricity. He began to crack his knuckles as killing intent filled the air around them. I'd watch yourself, if I were you. He said, quietly. I've been in a foul mood all day today and you're treading on thin ice. I could kill you. Easily. So watch your words. Do not threaten the lives of my shinobi. Jiraiya said sharply, interjecting. The Raikage turned his attention to the Hokage and was about to speak, but Hinata cut him off before he could speak. He doesn't care about the words of the Hokage when it comes to this, Jiraiya-sama. He's already proven himself to hate Hyuga that respond appropriately to aggression. She noted. Hinata-san. Hanabi's eyes widened at her words. Hinata, this doesn't seem like you. You're usually more careful with your words. You have to understand that this is politically a bad decision to talk back to him like this. Sasuke's eyes narrowed on Hinata. What's going on in your mind right now? You really have a death wish, don't you? The Raikage snarled. B's eyes proceeded to widen. A grin developed on his face as he looked between his brother and Hinata. So I can see you both want to brawl, but this place seems too small. Why not to the training ground so you both can have a round? B suggested. Huh? Naruto's eyes widened. You want them to fight? B, you can't be serious. Yujito spoke up, crossing her arms. You're asking a Jonin to fight the Raikage. She will die. She won't die. B affirmed. If she does have the death wish she keeps implying she does, then fine by me. We can fight. The Raikage stated sharply. Fine. Hinata said. Hinata-ne-san. Hanabi's eyes widened in horror. Hinata. Naruto blinked, staring at her. You're going to dash. Alright, E-san. Let's fight. Hinata stated. And after I beat some sense into you, you'll allow Naruto-kun, Fu-san, and the other Jinchuriki be trained in how to use this Biju mode. Huh. Fu blinked. Hinata, don't do this for our sake. What are you? You think you can beat me? You think you can put conditions on this fight? The Raikage laughed loudly in response as he brought his hands together. Alright, fine. If you end up actually beating me, fine. But you won't. And when you lose, I expect a formal apology, assuming you even survive this fight. Once again, the group of Konoha and Kyumo shinobi returned to the large training ground on the edge of Shimogakure. After 2 battles now had occurred there, the ground was filled with less stalagmites and more holes and cracks on the ground that were visible even with the snow on top of it. Both Hinata and E walked into the center of the training ground. So I'll make this clear. We are fighting until you surrender, since I will not stop. There is not a chance you'll defeat me, so this goes on until you admit defeat. You've earned this beating with all of your out-of-place bullshit. E affirmed. Quit when you learn your place. If you don't, then you best pray that Jiraiya or B step in before I kill you. You're not as scary as you make yourself out to be. You won't be able to kill me. Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan. Hanabi, has anyone ever told you your sister is badass? Katsumi asked the younger Hyuga. Because she's a badass. Hell yeah she is. Naruto spoke up. Naruto. Sasuke crossed his arms as he eyed the Jinchuriki. Are you not concerned at all about her fighting the Raikage? Because while Hinata is very strong, this isn't an average shinobi she's fighting. This is a cage-level shinobi. I trust her. Naruto said, smiling. That level of faith is admirable in your partner, but I'd be a bit more cautious. Yujito spoke up, frowning. The Raikage is not someone you want to make an enemy out of, and she's gone out of her way to do. And he was already in a bad mood, too. Darui acknowledged. Don't worry, things will be fine. Surely she'll shine. B noted. Besides, this is just what bro needs. Once they beat into each other, he'll agree. Darui looked over at the Hakusabi Jinchuriki. What do you mean he needs? B said nothing in response, his eyes focused on the 2 shinobi. Bro, you need to get all your anger out now in order to think more clearly about all this shit. And I think the Hyuga here can help you do that. He thought to himself. After all, she's got her own anger at you that she can beat out as well. The spectators grew quiet. Hinata and E stayed still in the center, focusing on one another. 1 second passed by. The 2 shinobi then readied themselves, Hinata biting her thumb and making hand signs while E began to channel electricity. Lighting style armor. Summoning jutsu. As the Yondaime Raikage surrounded himself with lightning, creating layers of electricity around every inch of himself, Hinata slammed her open palm into the ground, creating a poof of smoke. Within seconds, she was standing on top of a large blue snake with a black stripe going down its body. Dokaki-san, it has been a little bit. Hinata said, patting the top of the snake's head. If you have to retreat, please do so whenever. But for now, I could use your help. Understood, Hinata-sama. The snake nodded his head. While I am impressed that Konoha has another snake summoner, you'll need more than that to fight me. He declared sharply as he charged forward at the snake. The Raikage reached the snake's body almost instantly and proceeded to punch at the snake. Dokaki attempted to slither away and dodge the attacks, but the Raikage managed to catch up to it and deliver a punch to its body. The snake hissed in response and swung his tail at the man, but the Raikage jumped over it easily, avoiding it. Hinata, still atop of Dokaki's head, raised her bow and pointed the arrow at E. Water style, never-ending arrow downpour. Hinata shot the arrow forward and, as it flew downward, water vapor in the around began to shape, forming more arrows that all flew towards the Raikage. That's it? Really? He snorted in response as he started to move his hands in a rapid forward motion, punching the arrows as they reached him. His lightning-covered fists managed to shatter each water arrow just as they would have contacted him. Is this all you're capable of? These are the techniques you thought would beat me. Hinata bit her lip in response before placing her bow back in its holster on her back. She then held out her palms downward, 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. 2 massive waves of chakra shot forward from Hinata's open palms towards ES body. The Raikage, however, managed to avoid them. He then jumped into the air, flying towards Hinata's position on top of Dokaki. Let's take this fight up close, Hyuga. He said, grinning. I haven't fought a Hyuga in forever, so this should be fun. Dokaki, in response, attempted to swing his tail upward at the Raikage's flying body. The Raikage, however, changed his position mid-air, avoiding the tail. He was forced to land back on the ground and jumped back into the air towards Hinata. Gentle step twin lion fists. As he flew towards Hinata, Hinata's arms covered themselves in blue, visible chakra that formed a chakra shroud that resembled lions. The Raikage landed on Dokaki's head and attempted to punch Hinata with a lightning-covered fist, but the Hyuga managed to dodge, sidestepping him narrowly. He then attempted to punch her once again, but she managed to slide away once more. Slippery. I don't think I've ever fought an evasive Hyuga before. Most of you just like to stand your ground. Good to see one knows the proper way to fight someone stronger than them. He grit his teeth in frustration before turning his attention downward. Dokaki was starting to move erratically, trying to shake the Raikage off his head. He then jumped into the air and slammed his foot downward. Guillotine drop. The Raikage delivered a downward kick into Dokaki's head, causing the snake to screech in pain as he was forced downward into the ground. The snake groaned in pain as it remained in place in the ground, eyes closed in pain, but did not dispel. Now, back to dash. He cut himself off as he jumped back as Hinata attempted to punch at him with her chakra-shrouded fists. Quick reaction time. 10 years from now and you'd make a good match for me. A smirk developed on his lips as Hinata charged at him once again. He jumped back, avoiding her next punch. But in this day and age, you're still out of your league, kid. The Raikage jumped back forward towards Hinata's body, holding out his arm. He rushed her with such speed that she was unable to get away, slamming his arm into her neck. She immediately coughed up blood and felt jolts of electricity rush through her body. Lightning style, lariat. He slammed Hinata's body into the ground, pinning her. A smirk developed on his lips as he felt his fist over her face. You lasted long enough for a bratty jonin. He said with a smirk. So now, admit your place and end this. For your sake. Hinata choked, trying to speak despite ES grip on her throat. I know my place. And it's N not under YU. Humph. The Raikage glared as he lifted his right hand up to punch her. Before his fist could connect, however, Dokaki pulled himself off the ground and slithered towards the two shinobi. He swung his tail at the Raikage, forcing the Raikage to turn his attention to the snake. Unable to jump away in time, he blocked the tail by grabbing onto it with both hands. He then gripped onto the snake's body tightly, sending bolts of electricity into it. While he was still on top of her, he was no longer pinning her down. With all the force she could muster, Hinata pushed up, forcing he off her and causing him to move back slightly, letting go of Dokaki. With her chakra-covered fists, She then punched at ES' face. Still staggered from his last attack, the Raikage took the blow head-on, getting knocked back from the first. Holy shit! Katsumi shouted, her eyes moving back and forth from Hinata to E. Hanabi, your sister just fucking decked the Raikage. Hanabi began to shake her head, mumbling to herself. Hinata-ne-san, when did you get so strong? I'm impossible. Yujito's eyes were wide in surprise. I can't believe it. Someone hit E. I mean, the snake helped her hit him. Darui said, shrugging his shoulders. A snake the Hyuga summoned here. B replied. She might not be cage level, but she's definitely above Jonin tier. There's still more to this fight. Landing one hit isn't enough to get excited about. Suzuki said, crossing his arms. It's impressive, but she's got to do more than that. And she will. Naruto affirmed, nodding his head as he focused on his girlfriend. Hinata, get him. The Raikage immediately noticed that the layer of lightning around his face had started to subside slightly. He could also feel some of his chakra had been drained by her attack. His eyes narrowed on the Hyuga in front of him. That jutsu she's using drains chakra, it seems. I doubt she'll hit me again, but it might be best to not push my luck. The Raikage noted as he made hand signs and slammed his hands together, causing the vambraces to clap against one another. Lightning style, Thunder Bomb. The lightning surrounding ES' body magnified before releasing itself in multiple discharges. The discharges rushed on the ground and through the air towards Hinata. Hinata changed her stance, the chakra shrouds fading from her arms. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata began to spin her arms around her body, letting out streams of chakra from her palms. The chakra streams made contact with each lightning bolt, dissipating them as they tried to strike at her. Humphrey's eyes narrowed as a grin developed on his face. I bet if I get in close, I'll get cut. However, when she's using that jutsu, she's rooted in place. Any cuts I take will be worth a good, solid, guaranteed hit. The Yondaime Raikage, his body still radiating lightning chakra, charged forward at Hinata, who was still mass-creating chakra streams. He held out his arm as he approached the stream. Lightning style, Lariat. As the Raikage made contact with Hinata's chakra streams, they cut into his body and offered resistance, stopping him from moving forward. The streams began to pierce at the lightning armor around his body, causing them to fade slightly and for them to cut at his skin. The Raikage grit his teeth as he felt himself started to bleed. He then put in more power into his rush, channeling more chakra. He then managed to finally overpower Hinata's jutsu, continuing forward. Hinata was staggered out of her rotation just in time to get hit by ES Lariat. This time, however, she was sent flying backwards, rolling in the snow-covered battlefield until she collided with one of the few remaining stalagmites, shattering it upon contact. The Raikage then rushed at her body one more time. Before he could punch her, however, Dokaki charged up from under the earth. He jumped back in time before the snake could launch him into the sky. Hinata-sama. The snake called out to her. Hinata, having stabilized herself, jumped on top of the snake's head. She then held out her palms as the snake opened its mouth. Snake poison spread. Dokaki spat out a purple, poisonous liquid from his mouth as Hinata's palms released 2 vacuum palms directly into the poisonous streams. Her technique caused the poison to rush forward even fast. The Raikage continued to jump back, avoiding the poison. Upon the poison make contact with the ground, the liquid evaporated into a poisonous cloud. Hinata then held out her palms, releasing 2 more vacuum waves into the clouds, causing them to fly forward at E. That Abarame root agent tried the same thing. Didn't work then, won't work now. He taunted as he opened his mouth and released a stream of water while channeling lightning chakra in his arm and tossing it forward. ES jutsus collided with the cloud, causing it to dissipate. Hinata shook her head in response as he jumped off Dokaki's head, channeling her chakra into the lion-shaped shrouds around her arms once as she landed on the ground behind the Raikage. She then attempted to punch the man, but he jumped back. Dokaki slithered forward, swinging his tail at him, but he jumped up and landed on his tail. Hinata then jumped onto the tail and attempted to punch him again, but he continued to dodge, jumping further up Dokaki's body. Aggressive, he noted, rolling his eyes. Answer me this already, Hyaga, what exactly are you so mad about? The fact that I don't think it's necessary to train your Jinchuriki. Hinata did not reply but continued to follow up Dokaki's body. The snake started to squirm, forcing the raikage off his body. Hinata jumped down above his body and attempted to punch downward at his head, but the raikage sidestepped, avoiding her attack again. He then went on the offensive, punching forward. She tried to sidestep, but his fist barely connected with her shoulder and she winced in pain as she got away. I know you're in a relationship with that Naruto kid. Is this what it's about? Because you're concerned for his life? He questioned, rolling his eyes. Some faith you have in him, if you think he'll die dash. I have plenty of faith in him. Hinata spat out, glaring at the man. I'm just sick of how you always take advantage of Konoha. Force the village to play by your rules and then still try to walk over them as if you're better and above anything else. Her glare intensified as the chakra shrouds around her arms seemed to grow. You look for excuses not to help out the other villages. You knew that B-san's logic about training the other Jinchuriki made sense, so you agreed initially, but you didn't want to. You looked for an excuse and now you're looking at this situation with Root as that excuse. Root tried to kill me and was plotting my village's destruction. That's not just an excuse. He shouted. He charged forward at Hinata once again. The Hyaga, this time, made no attempt to move and instead opted to punch back as well. Both fists connected with each other, with he wincing slightly from the hit, feeling more chakra drained while Hinata was knocked backwards, managing to catch herself before she was sent too far back. She rubbed off blood from her nose after his last punch and glared back at the man. We already promised to kill and bring you Danzo's body and you yourself said that was enough to justify the temporary alliance again. Hinata stated. So yes, you're just using it as an excuse to not do anything for Konoha. Why should we have to train your Jinchuriki for you? The raikage shouted. Konoha and Kumo aren't allies. I know we aren't. I am vividly aware of the fact that we're not allies. Hinata shouted back. The only time you tried to be our ally was a trick so you could try and kidnap me. His eyes narrowed on the Hyaga. What are you talking about? In case you forgot, I am Hyaga Hinata. I am the daughter of Hyaga Hayashi, the clan head 13 years ago. I am the girl you had your ambassador try to kidnap. Hinata stated sharply. His eyes widened as Hinata continued. I am the niece of the Hyaga who was sent to Kumo to be executed for my father defending my life. I am one of the few people who knows explicitly why our villages are currently not allies. It's because you didn't care to be allies. You only faked it so you could try and kidnap me. The raikage was silent for a moment. The Hyaga could not quite read his face. Was he angry? Confused? Sad? His expression was seemingly mixed with emotions that she could not place. At the moment, however, she did not care. She could only concentrate on her own anger, anger that she had been repressing for years, anger that she tried to repress to remain political, anger that had finally been leaked out and was not going to stop. So no. I don't think Root is an excuse. You saw a chance to back out of a deal with Konoha again, and you took it. She affirmed. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of all your excuses and bullshit. And I won't allow your selfish decision to harm Naruto-kun, Fu-san, or the others. You're going to allow B-san and Yujito-san to train them like you promised. This is one last deal you're not breaking. Hinata. Naruto's eyes softened as he looked at the Hyaga. We talked before about this, but geez, she's been holding all of this in, huh? The raikage tried to kidnap her. Kanji spoke up, for the first time since the battle started. Yes. He did. Hanabi said. 13 years ago. Before I was even born. Her eyes glared into the figure of the raikage. Father killed the ambassador that tried to kidnap him. Then the raikage demanded his body back as compensation, refusing to acknowledge the Kumo shinobi that tried to kidnap her and denying responsibility. And the village was forced to hand over our uncle, Niji-san's father, to appease him. I'm familiar with the story. My father mentioned it to me one time. Sasuke admitted, frowning. He actually got a little more protective of me in the aftermath whenever foreign shinobi came into the village. Whenever the Chunin exams were going on, I wasn't allowed to leave home without Itaki or another clansman with me. So, is that what Kyumegakuer is like? Katsumi questioned, her eyes turning to face the three Kyumo shinobi. That's how it was. Darui acknowledged, pocketing his hands. Hinata-san's fate was actually my mother's. Huh. Naruto turned to face the man. What do you mean? Suppose you all haven't seen me fight, so none of you all know about my bloodline limit. The Jonin said with a shrug. My mom was from some forgotten clan in Mizu no Kuni that had the storm release Kekii Genkai. She was kidnapped and brought to Kumo and gave birth to 2 children, myself and my older brother. She then killed herself because it was too much. What? Hanabi's eyes focused on the man. What, you two? You? Katsumi shook her head, a look of disgust on her face. How can you serve a village like Kumo after all that? After what they did to your mom? Again, things have changed. Darui said. It's not the same village. Naruto turned his attention away from the fight to look at Darui. A frown was on his face as he stared at the man, as if a realization was dawning on him. What happened to your brother? He asked. Darui turned to look at Naruto. For the briefest of seconds, a look of anger developed on his face. It took Naruto by surprise, seeing the cool-headed, calm Kumo Jonin who did not speak much look so furious. As quickly as it came, however, the look vanished and his standard, lazy demeanor returned and brought a hand behind his head. He turned missing ninja. You probably wouldn't know much about him, though. He's been dead for a couple of years. Darui said, shrugging his shoulders. So, I was right. That is Nesumerta's brother, Naruto noted, recalling his very first encounter with Akatsuki and the angry Kumo missing ninja that he killed. A sigh escaped his lips. And he knows I killed him too. Conversation ended there as everyone turned their attention back to the fight. Bro, yeah, you needed this. B noted, shaking his head. You both needed this. Now you'll both get peace. So you have nothing to say? No witty, taunting remark. Hinata questioned, her eyes narrowed. You're not even going to charge at me again. She crept downward, preparing to charge. Then I'll be the one to make the move. Hinata charged forward at E again, preparing to punch at him with her lion-shaped chakra-shrouded hands, but as she approached the Raikage, the man dropped his lightning armor. Her eyes widened and she stopped her charge, jumping back and placing distance between herself and the man. What are you doing? She asked. Should have realized you were the same girl. You clearly aren't a branch Hyuga and you're the right age for it. E noted, letting out a sigh. Is he acknowledging it? Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. The biggest difficulty when handling Kyumegakuer with the Yondaime Raikage is ES stubborn denial of his actions, such as the attempted kidnapping of Hinata. Whenever pressed on subjects, the Raikage will fiercely deny and take offense, making the situation worse. The sole reason Hisashi was even sent to Kumo in the first place was ES inability to responsibility. He claimed the attack on the ambassador was unprovoked and demanded compensation for the offense, threatening war if not given. He was a stubborn man. He was a prideful man who would never acknowledge his mistakes. And he is, how? Jiraiya shook his head. You. Hinata's eyes narrowed in on the Raikage. What dash? Everything I do for Kumo's sake. He spoke up, looking Hinata in the eye. I am willing to do anything to keep my village safe and strong. More than any cage, I would imagine. Even kidnap children with Kekii Genkai and force them to either be loyal shinobi to Kumo or force them to breed loyal shinobi. Hinata said, scowling. The Sandaime was the first Raikage to attempt such a thing. He noted. Kumo has the lowest number of Kekii Genkai historically, so to counteract that, he started a search across the elemental nations for those with bloodline limits to bring to our village and integrate them, with or without consent. The Yondaime shook his head for a moment. When he passed on at the end of the Third Shinobi World War and one was appointed Raikage, one followed his example. I was being groomed to be the Raikage, yeah, but I was still used to combat only and politics was a thing I wasn't used to. So for the first 4 or 5 years of my titleship, I followed his policies. Including child kidnapping. Hinata finished. Yes. He nodded his head solemnly. You're the only child I ever attempted that on, however. It was around that time that one of the shinobi we have with Akekiai Genkai, Nasumereta, went missing ninja. Both moments have weighed on my mind since. What are you getting at? Hinata questioned, her eyes slightly softening in confusion. Are you trying to apologize or something? No. Yes. The Raikage shook his head, frowning. I will never apologize for anything that I do that I believe will make Kyumo stronger. But I can acknowledge its amorality, and for that, I'm sorry. What dash? Hyaga Hinata, I'll give you one clear hit. He said, bringing his hands to his side. You hate me. I can tell you hate me. So let it out. Hinata's eyes widened in a mixture of surprise and confusion. A frown developed on her face as she stared at the Raikage, contemplating what to do. He seemed to notice her confusion and shook his head, this isn't a trick. I know personally the best way to get out your anger is through release. So, get it out. Attack me with any jutsu, at any point in my body. A smirk developed on his face as he tapped his chest. Try and kill me too, if you want. I won't stand still for an attack that will kill me, but I'll permit you to try. So, go for it. Hinata stood still for a moment, saying nothing. Her stance relaxed for a moment as her eyes focused in on the Raikage. Seconds passed by as the two continued to stand still, staring at each. Seconds turned to a full minute when Hinata finally got back into a stance. She then charged forward at the Raikage. Just as she reached him, however, the lion-shaped chakra shrouds vanished from her arms. With her bare right fist, she punched E hard in the jaw, pushing him back slightly in the process. The Raikage hissed in pain, feeling blood coming from his nose and feeling as if a tooth had become loose. He quickly recovered his footing and looked at the Hyaga sternly. You could have done worse. He noted. You could have hit with your chakra shrouds, after all. Or shot an arrow at me. Or use any jutsu. Even if I thought you would willingly take a killing blow, I wouldn't try. Hinata said bluntly, frowning. Don't confuse this for forgiveness. I don't forgive you. I didn't ask for it. He noted. And I hate you. I will always hate you. For nearly damning me to a life against my will. And for taking away my uncle and creating so much anger and sorrow in my cousin's heart. Hinata spat out. Her frown deepened and shook her head. But, even if you won't admit, I think you do regret it. And regardless of any regret or not, I'm not an idiot, I see you care for your village. And your village needs its leader. The Raikage and Hinata were both quiet once again, staring at one another. They kept their eye contact for another minute before a smirk developed on E's face as he turned away. Nice hook. He complimented. Most shinobi aren't able to keep up with me, you know? You aren't at my level yet, kid, but the fact that you could even dodge some of my attacks shows me something. I said in 10 years you could maybe match me, but I'd like a proper fight with you when this Akatsuki bullshit is done. Bet you could bring the gap in our skill level even closer. Hinata's eyes narrowed on the man, are you surrendering? I can fight more. But consider this my concession. He replied. Then what about training the Jinchuriki? Hinata continued to prod. Are you agreeing to our terms? B. Yujito. He turned his attention towards the two Jinchuriki at the side. They walked forward, along with the rest of the shinobi watching. The moment the second exam is over, during the month of off time, invite all Jinchuriki to Shimagame. And you two better show them how to use Biju mode. The Raikage's eyes narrowed on them. And so help me God, if any of you 9 die in the fight against Akatsuki, I will personally kill you both. No need to tell me twice, we'll make them all look pretty nice. B replied, grinning. It'll be our honor. Yujito bowed her head as she turned her head back to Fu and Naruto. B and I will be strict teachers, but I'm certain you'll manage. And when we all can activate Biju mode at will, we can finally spar and see who really is the strongest. Ifu grinned in response as she gave the Kumo Jinchuriki a thumbs up. I'd really like that, Yujito. Naruto did not reply to her words, however, and simply nodded at her suggestion. His eyes focused back on Hinata, a large grin on his face. Hinata, you're easily the strongest one here. He told himself, blushing slightly. Jiraiya, I want to talk with you a little more in private, a few things related to exam preparation. He noted, rubbing the blood off his face. Let's meet in Ikiai's office one more time. Let's get everything settled today so we can return to our respective villages tomorrow. Agreed. The Hokage nodded his head. With those words, the group of shinobi started to walk away. Jiraiya and Ii walked silently with each other to Ikiai's estate. Yujito, Ii, and Darui walked together, no destination clearly in mind. Sasuke, Fu, Katsumi, and Kanji all walked back towards the hotel. Naruto and Hanabi stayed behind, however. Both were staring at Hinata, who was still standing in the battlefield. Everything was catching up to Hinata, the rush of all of her emotions over her fight with the Raikage, her feelings about Kumo, the kidnapping incident, and the training between the Jinchuriki. Hinata had not forgiven the Raikage and he did not ask for forgiveness. Her feelings had not softened, she still hated him. However, both shinobi got something from the fight that both seemingly needed, closure. With a smile on her face, Hinata fell into the snow, falling unconscious. Hinata. Both Naruto and Hanabi quickly rushed over to her body. Naruto picked her up in his arms and held her chest to his ears. Okay, yeah. She's breathing. So she's okay? Hanabi questioned. Beyond exhausted, though. Both physically and emotionally. Not that I blame her. The blonde shook his head before looking at his student. Come on, let's take her back to the hotel and let her rest. A smile developed on Hanabi's face as she nodded her head in agreement. The two then walked back to the hotel, focusing on the figure of the Hyuga in Naruto's arms. The rally is at the Kurogane clan estate. Kuratsuka's eyes widened. When the rehearsal ended, Teiwa returned to Han's apartment and waited. At sunset, Han's former students stopped by to chat and the Uzumaki decided to share the information that she learned. Apparently the Kurogane clan is working with the Kamaizuru. They're helping keep support for her high. Teiwa answered. The big one supporting her is some guy named Kurogane Kuzari. Any of you know him? Know him? That's my cousin. Risho snorted, crossing his arms. He's an absolute ass. He's like. Roto paused as he titled his head. Question, did you ever meet Risho before Naruto pulled the stick out of his ass? Risho immediately raised his middle finger. Teiwa snorted, before shaking her head no in response. Well, he's worse. Kuzari is super classist. Like, he's the kind of guy to look down on you if you don't have some clan lineage. Roto said. He's always had a thing against Gramps, actually. Kuratsuka said, scowling. He's always thought that the Tsuchikage should be a shinobi from one of Uegaku's historical big three clans, the Kurogane clan, the Kamaizuru clan, or the Kinryuga clan. Anyone else being Tsuchikage, to him, is an insult to Iwa's history. Charming. Teiwa rolled her eyes. So who puts up with his bullshit? And why? IWA tends to look past personality if the person is strong enough and he's the strongest Kurogane clan shinobi currently alive. He's easily the best swordsman our village has and can use our clan's iron release Kekkei Genkai to its highest level. Risho admitted, frowning. Also, clan lineage does help. People will tend to gravitate towards the words and beliefs of a shinobi with his name. You humans are so obsessed with clans and history. It's quite perverse. Han noted, rolling his eyes. It leads to situations like this. So, the rally is going to be at the Kurogane clan estate. Kuratsuki asked again. Yeah. Apparently, the invitations are being disguised as a general IWA Pride rally. I don't think the Kamaizuru shinobi are even being mentioned. They'll just be a surprise to those who go. Teiwa answered. We'll be there to crash it, Risho said sharply. We'll be excited to crash this one. Just be careful about this, though. If your cousin's gonna be there, I'm sure it'll take more than just a little heckling to get the rally cancelled. Roto noted, frowning. We'll manage something. Kuratsuki noted. A smile developed on her face as she nodded at the Uzumaki. I appreciate you sharing all of this with us. I know you're just getting info for the Hokage, but it means a lot to tell me this. It can help me fight back against Suzumibuki internally. Of course I'd help out. Any friend of Naruto's is a friend of mine. Teiwa said, grinning. And you all are pretty cool fucking people. Even Risho, now that he's not an ass. Risho raised his middle finger once again. Oh fuck off, you weren't even there back then to comment on that. See. Even she agrees. Roto exclaimed, grinning. You can fuck off too. The Kurogane Shinobi replied. The group laughed at the back and forth, enjoying the light-heartedness of the moment. As the sunset was finishing and the moon was rising above Uegakure, a group of shinobi arrived at the gates of Uegakure. God damn it, there's IWA. Edero grumbled. Unlike Ishii, I bet their TNI department isn't shit. This is going to fucking blow. I wonder whose fault it is that we are here. Metaro mumbled, glaring at his brother. Fuck off. You're just as responsible. Edero hissed back. We should have left that village. You should have fought better when these assholes attacked us. You should have dash. Shut up. Both of you. Dosa grumbled, shaking his head. Your bickering makes my sound ninjutsu feel tame in comparison. Honestly, my daughter behaves herself better than you two. Susumu noted, frowning. Are you both elite Jonin level missing ninja or belligerent academy students? Shikamaru was not paying much attention to the bickering between the Kanjiki brothers, nor did he pay attention to their heated response to Dosa's and Susumu's remarks. His eyes were focused on IWA as the group were permitted in. A sigh escaped his lips as the group started to walk down the streets of the village. Kuratsuki. I'm here. He said, a smile developing on his lips. Chapter 85, Tension in Uegakure. Sandaime-sama, there's a group of Konoha shinobi here requesting to meet with you. And they have some things you would be interested in. Send them in. Onaki said. The Uegakure-chunin nodded his head before leaving the Tsuchikage's office. Left momentarily alone, Onaki banged his head hard on his desk as he groaned in annoyance. I literally just got finished with all the paperwork I've been slacking on. And what do you fucking know, foreign shinobi come in. God damn it. They're just going to start a brand new pile. He grumbled to himself. And Konoha shinobi, ugh. Now is not the right time for Konoha shinobi to just be wandering down Iwa's streets. Onaki mentally added. With a sigh and a deep breath, the Tsuchikage pulled his head off the desk just in time for the Konoha shinobi to walk in. His eyes widened momentarily as Shikamaru, Dosa, and Susumu walked in, the latter two dragging in both Edero and Metaro into the room, tied up in rope. Nara Shikamaru, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Onaki said, chuckling. It has been, Tsuchikage-sama. Shikamaru bowed his head, smirking. Onaki. You're dating my granddaughter. Call me by my first name. The Tsuchikage corrected. Normally when you and Kuratsuki have your meet UPS, you do it over in your country and village. About time you finally stepped up in our neck of the woods. I've been meaning to do this for a while, actually. Glad to finally have the opportunity to do so. He replied. He then gestured over to his side. These are my squad mates, Kinyuta Dosa and Uzumaki Susumu. We bring you something that I think you'd be interested in. We aren't something asshole, we're fucking people. Edero hissed in response. Onaki nodded his head in acknowledgement of the other Konoha shinobi before his eyes took in the Kanjiki brothers. A grin developed on his lips as he pulled out a scroll. Well, I'll be damned. Kanjiki Edero and Kanjiki Metaro, the infamous Ishigakure terrorists. We've been interested in you too, even back in the day when you were still loyal to Ishigakure. It's not every day that two of our village's most famous Kekkei Genkai end up appearing in another shinobi village. Last I heard, your village doesn't have a monopoly over the lava release, damn it. There's plenty of famous shinobi around the world who have that bloodline. Edero shouted back. Yeah, because the origin of that Kekkei Genkai, the Kinryu clan, is notorious for being horny fuckers. Onaki said, grumbling to himself. His eyes then moved over to Medero. Yours is also interesting. Steel release, from what I understand, is a derivative of our village's iron release. Perhaps it's the result of the lava release and iron release bloodlines mixing together. I don't pretend to know. Hypothesize what you want. Medero said. He struggled, as if trying to cross his arms. He finally settled into a scowl. Whatever information you want from us, you won't get anything useful. I doubt you'll glean anything from our backgrounds about our bloodline limits, nor do I doubt you're actually interested in Ishigakure's political structure. No, as I said, your bloodline limits have been something very intriguing to us, especially since how high-profile and destructive you two terrorists are. Onaki said, narrowing his eyes. He then turned to face the door to his office. Kitsuke, would you escort these two to T&I? On cue with his words, a large, tall, bulky Iwagakure shinobi walked into the room. The man had short gray hair, obscured by his Iwagakure forehead protector, which he wore like a bandana, that connected to his gray beard, and had dark brown eyes. The man had rather tanned skin and wore the standard Iwagakure shinobi uniform. Understood. The man, Kitsuke, stated, as he grabbed the two roped bodies of Edero and Medero. He effortlessly lifted them up, carrying them over each of his shoulder. We'll find a nice cell for you both here in IWA. Oh fuck off, you golem. Edero spat out. Kitsuke shook his head, giving no response. He turned to leave the room, but before he left, he turned his head to face the Konoha shinobi. His eyes then focused in on Shikamaru. The Nara tilted his head slightly, returning the man's gaze. Why is he looking at me like that? The two stayed still for a moment, staring at each other. Kitsuke never once broke eye contact or blinked, which started to unnerve Shikamaru. The man was staring at him with a completely unreadable face. What the hell is this guy's problem? He questioned, frowning slightly. 30 seconds passed by before a cough escaped Edero's lips. Does the golem here not know how to walk? Is something this freakishly big unable to move? He taunted. I can move. I am able to do many things. Kitsuke told them. I'll show you both some of the many things I am capable of once we get to T&I. With those words, the bulky shinobi left the room as Edero cursed him and everyone in the village with various expletives. When the noise finally subsided, the Konoha shinobi turned their attention back to Onaki. Was that your first time meeting Kitsuke? Onaki questioned. I can't recall if he ever stopped by to see you any time he's been to Konoha. No. I don't think I've ever met him before. Shikamaru said, his frown growing deeper. Why would he, though? And who was he? He was staring at Shikamaru-san rather intently. Almost as if he was judging him. Dosu noted. Well, he was. I can tell you that much. Onaki answered as a smirk developed on his lips and a chuckle escaped his mouth. He has to assess the character of the man dating his daughter, after all. Immediately, Shikamaru's eyes widened. That man, he's... Yup. Kitsuke is my only son. Onaki said, his chuckling turning into a loud laugh. And his only daughter is Kuratsuki. A shiver went down Shikamaru's spine. Oh my god. Kuratsuki had mentioned her father a few times to him in passing, but nothing too vivid. He knew that he was a high-ranking jonin of Iwagakure and was apparently a hard-ass and, per Kuratsuki's words, boring, but she never talked much else about him. The Nara could not even remember if Kuratsuki had ever told him her father's name. Seeing him for the first time, however, was incredibly intimidating to him. I wonder if you made a good first impression, Shikamaru Teiku. Susumu wondered, bringing his hand to his chin. You didn't break eye contact at all, did you? No. The Nara answered. But I saw you frown. Dosu admitted, sighing. That can probably be seen as a sign of weakness. Oh my god, he hates me. He hates me already. Shikamaru's mind was already assuming the worst and the shiver in his spine seemed to grow even worse. I remember Naruto describing what it was like meeting Hayashi for the first time. Oh god, this is what he meant? Only with me, I doubt I'll get on his good side as fast as Naruto did. I'm so fucked. For what it's worth, Kurotsuka said nothing but good things about you. He definitely has not heard anything bad about you, so you're fine on that. Oniki told the Nara as more laughter escaped his lips. But may the Rakuto Sennin watch over you, boy, my son's a stubborn oaf, and bear in mind that I am the one saying that. I hope you made a good first impression there, cause otherwise you're gonna go through hell getting on his good side. Fuck me. Shikamaru shook his head, trying to calm himself down. His efforts were not working. Once Oniki got his laughter out of his way and Shikamaru got over his dread of meeting Kurotsuka's father, the group returned their focus to the conversation. I'll definitely pay you all well for turning in the Kanjiki twins to us. Oniki said. How long do you all intend on staying in IWA? At most, a week. Shikamaru said, shrugging his shoulders. Understood. The Sandaime said, sighing. You admittedly could have been here at a better time. I'm certain Kurotsuka's mentioned all the shit going down here right now with the Kamaizuru clan. The people here aren't going to be as hospitable as they would have been, since the old war wounds of the Third Shinobi World War are being brought up again. We've heard. Dosu said. But that's not a concern to us. Is it a concern for you, Tsuchikage-sama? Susumu questioned. No. Oniki said, sighing. The brats are trying to make a name for themselves, but that's all they're really accomplishing. IWA has moved past the war. She's bringing up old wounds. It'll fade as more time passes by. His eyes then focused in on Shikamaru. I'm assuming Kurotsuka will invite you all to stay with her once she finds out you're here. She's got a pretty big apartment in the center of town, but she's probably not there right now. She usually spends her time hanging out with her old genin team. I can send you the address to Han's place if you want to stop by there. She doesn't stay with you? Susumu questioned. No, Kurotsuka's also a stubborn one and she wanted to assert her independence the moment she could. Even though my mansion is much larger than her apartment. Says she doesn't want to live in there anymore until it's under her terms, when she's Tsuchikage. Bah. Oniki rolled his eyes. That day's still far away. I'm not letting anyone touch my hat. Naturally. Shikamaru said, chuckling. With conversation starting to end, Oniki gave Shikamaru the address for Han's house, Kurotsuka's usual hangout spot, and sent the Konoha shinobi on their way. Han had just finished preparing dinner for Teiwa and his students. The group sat around Han's table as the Gobi Jinchuriki sat out plates of pork tonkatsu with a side of soy sauce, cooked broccoli, edamame, and cooked rice while also setting out a pot of tea. Han, I swear to God, you need to come with me. You cook too well. Teiwa said with a sigh as she took a bite of her pork after dipping it in the soy sauce. You're Naruto's surrogate brother, right? That basically means we're family too. Come on, you should spend some quality time with your sister. Hell no. Roto declared sharply, nearly spitting out the edamame in his mouth. Han-sensei needs to stay here in IWA. You're not stealing his amazing cooking. Glad to see it's the food that's most desired about my company. Not my actual company itself. Han said, chuckling to himself as he poured himself a cup of tea. You know that's just Roto. Risho and I want you here because you're the best Jonin sensei ever. Kurotsuka said, grinning. Suck up. Teiwa rolled her eyes as she took a bite of more pork. Conversation stopped as the group focused on their plates, eating dinner. A few minutes passed by until the group started to finish eating. As Roto was about to finish off his pork, a frown crossed his lips as he sat his chopsticks down. I may be being paranoid here, but can I ask you all a question? Is it even smart for us to try and break up this upcoming rally? Roto questioned. Huh? Kurotsuka looked at her former teammate, swallowing the pork and rice she had been chewing, before continuing to speak. What brought that up? Thought we were putting that aside for now. Well, I'm just sorta thinking still. 'Cause if Kuzari is gonna be there, he's not going to let us just interrupt the meeting if it's on his clan compound. He'll at the very least try to get us thrown out and make it a spectacle. Roto noted, adjusting his sunglasses slightly. We can't just let Kuzari and Suzumibuki have an unobstructed rally in our village. We don't want them to actually turn favor away against Sandaime-sama. Risho said. Are you wanting to actually fight him? The civilian-born IWA shinobi asked. Because that's what will probably happen. Risho was silent as he turned to look back at his food. I mean, if you want my opinion, you all should go and just observe. Even if you can't speak up like you normally do in their rallies, you should at least try and observe and see what you're looking at. Han suggested. His eyes then turned to face Kuratsuki. You could always organize a rally of your own, you know? Potentially with information you learn. Kuratsuki nodded her head. I could, but I also have to wonder if we could even sneak in. For what it's worth, my specialties are genjutsu and fuinjutsu. I could probably help get you three in without a hitch. Teiwa said, still eating her food. Actually, that would be really appreciated. Kuratsuka said, turning to face the Uzumaki, grinning. That's really dash. Her words were cut off at the sound of a knock from Han's front door. The entire table froze at the noise. Hey Han-sensei, is Rashi still out of the village on a mission? Risho asked Han. He is. Han nodded his head. You'd know Han never received visitors outside of his teammates or Rashi. While his reputation was no longer as low as it had used to been, he was still considered someone to avoid in Iwagakure, and he lived in an area that was considered unsafe to be in. If anyone ever needed him, they would wait during the day to visit with him when he was out in the village, they would never wait until nighttime, when he was at home. With this thought in mind, Han got out of his chair and walked over to the front door, suspiciously. His hand reached for the doorknob as he looked out of the eye-hole in the door. Almost as quick as the suspicion came, it left. A grin developed on his face as he turned his head back to the table and eyed Kuratsuki, gesturing for her to come. It's for you. He told her. Huh? Kuratsuki blinked in confusion. The hell's that supposed to mean? Just open the door. Han said, chuckling to himself as he took a step away from the door and headed back towards the kitchen. With a shrug of her shoulders, Kuratsuki walked over to the door to Han's home and opened it. She was greeted by Shikamaru, with Doso and Susumu standing off to the side. Her eyes widened exponentially. Hey! Shikamaru said, waving at his girlfriend. Kuratsuki blinked for a second. She then blinked a second time. Then a third time. Her mind was still trying to catch up with what she was physically seeing. Hello. Shikamaru tilted his head slightly, shaking his hand in front of her face as he chuckled. Earth to Kuratsuki? You there, or dash? Shikamaru. As soon as her mind caught up to her, Kuratsuki immediately grabbed the Nara by the arm and pulled him close to her. She then hugged him tightly, the widest smile she had ever had on her face as she somehow hugged him even tighter. Shikamaru did not seem to mind, however, as he returned her hug, smiling back at her. You're here. When did you get here? What are you doing here? How long have you been here? Kuratsuki continued to ask multiple questions, not even waiting for his answers. I can't believe it. You're actually here. I dash. Whoa, hold on a second. Shikamaru interrupted, chuckling to himself. I just got here. Me and my squad just completed a mission in Tsuki no Kuni and we're here. And I can't believe it. He squeezed back tightly. I missed you, Kuratsuki. I missed you too. Kuratsuki replied. Ugh, I've been missing you like hell, Shikamaru. I'm so glad you're here. Doso coughed, drawing attention to both him and Susumu. May we come in? Kuratsuki and Shikamaru immediately broke apart. The IWA Jonin nodded her head, yeah, come on in. It's nice to see you again, Doso-san. And? Her eyes focused in on Susumu, expectantly. Uzumaki Susumu. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Susumu said, bowing slightly as both he and Dosu entered the hallway. The three Konoha shinobi were escorted back into the kitchen. Immediately, the rest of the shinobi in the room all turned their attention towards them, smiling. Lazy fuck, the hell are you doing here? Teiwa asked, chuckling. And you brought Dosu and Susumu with you, huh? Hey, Shikamaru's not a lazy fuck. Kurotsuka corrected, grinning. He's lazy ass. Anko, Naruto, and I confirmed that together. You think you're so funny? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Hell yeah I am, I'm fucking hysterical. Kurotsuki replied, giving him a thumbs up. You three in IWA for a mission, huh? Risho questioned. I assume it went well. We captured 2 missing ninja and delivered them to the Tsuchikage. Dosu said. The Kanjiki brothers of Ishigakure. And now, we are here for a moment. Well, while you all are here, make yourselves at home. Han said as he brought forward 3 extra chairs. I made extra food if you'd like some more. We'd be honored. That's very hospitable. Susumu said, bowing. You'd know Han, correct? I've heard plenty of you. It's an honor to be in your home. Heard plenty of me? Han chuckled. Well, I know what most people love to say, so I hope you've heard nothing too harsh about me. Nothing harsh at all? The Uzumaki shook his head as he reached into his book and pulled out a copy of the latest edition of the new Tengoku no Sato book. You are the main illustrator for Tengoku no Sato, are you not? Han's eyes widened momentarily, but he nodded his head, I am. Your art style is magnificent. Susumu stated. A small chuckle escaped his lips as a sincere smile developed on the man's face as he bowed his head slightly. I don't normally get complimented on the artwork, so thank you very much. Not to interrupt, but I have to ask really quick, you all don't have living arrangements set up yet, do you? Kurotsuka questioned, her eyes focusing on Shikamaru. I got room at my place. We'd love to stay with you. Shikamaru said, smiling back. The smile on Kurotsuka's face was so sincere that it caused Shikamaru's to widen even further. It was great to finally be in IWA and it was even more amazing to finally be with her again. Ugh. Hinata groaned to herself. Why does my whole body hurt? The Hyuga woke up, rubbing her head as she tried to compose herself. The first thing she noticed was that she was back in her hotel room in Shimogakure. She noticed that Naruto was laying down on the bed next to her on his stomach, eyes asleep. His hand was around her waist and he had pulled her close. A smile developed on her lips as she stared at the blonde before her eyes moved around the room. She noticed the lights were all off. The curtains on the window in their room was not closed, giving Hinata a clear look into the sky, where she saw the moon and various stars in the sky. How long have I been out? I don't remember even falling asleep. Hinata wondered. Last thing I remember was, fighting the Raikage. Recollection hit her. Hinata recalled the fight with E and the amount of damage she took from the fight and the amount of anger she felt during it. She recalled the conversation she had with the Raikage at the end of the fight, as well as getting him to acquiesce on training the Jinchuriki. Hinata. Hinata turned her head to face Naruto. The blonde pulled himself up from his position, letting go of her as he stretched slightly. He then looked at her, giving her his full attention. Naruto-kun, you were sleeping peacefully just a second ago. Hinata stated, looking at him in surprise. How are you so awake all of a sudden? I mean, yeah, I was sleeping. But I was waiting for you to get up. He said, yawning slightly. How are you feeling? I'm still sore. Hinata admitted. I remember the fight in general and the things about and around it, but not the fight specifically. How badly did he beat me? Not that bad, actually. You held your own. And you even got some good hits on him. Naruto stated, grinning. You got this especially good one kinda early on, where you tag-teamed him with Dokaki to land a perfect hit on his face. His grin grew wider. You were so badass, Hinata. Hinata noted, blushing slightly at Naruto's praise. Thank you, Naruto-kun. It wasn't just me who thought that, you know. He said, chuckling. My students were all impressed. Katsumi thinks you're an inspiration now, I think. And your sister was very, very pleased with what you were able to do. Hanabi. Hinata smiled slightly, thinking about her sister. She was here too, just saying. She only left because it got late enough. Naruto admitted. His smile then faded slightly as he looked at Hinata with a more serious expression. You feeling okay, though? Like emotionally? I'm feeling fine. Hinata said, nodding her head. Strangely, I feel at peace. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. You got a chance to get all of your anger. I got out most. To be honest, I think I have more. Hinata admitted, frowning. I don't think I'll ever fully be okay with that man. You don't need to be. And even he knows it. Naruto said. I know. I just know I still have anger in me towards him, but that doesn't matter. I got most of it out. And I actually feel like I can move past it. She said, sighing peacefully as a smile developed on her lips. It's nice. It feels really, really nice. Oh, I imagine. The Uzumaki nodded his head as he laid back down next to Hinata. The two were quiet for a moment, enjoying the comfort of the silence and each other's presence. After a minute, however, Naruto spoke up. Hinata. He stated, causing her eyes to focus back on him. There was obviously more to it than just the training, but I still think. I don't know, it still feels nice. Seeing you get like that over the training. The training that B-san and Yujito-san can offer you all is important. I didn't want it go to waste. Hinata told him. I want you to be as strong as you can be, Naruto-kun. Especially if you're really going to have to fight the Akatsuki's leader. I just think it's cool how emotional you got over it. And Fu thought so too. She told me how much it meant to her that you cared. Naruto told her. Of course I do. She said, giggling. You two better know I care about you both a ton. And all the other Jinchuriki too. Everyone I've met has been so sweet. You, Fu-san, Han-san, Yotakata-san, even Yujito-san and B-san, who we just met, you're all great people. And I'm honored to know all of you. I love you, Hinata. Naruto told her. And I love you too, Naruto. She replied. The two exchanged a kiss one more time before they continued to lay in bed. The comfort of the bed proved too much for both, however, and they both quickly succumbed to sleep, but not before pulling each other close to one another. Cursed seal release. Yamanaka Fu fell to the ground, shouting in pain from a burning sensation on his tongue and in his head in general. Jiraiya stood next to him, looking down on the man. The orange-haired shinobi shook his head, opening his mouth to see the effects. The seal that had been placed on his tongue had disappeared, his tongue was now bare. There. You'll be able to talk freely about Danzo or anyone from now on. Jiraiya said sharply. Fu looked up at the Hokage, glaring sharply at the man as he shook his head. There was no point to doing that, as I told you, I'm not telling you anything. Removing that seal will do nothing. You've already given your brother information. Jiraiya replied. I allowed Kanji to learn the information relevant to his questions. That's all there was to that. Fu replied. If that was the case, why did you allow him to see more recent memories? Jiraiya questioned. A scowl developed on Fu's face as he shook his head. As I said, I permitted Kanji to look into my mind for what he needed to know. I made a judgment in error with letting him look a little too freely. That does not mean I'll make the same mistake twice, and it surely doesn't mean I have anything to share with you. The Hokage sighed, bringing his hand to his chin. Well, the good thing is without the seal, if and when you change your mind, you'll be able to share information about Danzo freely with anyone. He said. I will not. Fu answered, scowling. And neither will Torun, so don't bother dash. Torun is now Kumigakure's captive. Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. He will most likely be executed either tomorrow or once they bring him to Kumo. Fu's words died on his tongue. The scowl on the Yamanaka's face went away and was replaced with a look of sorrow for a moment. The orange-haired shinobi brought his hands together and closed his eyes in thought. I see. He mumbled. You're lucky that you didn't join him. Jiraiya said, scowling. I won't even execute you when we return to Konoha, although information you give me now may change the amount of time you'll be stuck in TNI, trapped alone in a room with Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko. His eyes then narrowed slightly. Or I could get Yamanaka Inoichi. I'm sure he'd be able to get you talking. I believe you are intending to kill Danzo-sama. You will never kill him, nor will you be able to undo all that he has done for our village, Hokage-sama. He spat out his words. No matter who you assign to torture me or probe my mind, I will stay true to Danzo-sama and Konoha. God, this guy might as well be brainwashed. Even after all the good work his brother did. Jiraiya sighed, shaking his head. The Hokage finally left the Yamanaka alone, tying him back up on his post. He then left the clearing, heading back towards his hotel room. A determined look developed on his face as he looked up to the moon, cracking his knuckles. Danzo. I will get information for him. But even if I can't, I am coming for you. With the Hokage gone, Fu turned his attention to the ground. Tears fell from his eyes. He bit his lip, trying to keep them from falling, but he could not stop himself. His mind continued to repeat the Hokage's words in his head. Torun. You should not die alone if I'm to stay alive. He told himself. I am so sorry. Despite his efforts, Yamanaka Fu was unable to stop crying. He remained crying for the remainder of the night until exhaustion finally took over. There's Konoha shinobi in the village. Suzumibaki hissed. Outside the Kamaizuru clan compound, Suzumibaki was pacing loudly, her steps sounding like stomps. Her brothers, Hibachi and Kurabaki, stood to the side by one of the buildings, silently fuming themselves. It was not just the three Kamaizuru siblings that were fuming. Bees were flying around outside, buzzing angrily. They were flying indiscriminately, as if they were ready to attack any unfortunate soul that walked onto the compound. Of course that senile Tsuchikage just allows them to walk in without a hitch. Hibachi noted. He was cleaning his glasses, but he was rubbing them with a cloth so hard that it was almost a miracle he did not pop out the lenses. That man will be the death of this village. The Sandaime of 20 years ago would be disgusted by the old bat that he is today. Kurabaka said. This is why our revolution needs to happen now. The thing that concerns me, though, is that with them here, things can change. We apparently caused a culture shift when we returned from our search for grandfather's secret techniques. They can have a similar impact. Suzumibaki said, frowning. She then brought her right hand to her face and started to speak with a dramatically fake, stupid accent, using her hand as a mouth. Oh, those Konoha shinobi were so nice to us, maybe they're not so bad. Bah. A scowl returned to her face as she started to talk normally. People are fickle bitches. We just need to double down. Get as many villagers to not give them a chance. Kurabaka stated. I've already spoken with Kuzari-san on the subject. He said that he and his clan will do what they can. Although again, it's still going to be difficult. Suzumibaki noted, her scowl deepening. God, this just pissed me off so much. And I even heard that among the Konoha shinobi is that slut Kuratsuka's bitch of a boyfriend. He's a Nara, right? Hibachi asked. He is. He actually has a decent pedigree. Kurabaka noted. He's the son of the Nara clan head and Konoha's Jonin commander dash. His background doesn't matter. Technically, even he doesn't matter. Just what he represents. Suzumibaki noted, scowling. I still can't believe that Kuratsuka, a proud Iwa kunoichi, can willing be with a Konoha shinobi. What a complete, utter perversion of Iwa's values and history. It's enough to make you fucking gag. The Kamaizuru kunoichi growled to herself, unconsciously drawing attention. Bees that were flying around flew right by her side, flying in step with her. She brought her hands together, which caused the bees around her to start buzzing even louder. A grin developed on her face as she looked around at the insects flying around her. Doesn't matter, though. Hibachi spoke up. We're back in the village now. And we're not leaving. We'll fix this village and bring it back to the way things were here back in the day. Together. Kurabaka said, grinning. Of course. Suzumibaki's grin widened. With the show day, our grandfather as our witness, we will bring IWA back to its former glory. Just you wait. I'll get my chance to challenge you, Onaki. And I'll take over this damn village. I'll be the Yondaime Tsuchikage, and I'll fix everything you've done in the past few years. She noted, tightening her hands. And Kurotsuke, if you dare get in my way, or if your Konoha trash boyfriend does, I'll personally kill you both. Upon leaving Han's house, Kurotsuke escorted the 3 Konoha shinobi to her apartment in the center of the village. Her apartment was incredibly large, with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen/dining room area, a central living space, and a study. The apartment's walls were painted with a dark brown color that gave the rooms an earthy feel to it. She had fine furniture displayed wherever, along with decorations such as antique swords, books, and volcanic rocks on display. Shikamaru had been fascinated with all the little aspects of her apartment, but was even more fascinated to get to her bedroom. After some brief conversation and escorting Susumu and Doso to her guest bedrooms, Kurotsuke led Shikamaru to her room, which they would be sharing together. He immediately rushed over to her bed as quick as he could and collapsed onto it, sighing in contentment. "Oh my god, a fucking bed, finally!" he nearly moaned. "Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Some things never change with you, huh?" Kurotsuke noted with an eye roll. "I hate camping out in the woods for nights. Sleeping bags are fine, but they're not beds. Nothing beats a bed," Shikamaru stated, sighing as he took in the softness in her bed. "And you have a really soft-feeling bed. I may not wake up at all tomorrow." "That'd be a problem, mister," Kurotsuke said, pouting. "You literally just got here, I can't have you literally sleep the entire day away, especially since I'll be busy in the nighttime." Shikamaru's eyes opened up as he looked at Kurotsuke, nodding his head. "Promise. I'll be awake. Just for you." "Heh. Good." Kurotsuke chuckled in response. "So, tomorrow's that rally, right?" Shikamaru asked. "The one Tewa mentioned." "Yeah. She said it's gonna be late." Kurotsuke said, sighing. "It's whatever, though. Risho, Roto, and I will crash it and try to derail it before it gets too heated if we can." "How have you been handling with all of this, Kurotsuke?" he asked. "I know you've been mentioning it in your letters. Everything been fine overall for you?" "I mean, yeah, it's fine. But it's just been stressful, I guess." She sighed once more. Kurotsuke pulled herself up, sitting down cross-legged on her bed. Shikamaru did the same. The two faced each other as the Nara stared at the Iwa Jonin, who was zoning out into space. "It's just been stressful, I guess, feeling a lot of pressure right now. I feel like the Kamaizuru are getting influence in the village and that I need to do what I can to stop it. Because they're wrong. Konoha's not the villains like they keep claiming. And thinking like that will only do Iwa more harm than good," she admitted, frowning. "And I know I'm one of their biggest opponents, so lately I've been feeling a lot more eyes on me than usual." "You feel like more people are paying attention to you?" Shikamaru asked. Kurotsuke nodded her head. "When I was younger, I always had people watching me, since I was Gramps' granddaughter. People always wanted to see what I would be able to do and whether I could follow in his legacy. And honestly, growing up that shit always bothered me. 'Cause I feel like some people would have way too high expectations. It makes accomplishments not feel worth it if you think people are expecting more." She shook her head again, chuckling slightly. "Course that shit started to fade once I actually became a shinobi and made a name for myself. People here started to see me for being me, Kurotsuke, and not the Sandaime Tsuchikage's granddaughter. And it was nice." The chuckling stopped as her frown returned. "But now it's back again. Because you're one of the most outspoken about being pro-Konoha." The Nara realized. She nodded her head once again. "Yup. So people like to pay attention to me again now, but like on a political level now. I need to be more careful with my words. Need to not be too hostile in public settings, need to be professional, but also need to come across the right amount of aggressive and show strength. And I need to be even more on top of my shinobi skills, cause now I'm getting directly compared to Suzumibuki, who, admittedly speaking, has more experience than me. A scowl developed on her lips. And that's not me saying that I think I'd lose to her in fight, like hell I would. But I know that she looks better in comparisons by nature. She has a war record. She has years of experience over me. Shikamaru nodded his head in understanding, frowning. Do you think you're doing okay? I think I am. I just think I could be doing better. Kuratsuki admitted. Objectively, I'm at my strongest I've ever been. And hell, this is good political practice for when I get the Tsuchikage title, but damn does this suck right now. I feel like I could be doing better with all of this. I'm sure you've been doing great, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. Actually, I know you've been doing better. Yeah. She shrugged her shoulders, laying back down. Shikamaru's frown deepened slightly. He laid back down next to her and shoved her shoulder slightly. You know I wouldn't lie to you. Lying would be too troublesome, he said, letting out a small chuckle. You're a marvelous shinobi, Kuratsuki. And you're doing a good job. Your grandfather knows that, your team knows that, and I know that. And you got enough charisma to really make a difference for things you believe in. I know. Kuratsuki replied, smiling. So you're doing great. And you're going to keep doing great, Shikamaru said, now starting to grin. Because doing anything less would be too troublesome for you. He then leaned down, giving her a kiss on the lips. Kuratsuki's eyes closed as she returned the kiss. Her hands went behind Shikamaru's back as she rolled on top of him for a moment. As quickly as she got on top, however, Shikamaru flipped them, rolling so that he was on top of her. Never once did the two break their kiss. After nearly a minute, the two finally broke their kiss. A giggle escaped Kuratsuki's lips as her hand went to his heart. So forward. So active, she noted, grinning. Who are you and what you have done with my lazy-ass boyfriend? Oh, forgive me for being a little forward with my girlfriend. I haven't seen her in a while, Shikamaru replied, rolling his eyes slightly as he chuckled, giving her a kiss on the cheek. God, I missed you. I needed this. She sighed peacefully. Her hand went downward, rubbing his cheeks. I really did. I've been stressed out so much that I was probably one more day away from like snapping at Suzumibuki and making a scene. So, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for, Shikamaru replied, smiling as his hand was on her waist. I'm always there for you if you need me. Like you were there for me when I was going through problems after the Kirigakure Civil War. I know you are. And you know I will always be there for you, Kuratsuki said. I love you, Shikamaru. I love you too, Kuratsuki, Shikamaru said back. With those words, the two continued where they left off, their lips making contact once again. And we're here, Kabuto stated. Both Kabuto and Haiden stood close to the gates of Uegakure. Haiden's eyes narrowed in on his partner. Kabuto was no longer wearing the Akatsuki forehead protector and was donning clothes that resembled an Uegakure shinobi, including an Uegakure forehead protector. You pull that look off too well. Almost as if you were an IWA shinobi, Haiden noted. Well, I was at some point. I've spied here before under the alias Hajime Uroshi before. I am willing to return to the village with the name for the moment, should I get found and questioned. After all, I've been on a major long-term mission for Iwa's interests, after all, Kabuto answered, chuckling. Assuming I'm even found, of course. Naturally, not a soul will notice my presence here. Humph. Haiden scowled, crossing his arms. You know how much this blows, right? You drag my ass all the way to IWA and I'm not allowed to even step foot in the village. A grin developed on his lips as he cracked his knuckles. You know, if you let me come in, you and I could probably bring the Gobage and Churiki back with us to Pain, you know? We'd dash. Maybe draw attention to ourselves that way. Kabuto interrupted, frowning. I want to keep this under wraps. I just want to go in myself. Bah. You know we'd be doing good for Akatsuki if we tried to capture that Han dude, right? Haiden asked. Akatsuki has a plan to capture the Jinchuriki. No need to interfere with that plan. Kabuto dismissed. For now, we're just killing time, waiting. And I have a very fruitful use of my time here. More grave robbing. Great. Hayden rolled his eyes. Look, I'll be back in a week. That should give you plenty of time to get your shit. I'll find some village that I can sacrifice to Jashin-sama in the meantime. But let me be blunt about this, I've been following you for a while now on these little grave robbing sessions of yours. And I'm tired of it. So when you get done with this shit, you're coming with me to somewhere I need to go. Oh? And where would that be? Kabuto asked. I have to go to one of Jashin-sama's temples. Hayden said, grinning. I think I've been a pretty devout follower recently. Maybe I'll get rewarded for my services with another blessing and receive more techniques. A chuckle escaped Kabuto's lips as he nodded his head. I'm fine with that. When I get done here, you and I can go to this temple of yours. Heh. Hayden's grin widened as he started to walk away from Iwagakure. Get your shit done with here quick, heathen. I promise, I won't take long. Kabuto said, waving goodbye. Kabuto stood still, watching Hayden leave until the man was officially gone from his sight. A chuckle escaped his lips as he turned his head back to the village. He's so simple. But I am curious to see his temple. I would like to learn as much as I can about his religion and his source for immortality. If nothing else, I'd like to get him more trusting of me. Kabuto told himself. But enough of that. For now, back to work. A grin developed on the former right hand of Orochimaru as he began to sneak his way into the village. I've already hit Konoha, Suna, and Kiri. This will be Major Shinobi Village number 4. And I'll hit Kumo during the invasion. My research is getting even better. And things will get much more interesting when I finish everything. With those thoughts, Kabuto entered Iwagakure, his personal mission officially underway. Upon the sunrise in Shimogakure, both the Konoha and Kumo shinobi got prepared to leave, gathering their belongings. Around 7 o'clock, both groups of shinobi met at the gate to Shimogakure. Yamanaka Fu stood alongside the Konoha shinobi while Abarame Torin stood behind the Kumo shinobi, both of whom had their hands bound and sealing tags placed on their bodies. Suzuki and Darui stood directly behind the respective route agents, their eyes focused on each of them. The Chunin exams are coming up soon, Jiraiya. 5 weeks to be exact. I'll be sending out letters to the other cage the moment I get back to Kumo. He said, crossing his arms. This better work out. This will work. Jiraiya nodded his head. This will keep casualties across the board down entirely. Beyond just that. This invasion better end with the entire organization rooted. The Raikage stated. Akatsuki's going down from however many to 0. When it's all said and done, then we'll be the heroes. B declared, grinning. Relax my brother, we got this. Akatsuki's swinging for the fences, but they're gonna miss. B's right. We're going to be fine. Takigaku no Fu said, grinning. She's right. Yujito spoke up. Her eyes focused on Naruto and Fu as she crossed her arms. We'll be looking forward to training. You both be ready for hell. B shook his head, chuckling, it won't be that bad, in fact it'll be amazing. When everything is done, we'll all be blazing. Damn right we will. Naruto exclaimed, holding out his fist to B. We'll meet again soon, B. Take care, alright. The Nanabi Jinchuriki added, holding out her fist. A grin developed on B's face as he exchanged a fist bump with both Jinchuriki. Have a safe trip back home. Hinata said. The Raikage turned his attention towards the Hyuga. They exchanged eye contact once more again for a second before he nodded his head. You as well. He said simply. With those words, the Konoha and Kumo shinobi began to walk off. As the group started to leave, however, Yamanaka Fu and Abarame Torin turned to face one another. Fu knew his fate was unknown. Jiraiya had said he was going to be imprisoned and not executed, but he was uncertain of that, but he did know of Torin's planned fate. Torin seemed to know of his own fate as well. The two shinobi stared at one another. They did their best to remain as emotionally detached as possible as they bowed their heads. It was an honor to serve with you. Torin noted. As it was with you. Fu mentally replied. A few seconds passed by and the two root agents were forced to turn their attentions back, walking forward with their groups. Hey bro. Yamanaka Fu turned his head to face his brother. Kanji was walking by his side, frowning. I know. What you felt for him. I'm sorry. It's the nature of our duty. We serve Konoha. We die for Konoha. It happens. He shrugged his shoulders. You don't have to lie, I know it's more than that. Kanji said, frowning. I saw your memories, you know? I know that he's been your partner in route the whole time. I know that you had feelings for him. Torin was my rock en route, yes, but I always knew one day he would die. Or I would. It's the nature of our job. Fu answered. You need to learn to accept it. It'll happen one day with you and your teammates, and hopefully by then, you'll be able to move on for the good of Konoha. Kanji said nothing in response. The Konoha shinobi turned quiet as the group continued on their path back home. Shikamaru, Kuratsuke, Doso, and Susumu, upon waking up, got dressed and prepared to get ready for the day. The Iwa Jonin insisted that the group accompany her for breakfast, so she let them all out into the streets of Iwagakure, leading the way. So I know this Shikamaru's first time here, but have either of you been to Iwa before? She asked Dosu and Susumu. Both shook their heads, causing her to smirk. Well, what do you think then? The village lives up to its name, village hidden in stone, indeed. This is an incredibly earthy village. Dosu noted, chuckling, his eyes moving up to the mountains around the village. I don't believe I have ever seen mountains like these. Our village doesn't just use those mountains for protection, either. There's a tunnel system that can help you travel quickly through the village, if you know how to use them. Kuratsuke noted, chuckling. There's even stores, restaurants, businesses, and homes directly inside the mountains. Fascinating. Susumu noted, bringing his hand to his chin in thought. I'm feeling a tad inspired. If we have any spare time, I would enjoy the opportunity to explore the village and work on a new project. I mean, you all are just here right now, right? Not on a mission in particular? Do whatever you want. Kuratsuke said, grinning. Did you have something you wanted to work on in particular? I do enjoy a good landscape painting, and I think a life of a city underneath the earth would be fascinating to capture. The Uzumaki said. Shikamaru was silent as the conversation was going on. His eyes, instead, were focused on the people around them. Nearly everyone they passed in the streets of Iwa were staring at them. People walking on the opposite side of the street would stop to stare at them for a brief moment before continuing with their day. Some people were simply staring at them with no emotion visible on their face. Others seemed to look on approvingly, with a few of them smiling and waving at Kuratsuke. Others, however, looked angry. The Nara could see visible rage in their eyes as they glared at them. They would often glare for a few seconds before they turned away towards another person nearby to chat with them. The Nara noticed one man reach for a kunai knife as he stared at them. Shikamaru turned to look the man in the eye, glaring back as he reached into a pocket, preparing for the man to attack. The two kept their eye contact for 5 seconds before the Iwa shinobi seemed to give up. He pocketed his kunai once more and, with one last glare, stormed off in the opposite direction, mumbling under his breath. You're noticing them as well? Dosu noted. Shikamaru turned to see the Takubetsu Jonin matching his pace. Kuratsuke and Susumu were still discussing art and landscape. You've been paying attention. I've been hearing lots of comments. Dosu noted. A very mixed response. Some people seem genuinely interested in us. Others are wondering which of us is Kuratsuke's mysterious, Konoha boyfriend. A frown then developed on his face. Others are doing very little to hide their disgust with us. I heard someone question why the Tsuchikage allowed us into the village, and another was seemingly debating about attacking us. Yeah, I saw that guy. Shikamaru said, sighing. Well, I guess it makes sense. Given all that Kuratsuke's been telling us about Iwa right now. It's unnerving still, though. Dosu admitted, shaking his head. But it does give me more an appreciation for Naruto-san. Shikamaru paused for a second, considering his words. A deep frown developed on his face as he started to recall some of his earliest memories with his blonde teammate. So was it like this every day until you got our village's respect, Naruto? Shikamaru questioned. Shikamaru? You alright? Both Shikamaru and Dosu turned back to face Kurotsuki and Susumu, who were looking at the two in concern. Yeah. Things are good. He said, chuckling. You know, I think I know why you said, lying to you would be too troublesome. Last night, you are really bad at lying to me, Shikamaru. Kurotsuki said, frowning. Yeah. I know. People here have changed. Not all. But some. Some of those dirty looks aren't just directed at you guys, you know. I've heard. Dosu admitted. I've heard some, not so pleasant things, mixed in with comments. I'd rather not hear what you've heard. Kurotsuki admitted, sighing. It's a cultural shift, I suppose. When you got some heavily anti-Konoha mouthpieces speaking every second they can, it definitely changes the vibe of the village. It's concerning, to be honest. Susumu acknowledged. It reminds me of days back in Mizu no Kuni, back during the Civil War. Maybe not as extreme, since your village isn't trying to kill each other, but I definitely feel the mixed reception pretty similarly. IWA will never go that far. They can't. Tradition dictates we can't. Kurotsuki said firmly. So long as we have a Tsuchikage in favor of Konoha, then nothing will change. The only thing that can happen is Kamaizuru Suzumibuki challenging Gramps to a one-on-one. Ah yes. Yama no Osu, is that policy, correct? Dosu asked. Kurotsuki nodded her head. Your village will honor it no matter what. The Shodai and Nidaime Tsuchikage established the precedents for it. Ishikawa relinquished power the second he lost without even slight rebellion. And both he, Mu, and Gramps have never killed any opponents that they defeated in a Yama no Osu challenge. The honor has been established with the intent of keeping peace amongst IWA shinobi and civilians the priority. Kurotsuki said firmly. Our village will honor it. And so long as Gramps is the Tsuchikage, no one will dare do anything about his policies. It's admirable. Shikamaru admitted. So don't feel like Iwa's unsafe or anything, is my point. You're Iwa's allies. So that's that. And nothing's gonna change that, cause that's what you have Gramps and me for. Kurotsuki said, putting a smile on her face. Anyway, enough doom for now. Come on, breakfast awaits. We're almost there. With those words, Kurotsuki continued to push the group forward through the streets. Shikamaru's eyes focused, instead of the people in the streets, on the IWA shinobi leading them. A frown developed on his face. This shit better get resolved soon. He hoped, shaking his head. Cause you seem exhausted right now, Kurotsuki. More than you did when we were talking about this last night. We are here. Standing outside the Kamaizuru clan compound, a group of 15 men stood outside. All of them were dressed in standard Uegaku or shinobi uniform, but all wore masks that concealed their faces. All of them also had tanto swords attached to holsters on their back. One of the 15 walked forward, assessing the condition of the compound. They appear to have a rally for tonight, most likely to drum up political support. Today would be an opportune day for all three of the Kamaizuru shinobi to disappear. The man stated, as he turned to face the others. Let's do this. For Konoha. For Danzo-sama. Lead the way, Sai. One of the other men said. With those words, the men disappeared as they rushed onto the Kamaizuru clan property. Check the description for the links to the author.